David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great... Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
Are we ready to unmute? I'm gonna wait for Daniel to tell me. Okay, we're unmuted. Okay, I would like to call us to order. May I please have a roll call?
Yes. No, please. Commissioner Hamilton?
I'm here.
Commissioner Green?
Here.
Commissioner Hughes?
Here.
Mr. Bustamante?
Present.
And Chair House.
Present.
Good form.
Okay. Approval of the agenda. So I actually this morning was suggested by Commissioner Hughes that we don't go completely in order of every project, since Commissioner Green has 100 and the rest of us have like 10 or 2 or something like that, that we go around and go to each commissioner and
Pick one and then go around. And pick
yeah,
one.
yeah. So
Madam Chair, I will feign offense, but no, I completely agree. I think that is absolutely the right way to do it. So,
okay. So that is my suggestion. I also know that Representative Lujan might show up and that she is coming mainly to speak about the DOE Collaboration Center. And so I want to be able to accommodate her if she comes. So we might move to that item when she arrives. And besides that, all the changes I have to the agenda, the staff or Manager Schaefer have any changes?
no, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Okay, so with that, can I have
Sure, I'll move to approve the agenda as presented by Chair Hansen.
I'll second.
okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, says I'm supposed to welcome everybody. As all of you know, I'm not a morning person, but I'm here, and even if it's supposed to be 10 o'clock, it's still not 10 o'clock. So welcome everyone. Thank you for being here. And thank you to all the staff for being here. I know you are here every morning by 8 o'clock, so I am grateful for all of your hard work, and I appreciate everything that you have done on this strategic plan, because it has taken a lot of staff time to help compile this, especially Cindy. And I will now turn it over to Manager Schaefer to say a few words.
Great, thank you, and thank you for everyone dealing with the time change and making this your first substantive meeting after the end of daylight savings time. I just reiterate, perhaps unnecessarily, just how important this exercise is in terms of strategic planning. An organization that has 10,000 priorities doesn't have any. And it's really important effort to allow the board as a body to establish our priorities over the next 5 years. This document lays the foundation for future budget decisions as well as the allocation of resources. I wanted to just spend a few moments reiterating what Cindy had communicated by email concerning the modified RICE model. which was a tool that staff developed to help facilitate discussion about priorities. It's not intended, obviously, to dictate outcomes, especially given that there are, some inherent subjectivity in some of the scoring. The fact in certain areas, I wanted to note that confidence could be influenced by the fact that you may have, two different strategies that are related, sort of included in one scoping sheet. As we go through and we talk about certain things, I want to be sensitive, to that fact. There is no absolute score or number that makes a strategy an obvious yes or no. All strategies are evaluated, not in a vacuum, but relative to each other. And you have to look at the potential reach and impact in light of, effort and confidence. As that would be our suggestion as you make a decision about where to, allocate resources. We have a lot in terms of, bless you, strategies to look at. I think Cindy, who is our resident timekeeper, has identified that we have if we go all day, we have about 20 minutes per strategy. So that's a pretty, healthy clip. What we hope to get from today for each strategy is yes, we want to include this in the strategic plan or not, but then secondarily, we would like a sense or a direction from the board. Is this an immediate strategy, something that we should be working on in fiscal year 2025 and in some instances starting in fiscal year 24? Is it a midterm strategy, meaning something we should be looking at in 26 and 27? And those are fiscal years, or is it a long-term strategy, something that we should be slotting in for fiscal year 28 or fiscal year 29? And in that vein, what we're hoping to get, and this is a 5-year strategic plan, is something that resembles our ICIP plan, which is you have projects with relative priority, and those are prioritized, by year. And there may be a project that is on the ICIP, but we don't intend to get to for several years out. I would just caution against fatigue. We don't have to get done today, and so if we reach a point that we're not being productive, or if you would like additional information, or if you've just had enough and would like to reconvene, we can always do that. We've endeavored to try and provide at the staff level, hopefully useful information in terms of scoping some of these projects, but also in thinking about, their RICE scores. But again, if there's something that you want that we didn't provide, folks are obviously available to try and provide some of that information as we go, but to the extent that it needs more refinement or more analysis, that would be another reason to take a break. We looked at each strategy independently as to what its impact would be in terms of our FTE resources. Obviously, depending upon what you adopt, those will be cumulative. So if you have multiple strategies that hit the same resources or the same business unit, as you add them up, it might create the need for an additional FTE. Again, close by noting the obvious is that, the fact that a strategy, isn't included, if the board decides not to include it, or if it's, scored with a midterm or long-term tentative implementation date, it doesn't mean that it's dead. It doesn't mean that those things can't be looked at again in the future, because this is an ongoing process that we're going to repeat every year. So those are my very long-winded introductory comments.
So I just have a couple questions and comments. So during the course of the year, we pass resolutions. We, in general, in the past, have supported and put those on the strategic plan because the entire commission has supported those. So I see nowhere in the strategic plan protection of the Caja del Rio. I see nowhere on the strategic plan working with BLM on the shooting range, and I looked everywhere and it does not exist, and I want to know why. That is something that we have worked on for the last 4 or 5 years. is not done. The protection of the Kaha is not done. And so, not that it's something that we have allocated a lot of staff time to, but we used to have in planning, we used to have Paul and Maria working on the shooting range with BLM. I don't know, once Maria left, once Paul got moved, did it just fall through the cracks because it had a place? So, I mean, those are the two things that off the top of my head that I remember very clearly, and I find frustrating.
Madam Chair, may I ask, would you have put, with someone, and I'm just asking in the interest of process, would that be something that staff would have just picked up, or is that something you would have put together a sheet for?
I did not put a sheet together for it, but it has been on the strategic plan over the time. Like, it was on the strategic plan last year.
And then it fell off the strategic plan, or does it exist?
So I can't find it anywhere.
So I can speak to the shooting range. Shooting range in the first iteration of that lives in Invisio, that I would call our old plan, right? We're kind of working on our plan. It was buried pretty deeply in public safety, and I don't believe that it was updated. Now, that is in part because those owners that you mentioned, neither one were in those positions anymore.
Right.
So when we changed the plan, just when I changed the plan, just in the last few weeks, and created a plan called 2024, I elevated the shooting range to its own strategy. And it is now under, it's where open space is. We have an objective that is to create safe and accessible outdoor spaces.
I looked there on the computer. I mean, that's where I thought it should be.
I can find that for you, and I'll do that in just a few minutes.
Okay.
The Kaha, as far as I can think, is not called out in the plan. And I think you raise an interesting question beyond those two examples, which is, it has not been my practice to hear a resolution and add it to the strategic plan. That in fact, anything added should come out of this body at this time. So,
okay, so that's a mistake on my part, because before we added, I wrote a resolution for the pollinator and protection of pollinator, and it got added to the strategic plan. And so I'm wondering, then that's my bad on my part for not doing a scoping sheet to make sure that the protection of the Caja del Rio is on the strategic plan.
Well, Commissioner Green had his hand up first. I have a question about this. It does raise an interesting question, because I don't believe that, just in general principles, not for any specifics, that carte blanche, every resolution that defines an action that we're supporting needs to go into the strategic plan, because sometimes we're supporting actions that are centered somewhere else. So like even our support of the Paris Accords, that doesn't need to be added to the strategic plan. We have in that we've captured, consistent with that resolution, things in our strategic plan that we do at the county level for climate change and to further that. And so something like pollinators raises the question, because that's something that the resolution is intended to support broadly, but could also potentially be county-driven actions. And so in terms of process, keeping it, adding it to the strategic plan sort of more this is not the right word, more specifically, but like in full discussion of, is this something that really should compete with and it's just an example. I'm not speaking for or against doing something specific with pollinators, but things like that. I think it's probably a good process for them to be included by discussion here, because it's one thing to like support something generically and another to say, in competition with everything else the county has to do, this should be something we focus on. So I think we should keep that in mind.
Okay, Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To that point, and so 2 points now. So one, I agree that when a resolution goes forward, there should almost be a filter to how does this affect our budget, right? How does it affect our strategic plans, right? Budget, ICIP, capital budgets are priorities, right? And so there could be a filter for all of our future resolutions that says, is this something that in a resolution now therefore be it resolved that we add this to our strategic plan and accommodate it accordingly so it becomes a mechanism of our resolutions or not, right? We're consciously saying, should this be on the strategic plan? We debate it, decide whether it goes onto this, and there's an interim living document.
That's scary.
Well, but it's,
I mean, that's, yeah.
I mean, it's,
Functionally, that, with all due respect, functionally, that could just build. I
Of
mean,
course.
the process that's being done, we do question, I've had a manager work with me and say, like, that would be something to consider for the strategic plan, or it usually says something in there. But to consider things just in time for the strategic plan requires that we're holding everything in our head that's always already on the strategic plan. I think that might be staff's effort and, to look at where, but that already happens at some level. And then to have that as part of what we're doing from the dais would be, start to really,
I think it's part of rather than doing it just from the dais, it would be part of the prep of a resolution. And that is also a good way to then put timelines and milestones and goals behind a resolution as opposed to, I'm just throwing out some language that says I support Paris, right? It's like, we want this on the strategic plan and these are the milestones that are in the short term, medium term, long term to get us there that we think that we can do and how much, we can debate how much staff time, how much budget it needs and so on. The other comment goes to those two, or the example of the CAHA and the shooting range are two examples of things that were, in my book, even though these were county initiatives, were externally focused, right? And I find that most externally focused, these are not, this is going to be a shooting range on BLM land that we are supportive of, but this is a BLM project at the end of the day. We can, right? And so I find that
but we're involved.
Of course, absolutely. But
Because it's in Santa Fe.
I got you. I absolutely. But I found that most of the things that are in the strategic plan are typically us and only us. We can debate whether that's in its entirety, but that is part of my 100 or so of initiatives have less to do with us and only us and collaborating with others on the outside that are our community partners. So anyway, so that's why I think that it may have fallen through the cracks. I don't know if
the shooting range is on this other document that was just handed to me. But, so thank you. I did try and look at this. The print was way too small for me to deal with.
That is a printout of what's, so you know where that came from.
Okay, but so that was part of the problem. I mean, I did find the strategies yesterday, and I went and through each one of them, and I never saw this. So it's still probably buried. But I agree that it's not something we're the lead on with the shooting range. We're a collaborator, like the Pueblos, like everyone else. BLM is in charge of it, for sure. It's their project, it's their money. And we want it to stay that way. So I just wanted to clear up some of these things because it was bothering me and I didn't want to go through the day having those things at the back of my mind. So let's go on to Cindy, you're next.
Madam Chair, but may I ask a question? If we are to determine that we need additional time, is it possible that we would identify what that possible time would be in the interest of comfort, but working towards finishing today, but to say, look, if we really needed to, it'll be this time at this, at this point to just sort of maybe get that on the schedule? Is the county closed on Friday?
Yes.
No.
Well, that's interesting, but we have a meeting on Friday.
Don't have any meetings.
Yeah, this is. Is it next?
Following.
Yes.
Next.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
I think it might be a better strategy
Yeah,
to
to get that straight.
get as far as we can today and then see.
Every time we talk about it.
Okay. With all due respect, that it makes it problematic. It just always puts stress on the farther we get towards the end of the day, then things will have occupied my calendar, but but that's okay. We'll work with it. Thank you.
So if I could just on that point of the resolution, I think two thoughts. First, hopefully the number of things that are needing for staff time immediately during the course of the year, those should be the exception rather than the rule, because then they start to eat away at the point of the strategic planning is that we're allocating resources. So I think a question is, does this relate to the strategic plan if there's a new outlay of resources requested? But then the secondary question is, if that's going to be an immediate strategy, well, what's going to get bumped, right? The idea is that we're allocating resources certainly over the next fiscal year. I think relative to, whether or not something gets captured on the strategic plan, I do think that there's some judgment, and we at the staff level can make sure that we're asking, is this something that we should be tracking going forward? Having just looked at the CAHA resolution, it was a request for federal designation and protection. And so I think I could understand why that wasn't captured in the strategic plan. I'm not speaking for Cindy because it didn't seem as if there was any ongoing effort other than we support this. In other words, it wasn't work that we were going to have to continuously do to push something forward.
Okay, I get that.
Cindy, do you have anything you want to add?
Simply to say that there is a lot of staff support available to you all today. Of course, your liaisons, Deputy and I am here, and Sarah, of course, is available, but also in departments, if anything that we can reach folks into.
So I think we can then proceed, Madam Chair, however you would like. We can address the county manager's office initiatives, or we can start by going through commissioners' initiatives. Again, I defer to the will of the board and the chair.
So I think that some of your the county manager's office's issues actually align with some of the other projects that are underneath it, like from the commissioners, such as La Bajada Ranch. And so maybe if you feel like we could go through this in a relatively short manner, which I think a lot of us have looked at some of these. Let's try that and then see how it goes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And most of these, the board had an introduction to during our strategic summit, so I'm going to be exceedingly brief. And I'm actually going to start with probably the most significant and time-consuming or resource-consuming initiative that county management is putting forward, and that's the scoping, solicitation, and selection of and implementation of an enterprise resource planning system countywide. This is a building block for a lot of things that we're endeavoring to do in human resources, in purchasing, and elsewhere. One of the observations that we anticipate getting from Clifton Morris and Allen in their business opportunity assessment is that we have, both in finance and HR, numerous labor-intensive manual processes that are negatively impacting our efficiency and effectiveness, and are getting in the way of our shifting from a transactional mindset into more of a customer service value-added mindset. We have several systems that are not fully integrated And, that increases the risk of potential data error and the like. Again, we feel that this is critical for the county's ability to streamline and improve its processes. I can't understate, however, or overstate, excuse me, exactly the amount of the lift that it will take to implement that. While it will take an FTE, to potentially manage the project and manage outside contractors that are retained, the impact will be felt throughout the county because you can imagine 1 to 2 employees dedicating 50% of their time to this project as we, number one, define our business processes, define our needs, and then reconstruct those business processes and needs to any ERP system that is implemented. So to sum up, we think that it is mission critical and long overdue to replace our on-site legacy systems. And we'd recommend that it be included in the strategic plan as an immediate strategy.
Chair?
Yeah.
I agree with the manager. It makes perfect sense to start the process of updating our system since it's been recommended by consultants.
Commissioner Hamilton.
I would actually support that. I mean, working in the outside world, in a large international consulting company, this kind of thing, transferring over time, upgrading was always moderately painful. It strikes fear in everybody's heart to know that some system is going to go down, and before the next one's up, there's going to be, Murphy's laws exist for a reason. But the fact is that once everything's updated, integrated processes are up and running, it makes all the difference in the world in terms of functionality, both individually and cross departments and stuff. So it's kind of like joining the 20th. I was about to say joining the 20th century. I guess we need to join the 21st century. Right?
Actually, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Maybe the 22nd.
I was,
By the time we get done.
by the time we get.
Yes.
In support of this in general fashion, but also want to add a little comment of taking care and making that selection, right? And so finding what the best systems that are out there that other counties and jurisdictions use, and then those that are being used within our partner sphere, whether it's the state or other integration partners, to make sure that we're not doing that we're not going down the wrong path and have to redo our work.
I think that's why you would hire a consultant to find the.
Without a doubt, but a consultant can be consultants can be have a product that they feel more comfortable with that doesn't necessarily. So choose your consultant wisely as part of that, right? Consultant says, I use this, but you go, it doesn't work with the state of New Mexico. You go, wrong consultant, right? I use this, but it's a 10-year-old legacy system, and there's new things coming out there.
But I think that is the determination of the county manager's office to find the best system that is going to work with all of our partners, like the state, the city, to make sure that there's ability to have, when we go to state and we want money, that they know how this is going to integrate. I mean, am I off base, manager?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, that would be an evaluation and a factor in consideration to the extent that we have that type of interface. Unfortunately, and Yvonne can speak more to this, and it's an ongoing source of consternation of local governments. The way we input budget data into the state does not tie with our budget at all. In terms of the crosswalks that are necessary. And so, again, to the extent that that's possible, yes, it'll be a consideration, but I just want to, note that that won't be a driving, factor. because we don't have a lot of those interconnections, and some of them are beyond our control.
Madam Chair, and if I may, I appreciate that, Greg, I think what Commissioner Green is saying is to just do whatever we can. I think it's worth just saying it out loud, knowing that these issues are very difficult. I will say that we just went through this, frankly, and they may still be going through it, this process with all the academic institutions, the higher ed institutions, to include CNM, Luna, it is nightmarish. That being said, it's very difficult. So that being said, I think what the commissioner is just asking is that because we all have to follow procurement protocols, that is put in, whoever is driving the financial acquisition of this consultant, that ensuring that integration is of the highest priority for whomever is driving that process, and that is, I don't think it's a message you can say loud enough, often enough, unfortunately, because the experience has been, and it is exactly what Commissioner Hamilton was saying, that it becomes really painful when things just aren't working where you are, but they're already up and running where they are, and all we have to do is try to align it. And to whatever end this recommendation is put in forefront to sort of try to, let's say, resolve those issues before they even happen, if you will, but just ensuring that that's part of the priority in the procurement, that's all.
Yeah.
Because I have to say, I hear it loud and clear.
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys were thinking about that.
Yeah,
but it's like,
yeah, exactly.
I just
Even
felt
if
like
it's-
I had.
no, it's a good, I think it's good to say it out loud, and to be a little bit forward thinking also, because there's nothing like going, hey, we knew this system was gonna do all our current needs, and by 2 years later, everything's up and running, and it's like, it feels like it missed a whole bunch of these things that were slightly forward looking. It's always hard to do anything perfectly, but even at the city, they're putting up all these they have financial systems, and maybe they work generically, but there's half of them don't support what PPD needs, right? It's like, did you talk to them before you? Anyway, so, and it takes so much time to do that sort of thing, but to be comprehensive has long time.
Okay, so I think we're
Great,
we're
we're all
good to
agreed.
that. We all agree that that is a priority,
let's start.
and that it start immediately.
Are we making motions to affirm these things?
I know, I don't.
That's just asking.
So just say check, do I go check?
And we're taking the direction,
Yes,
and that
yeah.
will be incorporated into the plan that we bring back to you at a
More
meeting for
formal
action.
Yes.
Okay,
The other thing that,
So-
go ahead.
so since we have Representative Lujan here, and I know she has many other meetings over at the Roundhouse, which some of them I wish I could be at. I wanna go to the reason she's here, and since she was the person who allocated this money to the DOE Collaboration Center Planning and Feasibility Stage.
Yeah.
My letter to the
I think we need one for the stenographer.
That's the one
We have.
All of us.
Councilmember, I thought I needed to be grab the pile that was in.
I'll give you my phone. Oh, well, this is different.
So, I'm just gonna start this discussion off. So, there's a number of things that are very problematic with this, this request. One is that, the funding was received without board support and was not respectful in that regard. You know, that you went behind the commission's back. And so, you know, that being said, I just think that needs to be recognized, that put us in a difficult situation because there's lots of projects that we do have already at the county that we're working on, especially on this issue already. And we already work with IGLE, who is an international organization that does sustainability for cities and counties throughout the world. They held an incredible summit in April called Summit of the Cities, and IGLE has a direct relationship with the State Department, and they already work with us and help us. They wrote our climate action plan that we already have, that we've approved. Have you read it?
We passed it a couple months ago.
Yeah, so, you know, I think that those are really important things to keep in mind. I have to say this, you know, I work a lot with DOE constantly, and they are not a global organization. They are a national organization, and they work on national issues. The State Department works on global issues. And so calling it a DOE collaboration center for global work is like, this is not, does not quite, you know, calibrate, because DOE doesn't work on global issues. They work on national issues. So I think that, you know, on the other hand, I really completely understand what you're looking for here. And I know that this is operational money that we got from the legislature that allows us to hire a consultant to work on this. But the consultant then is going to have to work with our sustainability department. And at the moment, they're already working on the climate action plan. And so are we going to make them stop working on the climate action plan and move them to this, which seems like a lot of, to me, what I have read by reading your resolution is like not related to the county. And, you know, so I think if it had a different name, I think if it would have gone through a process that was supported, which I think it could have, I wouldn't have some of these hesitations, because a lot of it is on the things that I do support of sustainability and climate resilience and, you know, the things that I have spent my life working on. But I feel like you're trying to reinvent the wheel for something that is outside of the county discussion. So I think it might be beneficial before you respond to allow some of the commissioners to say, or do you want to?
Well, you know, it's in process. So I think it would be nice to get a short presentation, just like the manager did for the first issue by the person who's, so that it gets us all on the same page, and then is that reasonable?
Yeah, and especially since Representative Lujan is here, then she allocated the money. And you know, I have a long history of working with her on sustainability issues. So, I mean, I care about sustainability. It's not like I don't, but I believe that we're doing a lot of really good work at the county. So between Justin and Representative Lujan or Commissioner Green.
Happy to be Justin in a familiar room with friends. So.
Do you want to give the overview? And
if I may just start, thank you, Representative. Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I wanted, partially apologize for the fact that this did go forward early in my term. This is not a new initiative. This is something that Representative Lujan and a number of people have and I have been working on for almost 4 years since this concept initiated at Los Alamos during one of their listening sessions regarding how they can invest in economic development initiatives. And so their economic development initiatives that they were looking at could have been STEM education, could have been a tech incubator, as were demonstrated in other communities. They asked for what was most aligned with the Santa Fe Los Alamos region that could leverage and complement initiatives that they were working on either at Los Alamos or across the country. The original name of this was actually because Battelle Memorial Institute, who was was in the room and introducing their initiatives around the country. The original name of this was the Battelle Memorial Institute for Sustainability and Innovation. So DOE wasn't in the title originally, but the short name became DOE Collaboration Center because we just needed a title that fit on an ICI, on a junior bill title. But it could be the New Mexico Institute for Sustainability and Innovation. It could be the Santa Fe. It could be the Hansen Institute. I'm agnostic to all of these things. So, so the name, I hope, doesn't get us caught up with these things. It is the intention and it is the goal of this. In terms of the scope of this, and I'm sort of answering to Chair Hansen's issues before I start the introduction. This is not going to be on sustainability's plate for years. This is an economic development initiative at this point. This is an initiative to build an institution of higher learning and research. It is a research park that will be focused on global sustainability, but it will take us years of planning before this really hits our local county's sustainability aspect. So we would love to be to have the insight from them and the advice from our sustainability team, but at the end of the day, I do not think this lives in their purview for years. So again, thank you very much for the opportunity today to present this. I want to thank Representative Lujan for being a part of this for years at this point, and for persisting in bringing this to Santa Fe County to be the lead organization to help get this off the ground. Since then, under advisement from some of management and of trying to keep our capacity constraints at bay, I've sought out a key partner that would be a partner both in the operations of this, but also now, more importantly, at this stage in the planning of this. And so that partner is the University of New Mexico, the Anderson School. Professor Rob Del Campo is one of the leaders over there that works with community engagement and has taken on this project and other initiatives in the Santa Fe market as a champion for UNM. And so UNM and Anderson School and Professor Del Campo have offered graciously to partner with Santa Fe County and to take for us to put together a scope of work, a set of deliverables, a timeline, and to lead the facilitation of this for the next year for this junior money that came to us, but that can be applied across a number of organizations. As a government agency and a part of the state of New Mexico, this is a relatively easy procurement solution. They're willing to work with us and all of us here at the commission to understand what the scope of work should be, whether we want to change titles, whether we want certain foci of this, and how much they can do with this money and what our expectations are with this. So back to the origination of this. This came out of a listening session at Los Alamos National Laboratories at the Feynman Center, their tech transfer division, where they were asking what a local long-term economic development initiative could be that was aligned to our thoughts and our ethos here in Santa Fe and our needs. And so they gave demonstrations and updates on what their other 8 labs that Battelle operates and what their communities wanted. And so Seattle said that they wanted $5 million worth of STEM education, and they received $10 million grant from Battelle and from Pacific Northwest National Laboratories. In the case of the Oak Ridge National Laboratories, that community said their community would not build them a tech transfer facility, so they asked, would Battelle and the management of Oak Ridge build them a tech transfer facility? They liked the idea, and they said, let's build 2. So, but they said to us in Santa Fe, we don't want to tell you what you want. We would like to hear from you what you think is the right alignment of your ethos and what you need for your community. At the time, they invited Santa Fe County, the county manager at the time, and they invited the city of Santa Fe, the mayor at the time. They invited all the jurisdictions and the tribes in the area at the time. And sadly, at the end of this presentation, when they said, well, what do you all think? There were very few communities in the room. County was not there, the city was not there. I think Los Alamos was the only jurisdiction. I was representing Tesuque Pueblo at the time, working on economic development issues for them. And the conversation came to what is the right thing. And rather than having silence at the end of it, we continued a conversation about ways to bring together lab research and leverage it into our local ideas of what we should be focused on for economic development. That's where the global sustainability focus came to. This is not an exclusive thing for the labs or for Los Alamos or the DOE. This is a comprehensive, all-inclusive research park towards global sustainability that will include the labs, will include our universities and higher education facilities. It will include our local economic development organizations, and it will include other organizations that are outside of our region that we can attract here to participate in this in a way that we otherwise do not have access to. This is not competitive. This is collaborative at its heart. This is complementary to UNM and to the things that we already do at the community college and at the incubator and at other institutions that we have here. But it takes it to another level, and it provides a center and a glue for all of these organizations and the professionals that work in them to work together in this. The money that has been put aside for this is $100,000 of seed money to just start the feasibility planning. It is money that can be leveraged with UNM, with their willingness to include this in their spring semester capstone class for strategic management in the MBA program. Our goal should be to ask for a set of deliverables that proves the feasibility, who the right partners are, what a timeline, what a scale, scope, budget, and all of the details of whether this is feasible and good for our community and what we can handle and when we can handle it. I have, at this point, I've spoken to the UNM's Anderson School. I have a letter of support from the Santa Fe Community College. New Mexico Tech has said that they're interested in this. So we have 3 major universities or higher ed institutions that are interested in participating in this. Government jurisdictions, Santa Fe County, we would hope to be the lead in this, but also to participate with the city of Santa Fe, Los Alamos County, and we have a letter of support from the state of New Mexico's Economic Development Department. In the economic development organizations, I've spoken to the RDC and they are supportive. We have a letter of support from the Santa Fe Business Incubator, Los Alamos County Commerce and Development, CDC,
That's enough.
LACDC has shown an interest in this as well. I've spoken to folks at Los Alamos, I've spoken to folks at Sandia, and years ago to the folks at Battelle, where this originated from. This initial funding allows us to organize these partners in a working group and in a steering committee that will prove out whether Santa Fe is up to the task to be a home of sustainability planning on a global scale. I'll pass it on to Representative Lujan to say a few comments in however long she wants to, and I'm happy to answer lots of questions about this, I'm sure.
Appreciate that. And thank you for allowing me to come to speak with you all today. We all know each other pretty intimately, I think. As you mentioned, Commissioner Hansen, we've been working with a vision of what resiliency means, what climate change is, and how it's affecting all of us. And I have to say, Commissioner Bustamante, one of your keynote speeches that you gave influenced me beyond when you talked about grid planning and microgrid planning and the like and everything that encompassed that. And Commissioner, you're our water scientist. You've influenced me in policies that I look at and the resiliency that we need to have right now. But we're at a crossroads right now, and I don't want to get on a big soapbox, but and also, Commissioner, we've been working on a lot of things that influence what's sustainable. I know your purview on all this. We're in a place right now. We've never had a commission like this in Santa Fe ever before, and this is an opportunity to do something big, and it's our responsibility to do that. And that's why I took the reins of this seat, primarily for environmental justice and policy issues. We're in a race right now to get to the goals we need with the ETA that we have through the state and the goals we have nationally to net zero, and finding that sustainability lies with all of us. And it has to start with our local governments and move on up. Commissioner Hansen, you've identified some things, regarding what the federal government does and everything, but there are gaps. And if we're not all on board, then we're not going to be able to leverage the type of funding that we have right now, that we see the billions and billions of dollars through the Inflation Reduction Act. It's for us to look and work locally through our government dollars, and it's a way for us to work into the states, into the federal, and into the global economy, because that's what's going on here with this type of money that's been given to us and the opportunity that it creates for economic development. We've never seen anything like this since the time of industrialization. We had to readjust and reform how we looked at the economies and the technologies that we had. We are in that place right now. So if we're not all on full force and ready to come forward with our solution-based approaches, then we are doing a disservice to our public. That's personal. That's the way I see my role as a legislator. And it's been asked of me what we're doing. So this is a forethought. This is something that I have been talking with Justin and many others. I've been to many summits. I've been to, and they're all focused around economic development. And that's what this does. This gives a hold to our county, Santa Fe County, to be and hold the leadership in partnership with the state and with the federal governments. And also our city governments as well. We'll get into that. That's a different conversation. I look to the county right now for leadership and being able to bring these projects forward, because as a sitting legislator, I don't get to get all the projects and all the policies I need done, but there are other venues and there are other ways that we can get these things done. And that's why I rely on my partnership with you all. And your focus on your finances and having everything in place has been demonstrated across our state as the leadership in our state. The vision that we have here, the type of backgrounds that we have and we all share here, put us in that place, in that position as well. I can't tell you what a lot of this is, but we are on a state level looking at what we can do and implement and create an economic development plan for the state. That is something I've been engaged in. Not a lot of our states are doing that right now. I think New York is leading, and we're looking at a model that they have brought forward. So that was a good question that Commissioner Hansen brought forward to me. He's like, what are you doing on the state level? Well, we're having discussions. We're looking to put proposals together. We've had our summits. We're really engaged because we're not going to have this opportunity for long. We're not going to be able to meet the goals that we have and win this race, because it's a winnable race. But if we're not all engaged on all levels of government, we're not going to meet their goals. And that's just I've been saying this since I was a kid and coming in front of people since I was a kid and pleading and asking for help and coming forward with solutions. But we've never been given this type of money from the federal government to really use our resources and be wise about them. If we are to implement something like this with $100,000, it is operational budget to do what Commissioner Green has said, and you will be partnering with UNM. That's strategy. That's building and developing the economic drivers and solution-based opportunities of what our state needs. Our state is an energy state. We have to get focused, and I'm here to just support this in that level.
I appreciate that. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I just have a question because as Commissioner Green and all of you know, I like this idea kind of in general. I mean, I think it addresses a really important issue. I also know that maybe the county doesn't have a whole lot of staff time and resources to devote to this. Is this something that could be, if we accepted the $100,000, could we basically give it to the Anderson School of Management, say, figure it out? I don't know that Santa Fe County needs to be the leader. Maybe we facilitate the beginning of the discussion, but I don't see us ending up being the leader. And so, yeah, so go ahead.
Yeah, to answer that, if I may. So yes, that is absolutely, we should have a seat at the table, and we should be helping create the first steps of the scope of work that Anderson would do. But if this money went to UNM inherently from the beginning, this project may end up in Albuquerque, right?
Yeah.
So if we, right. So, right. So by having the beginnings of this start with us, we have the opportunity to lay the groundwork for the steering committee and to make sure that UNM is this partner because we brought them in willingly. So yes, they can do 90% of the work. I think we should have some oversight on that. So I don't think it's 100% that they do it, but I would like that in part of their accountability that they would give at least quarterly, but maybe even monthly reports, just like we get from all of our divisions and departments in our packets every month, but they could give quarterly live updates about the status and the progress of this funding.
I have a question on that.
Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you. So, first of all, I've kind of assumed that you would remain involved in this. Like, I can't.
So you could be involved with it too, but okay, that's if you.
But but the general point was the question is sort of hard to frame appropriately in terms of staff involvement compared to leadership involvement. Clearly, maybe you need a little of both, but it's. I'm trying to think from a practical point of view not how it would start working, but I suspect it just starts with you and whoever else. All of us are going to want to get involved, right? Everybody is interested, but there has to be also some consistency, right? Mm-hmm. Which is good that you're in the early part of potential terms because otherwise staff provides consistency. Would the feasibility planning include the kind of planning for this federal money, roles and responsibilities, everything you would logically imagine? Because I'm trying to think also of evaluation by comparison, right? We often do that, and I'm not sure. Like the Santa Fe Institute, it's kind of really cool, but it's like its own bubble. It doesn't have any impact on it. On the other hand, I fully see that one of the foundational principles of climate change, of adaptation, is business as usual doesn't work. Correct. And that's almost impossible to get out of. It's very, very difficult for all kinds of reasons. The entire structure, it's also why we're so vulnerable. The entire structure is built on what the current climate is. Right. And so you have to. So if that's the intent, there is in fact a value to this sort of thing to be able to, if it's to deal with the specific changes that might be foundational to being able to make sustainable economic changes. You know, it's one of the things that gives me heartburn about just, oh, first we're going to do, I don't remember what the first one was. The second one was hydrogen. That's, you know, it sort of makes me, it makes me feel like I'm taking crazy pills. So this would be a non-crazy pill approach, which to me is actually, if there's real participation from other groups, and assuming the government doesn't first close down and then go, you know, then implode, that you know, this could be a good thing. But there are other practical questions, you know, like the buildings and the location and the involvement, you know.
So to answer that, like I have, as an architect and a planner, I can make a lot of assumptions. I've written business plans and I've written a scope of what I think this is, but I'm not here to dictate this. I'm here to bring the players together with this planning money to see what the right size is. Test my assumptions, right? Science sort of based thing, but also open it up to get this input to say, UNM wants to do this, New Mexico Tech wants to do this, New Mexico State wants to do this, MIT called and they want to be participating as well, or University of California and so on. That's the academic partners, community college and so on. They all have a place to roll. So part of that's the role. Part of that is then figuring out the buildings. Yes, that is a scope, scale, budget. What do you need for this facility? I envision it as a research park. I do not actually think it is a laboratory, right? I don't think people are going to be testing things. I think they're more of the think tank of how to bring science that is proven in a lab, pair it with finance people who can figure out how to finance this and implement it, public policy people that will write laws and ways for communities to implement it.
So I want to like allow Commissioner Bustamante, do you have comments?
Yeah, I have a follow-up question too. So go ahead and then.
Go ahead and follow up because I might not stop.
Okay.
Well, I'm not gonna.
Because one of the things that offers a little bit of heartburn is committing to something that actually has black boxes. And one of them is the governance of this. So while anything like this that I've ever been involved in needs to have a kernel of initial leadership. That's what, and you know, and you keep saying that's what we're talking about, but then it has to become independent, like a regional water authority from the big, you know, from the beginning to be self-sustaining, as opposed to be, you know, I don't see any value in.
This is not our project in the long term. This is our leadership to get the feasibility and the players to the table to say, this is a university program, this is a lab DOE program, this is an NIH, this is a National Science Foundation, whoever these key partners are, this is that first year of feasibility to find out who are the willing and the people who fit their roles.
Because for the county to have, like, you have a 5-member or 7-member governing board, and one of those positions to be a county position, like a commission, it doesn't matter who to me, that's for you to figure out. That's one thing, but to have it be a county department. So that was what I was looking to clarify. Does that make sense?
So one of the things I have to say, I would like you to get rid of the word DOE.
It's fine.
You know, like that does not belong.
So if you see the letter from UNM,
they dropped it themselves.
Yes.
Because it's the wrong word.
So just as a formal thing, the grant has it in the title. So we have to sort of at least explore it for a little while. If it's not feasible, that's part of the feasibility study.
If I may.
Yeah, the money to get rid of the name.
I would say, but I don't think we necessarily want to get rid of DOE altogether, but that has been a big, major part of the heartache. We know what the Department of Energy is about. We know what they do. Sandia has done great work with the Innovation Center at SFCC. In the interest of going back on the history of what Battelle did, since 1994, it is not their philanthropic thing to come and say, let us know what it is you want for your community. They are required by law to put in a bid for for Department of Energy Management. And that happened because of the good work of, frankly, Concerned Citizens for Nuclear Safety. While Women United back in the 1900s did some explicit work in saying, if you're going to exist someplace, you're going to do both economic development and environmental management around those areas. Right. We kind of had some hiccups in the last management of it prior to Triad, in that they let go of a lot of their economic development ventures. But at the last time we had this conversation at the dais, I mentioned that there were initiatives that had been underway very similar to this with regard to the eco-industrial park that Beverly Ramsey was envisioning with Nambe Pueblo. This aligns very closely to that. The problems that I've had with this structure is it's got big gaps and holes. And as I mentioned to you, the way it's being stood up, apparently, like it looks like, but I'm loving that you've integrated now NIH and NSF in the conversation. When we have this, it looks like that empty building Celebrations. And I had a guy who said, look, I don't buy green bananas. Celebrations was the big success at Buttiger's. It's a big old empty thing. No, but they're doing movies now. So we can figure out what to do with our innovation part later. But this is brilliant conceptually. I have to commend the leadership that have brought this to the room. The problems I have, I don't like things that say how it yet operates local. It's like, no, early on when these things were being considered since 1994, and 95, 96, and then all the way to 2000, when I decided to jump the University of California boat to explicitly work on projects like this. This is why environmental epidemiology from a how does environment work with community health became such a passion. And I would expect to participate with this long after any term I would have with the county commission. This matters not just to a global environment, but to a local environment, because I am not interested in something that has global impact, yet uses up the water and the resources where we are and just brought a bunch of people in because we need it to grow. That's the mentality of a cancer cell. We're not doing that. We're doing something that says, and that's why the tribes were initially part of that conversation, and why at that time physicist who has since passed away was able to say, look, if this is going to matter globally, it has to happen locally. And if I may invite the opportunities that we have with UNM, like my heart beats fast with regard to this. And it's like egos and logos at the door, bring it in. How do you make something work that has an impact? We are a precious location with difficult environmental challenges that have this. Look at it from an aerial view. I invite, and I used to do this with my students. Look at northern New Mexico from Google Earth, and you see dry barren and these little cracks of green where life actually has been resilient. That's what our planet looks like right now. And there are big challenges. To say DOE is unilaterally, NREL has 5 campuses. That's energy. That's all it is. But if we're really serious about doing something that involves other people, like other concepts, and I say sustainability, skip it. Like, why do we keep saying sustainability? DOE and sustainability, it's the only entity that's been able to blow the planet up multiple times over, and they're working on it right now. That is not the mission right up the hill. Like, that is, sorry, with all due respect, that is not,
here's their budget.
That is not about sustainability. That's about if the war started, this is how we would take things out real fast. Stop.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
But so my point is, let me please get to my point.
Yes, get your point, and then let
me get to my point, because it matters. And I'm going to say I've been working this since 1994. So I apologize for any long-windedness. I promise not to repeat myself. And if I do, then please cut me off. But the importance of this is grand. UNM has Project ECHO is something that is now international. It is international healthcare. When we talk about what Anderson does, if we're really going to be collaborative, the other parts that I've had problem with is it apparently like stepped right over our academic partners. We have little peanut academic institutions in northern New Mexico that should be opportunities, not MIT, but I'm sorry, I get offended every time. It's like, I've seen President Martinez out at Luna Community College, who's now the president there, and you have too.
You're going in, if I may, I'm sorry to interrupt, but that is my vision for New Mexico. I was just in San Miguel, did a flyover this weekend over our burn scars and everything. and talking about the curriculum that's being developed there. I just had my mug here from Northern New Mexico College because, and let's talk about San Juan College as well. Those are my focuses. We have the and when I say sustainability, it's for New Mexico to start. And these are and why it's so important to get into UNM and to start there is because they're the incubator, if you will, for all of this to start this curriculum and development of the economic incubator, if you will, so that we get to these places. Because if we do not, then the entities of DOE and the like are and they already are taking over. Oil and gas are already taking over these small colleges and preparing and training and changing the vision of our workforce.
So what is UNM's financial commitment?
Well, that's something I want to work on and further the discussion, but they have already given their letter of support.
It's not the letter of support. I've sat in an academic.
You want to see numbers.
Well, what I appreciate is also being from an academic institution and someone sees me as the big dog in the room, and then someone has $100,000, and absolutely, we'll put that together. In fact, I'll write a multi-page letter of support. I want $100 because I got projects on the ground.
And I want to tell you, we need the local control.
So it doesn't mean that they're giving.
Right, and if I may, so in the interest, what we had working at the time that Lannel was working on this, and again, DOE is not the one to carry this, there has to have something much bigger, is we had thought leaders from all over the planet in northern New Mexico. And I shared that with Commissioner Green yesterday, of how do we, if this is real and just question and answer, then how do we get global thought leaders working on local bases, right? If there's anything, we had Vandana Shiva, when we talk about policy and food, and we're talking about internationally renowned people who say, these are the things that work and these are the things that don't. And to really have that local impact on a global scale, that takes a different dynamic than what was put here as what really is like, I can't even call it foundational.
No.
This was not a this was like a what?
This is a little seed, and I'm sorry to interrupt again because I do have to get going, and you brought up Project Echo at UNM. They're already involved in this because I gave them a project to work on sustainability and environmental resiliency. And so they've already been working on that. So
they have an amount of money that they're working.
We gave them $4 million from the state budget. That's why I'm saying the intricacies and the webbing of all of these, the idea of this little seed is huge. And I have been putting those seeds and putting the funding, not myself, but the state, through the state, to make sure that we are going to come to a place where we are paying attention to, Commissioner Bustamante, you have my heart in this, it's local. And that's why I think it's fundamental to have the county and the local government start with the leadership here. You have my complete and total dedication to this. As you're hearing me speak, I am webbing this out and putting all these things together. Does it stay at UNM? We don't know. We need the work to be done. But nobody, even in the state, as big of a state as we are in energy, we have not put together what we're going to do with all economic project or balance sheet, if you will.
So how can this money be used? So can we be the pass-through? Can we accept this money and then send it to UNM and say, okay, here's our parameters? But to me, this scoping sheet needs to be rewritten.
I agree.
And
if it goes to them the way it's written, it's a problem. I can't support it.
So this has to be rewritten. I'm asking management, can this money be a pass-through? Can we, because I
wouldn't make it an entire pass-through.
No, but
the county has,
we have to have some oversight.
That's the oversight you need to have and why it's so important for us to have.
But
I want to throw in one more conceptual thing. One interesting thought is that Mexico is more of a microcosm of sustainability actions and economic considerations in response to climate change that are applicable worldwide than New York City,
that's right,
Los Angeles, almost any place else, both in terms of the types of climate change impacts, its rural nature, its poor nature, blah, blah, blah.
And we don't have a plan.
So that what would, and we don't have a plan.
And we don't have a plan.
And so what would, be most beneficial, what would be beneficial considerations globally will be potentially beneficial considerations locally.
We are the first use case.
I'm gonna step out, if I may, because I need to say this for the record. What became really apparent after many years of doing this work, and why a physicist from Maryland came and did this and led it in northern New Mexico, and that's again Cherokee Beverly Ramsey, was because, and frankly, she pointed back and said, I'm working with Nambe Pueblo because the indigenous ways of doing things, and I say this is not about going high tech and building all over the place. This is about, and things like 14th century law of the Indies, getting into indigenous ways of saying we don't build where food can be grown, et cetera, high tech and low tech. That was the vision. Low tech means sustainability. So I have to say that for the record. I do not want that to, because we need high tech. It's like, no, really? That's what we've done to blow things up over and over.
And that's why we're in the mess we're in.
Right.
The short answer to your question is that there aren't a whole lot of restrictions on how the it is $100,000 for the Department of Energy Collaboration Center in Santa Fe County. So I think that gives us flexibility. It's not necessary that the money would have to flow through us, but if it does flow through us, then it gives us flexibility to determine how that would be.
I think that is really important. I request that the name be changed, because I think it is inappropriate. And I don't know how you do that and still allocate us the money, but
I think the name change, I mean, the allocation is mentioned as you asked for it, and I'll have this entered into the record. The bill was $100,000 for the Department of Energy Collaboration Center in Santa Fe County. That's just simple. You can change that however you want, because that's just the allocation of it to go towards that intent. And if the name of it changes, then it changes. And if you ask for another allocation, then and change it, then we have it in the current form. Yes.
The entertainer who used to be
Okay,
Vice President.
so-
I just don't see the name.
I have one other question.
Okay, well,
Or recommendation.
A blockage.
Okay.
It's an addressable issue.
I think it's an addressable issue, but somebody who has worked most of their life with DOE, I
With
have
or against?
both. Mostly against.
Not for, that's all. Right.
Not for, but I think that, and I think the scoping sheet needs to be rewritten.
Okay.
If I may, and if I have to offer one with regard to that matter, and I gave this to the commissioner yesterday, and this was part of the work that came from Ben Lujan Sr., Representative Lujan. The thing that the scoping sheet, it's like, we say we're going to do this, and it's this magical thing out there. It's like saying we're going to sell a whole bunch of stuff at celebrations at Buttiger's. This that Ben Lujan wrote has specific things that we're going to address because climate, because food, because of these disparities. This, like, give me something to work towards, because
I agree.
Right now this just says we're going to put up walls, and it's like to collaborate, and it's like then we didn't sell anything. And I gave this example to the commissioner that talks about, like right now we're third in hunger in the nation. Like, if this is really the case, and we need like real specific things here. And if we're talking about sustainability, it's not just about energy. So we've got real local problems. This isn't built on data. And I want to see the data. And yes, we can all now agree because we believe and we have faith in climate change. But the reality of it is, give us the data and put it in here that says because of these issues. That way we can actually get a leg up with any naysayer out there, because
it's a great comment.
That's a great comment.
So what I want to do is, I don't think we need to make a concrete decision on this. I think we can.
But there's
roll
sure a
it.
trend here.
We can roll it over, not denying it.
Get some new language and get another opportunity.
I agree. If I can help with any of that language, I'm happy to do that.
We can rename it.
Okay.
Bring it back on the 5th day of these meetings.
Right. So Commissioner, I would like to kind of move on, because otherwise we'll never ever get past anything.
Again, I appreciate the time.
And also,
Thank you.
really, thank you, Representative Lujan. We are always happy to have you.
I'm
at
grateful
our
for your
table.
leadership, sincerely.
And,
Yeah, and I'll be in touch with you, because there are some things that are going on in the state that I don't even feel like you've been notified of in this regard.
that you all, I don't think that our leadership has, or those seeking to move in this direction have even.
Are we taking a break?
I can still hear. I just was gonna get a little bit of coffee. I'll be right back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you sincerely.
If I may, as a sort of added revision to this, UNM would like to start the conversation, so we have the opportunity to start the conversation with them to both refine this, get their insight about how they would move forward with this, and so we could go with much more confidence when we do
I would
listen to
love
this.
for you to please ask that if it's really collaborative, that it's not just UNM, that there are thought leaders at Luna, like President Martinez, who's worked environmental stuff for decades, that we actually get the thought leaders from the other institutions. I don't know who's left at Northern, but we had good scientists, like people who've done really good science, and that matters. So yes, UNM's the big dog. You know, working with the big dog's always sexy, but if we're gonna make a big difference, we need to work with the thought leaders in the neighborhood. And there are people at even Santa Fe Community College. And those Highlands who knew.
Highlands and
I totally agree that that local level of granularity needs to be there, but this is about the planning money. It's not necessarily about the.
Not including them in the planning is
wrong.
Problematic, and that is
Right, so I wanna,
Let's move on.
yeah, I wanna move on because I feel like we have a lot to do, and Manager Schaefer has suggested that possibly we put aside, because Commissioner Bustamante asked, the 15th of
Yes.
I'm on an airplane all day.
oh,
I'm here.
13th?
I don't know about,
Well, somebody has access to all our calendars, right? They could start looking for.
Wednesday,
Yeah, but
one of the
it doesn't
Tuesdays
work for him.
available. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed.
so Monday is, the 13th is also a possibility, but, okay, I don't know about others.
We'll continue to look. but
We'll
we do
continue
want
to look.
get
Okay,
something
let's
scheduled.
go to, I think that this is a good transition to go to the development of resiliency hubs, because I feel like it kind of talks about the same issue that we've just been talking about with Jacqueline. So if you would like to present that, Manager Schaefer.
I would be happy to. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. And, you know, as it rolls forward, this may well become part of the emergency management strategic plan, but it warrants special emphasis now as we plan for the predictable challenges associated with, you know, climate change and potential natural disasters. And the idea is to identify locations and resources and programming that would support, you know, citizens in the event of a, again, natural disaster, or even, you know, something that maybe doesn't reach that scale in terms of sustained heat wave. And so that might be an example that, you know, proves the need for this. But as we think about, you know, what we might need in the event that we had a prolonged you know, heat wave like we had last summer, one that was longer or even hotter, you know, what would a resiliency hub look like? And that could be a place where seniors, many of whom in northern New Mexico don't have air conditioning, could go to get respite from the heat. It could also be a place where food could be distributed to individuals who may be without. And so that's the idea behind this, is to identify where those strategic locations may be. Ideally, I think we would be looking at centers that already exist. They could be community centers, they could be senior centers, places that we already have that the community is used to going to and used to utilizing, but that could be, you know, again, potentially specially outfitted or augmented in ways that could make them suitable for those uses. So I'd be happy to stand for any questions, but we would view this as something that we think is of immediate importance, so that we are planning for those anticipated impacts of both, climate change as well as natural disasters.
Yeah, so I agree with that because it's a large topic at NACO all across the country of resiliency planning and how can we be ready because we know it's not going to change, or it is going to change, but it might get worse. And Commissioner Hughes.
Okay, and then Commissioner Hamilton, raise your hand at the same time I did. I'll be quick.
The other side of you, I did too.
Okay, I have to stand up to see you. I'll be quick. No, I think it's a great idea. I just wanted to say that the 2 town halls I hosted about fire were well attended, almost as well attended as when we transport nuclear waste, which was of course the biggest town hall. But I think there's real concern in the community, and I think it's legitimate concern. We've never, the fire in Hawaii, I think freaked people out because who thought there'd be a wildfire in Hawaii? And we know there can be wildfires here, mostly in the forest, but there's not saying a brush fire couldn't take out one of our communities.
That's totally possible.
And you're right, a lot of people don't have air conditioning, and so the middle of the day can be pretty hot during the summer.
And the older you get,
the harder it is.
The harder it is? The harder.
The harder it is to do that. The one thing I would add, and I assume this is in the planning, is that the resiliency centers be made completely self-sufficient. So there's like solar panels and batteries so that if the P&M power goes out, we can still air condition a space for people to live.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Yes, we are looking at, that would be part of I made the same joke last week. So
I didn't hear that.
Batteries that cause fires.
Oh, okay.
But no, you're absolutely right, Commissioner. As part of it being a resiliency hub is it has to be able to withstand those sorts of interruptions in electricity, what have you. So absolutely.
Okay, Commissioner Bustamante.
You already went?
She pointed to you, so I'm going there.
If I may. Sorry, I thought I had a minute.
Oh, sorry.
I'll go a few really quickly.
Well, I would like to offer that we combine this with the one that I proposed for the increased educator on emergency preparedness, that this be a place where people go to get information, that when they see things at the community center, so this would be aligned with that, but this is the front-facing location for emergency preparedness. So if you look at the one that I have, increase and educate on emergency preparedness, that this hub, these resiliency hubs, be a location for people to get information on what do you really need to get in your to-go thing, or maybe we would advertise, you can pick up, I want to say defibrillator, but people are going to need to go to
But no,
along
along the lines of Ready, Set, Go.
Along the lines of Ready, Set, Go, of all the information for preparedness, and that this is a front-facing entity, so that even when something happens, people know both that they go there, but in preparation, they're getting information from location as well as support, training, etc. Thank you.
And I did see that, and that is part of the reason why I
So
did
if
want to
I-
go through
We probably don't need to. If
the
this is-
manager's off list because I felt like there was things that
Overload.
Thank you.
If I may too. Oh,
It's fine. It doesn't matter.
to an earlier point of Commissioner Bustamante's, one of the things that is, instead of being the technological solution of solar panels and batteries, which are all well and good, we should also be designing our centers to be passively cooled and passively heated so that we're using, right. I mean, so using the skills and the knowledge base that we've done over the centuries to figure out how New Mexico operates so that we're not fighting that, right? So a whole big glass front that is solar gain. Now, of course, we're going to try to use the facilities that we have, but then always make sure that in the future that we're designing with those insights in hand.
Actually, that's a great point. It wasn't what I was going to say, but it's a great point, and it's consistent with Commissioner Bustamante's point about sometimes adaptation has to be low tech as well as high tech, because in the worst kinds of disasters, the first thing you lose is high tech. Cell phone towers, pumps for water pumps, all kinds of things. So it's really critical. I just think this is one of the biggest bugaboos in the whole climate change adaptation is it's so easy to plan and it's virtually impossible to implement anything. You look around nationally, it's like we can have all kinds of plans and project lists, but to actually set priorities and put something on the ground, and this actually does that, and it does it consistent. And you mentioned, you know, it's being done in the context of or the awareness of the emergency management planning and all that. And I just think it's really important to take something like this, because now, like, no matter what else happens, we have something that's an actual service and adaptation to keep people alive while the emergencies happen. And so it's just so important. Kind of like putting your money where your mouth is.
Well, it sounds
I
like
love your thought.
it sounds like we're all in support of this. as an
Super
immediate action.
Brilliant thinking.
So then we can move on to whatever's left on the county manager.
Thank you. And I'm going to go then to data analytics and program performance evaluation. Again, this was one of our recommendations for an immediate strategy. It would be to have a countywide program that would enable us to help support departments throughout the county in terms of planning to both capture data, analyze that data, but also do program performance evaluation so that we get as good of information as we can relative to the actual impact of the programs that we're underwriting. And so you may recall an example that was given during the Strategic Planning Summit related to our Connect program and evaluating whether or not it is in fact actually making positive impacts relative to the social determinants of health. In other words, we have data relative to clients served, what have you, but now looking how effective is that program and actually moving the needle in those areas. So again, we'd recommend that as an immediate strategy, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Hamilton.
Very, very small question. So which department would this be in? Would it be retained in the manager's office?
So thank you, Vice Chair and Commissioner Hamilton. I think our working assumption is that it would be in the manager's office. It fits well, I think, with work that we're undertaking, through Cindy and her team, and it really helps support the strategic planning as well as continuous improvement. And so that is our working assumption as to where it would likely be located.
Well, that makes sense to me. I mean, I generally support this, and it's not contingent on the answer to that question. Because that, I mean, as things get planned in good faith, that, you have to be free to make changes, but that makes sense to me. And this clearly does make sense for all the same reasons, having the 21st or 22nd century.
We're on the data one.
Support those.
We went back to data,
So
we finished the other one. Went to data.
the implementation of the ERP.
No, this data analytics.
We went back to this.
We haven't.
We never did it before.
We did the ERP. We didn't do data.
I took them in the order that I thought was most important, so they didn't
Oh,
match the way they were listed on the list.
Okay.
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm fully in support of this because data is information and information is key. As a little bit of guidance, I hope that we, again, go to the best practices of other communities that have tried and failed, tried and succeeded, worked with the data that we have, learn, give us some guidance before we jump into a singular consultant that could that might miss the target, as it may be. So I all for this, but I hope it's an informed and that we take a little bit of time to figure out a timeline and a set of milestones and goals in a year 1, a year 2, a year 3, and who the right consultant as it may be, and staffing, how it should be organized goes forward. I'm sure you're going to do that, but I thought I'd just say that.
Our goal is always to make original mistakes.
I'm always last.
Okay, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, no, I like.
Sorry. What?
What happened when the chair walked back in the room?
Did you have your hand up before me?
That's okay.
I have no idea.
Go ahead. I did, but go ahead.
Well, mine will be quick as usual. No, I like this idea. As you know, every time we talk about our social programs, I want to know, what's the data? Are they effective? Are we doing the best practices? And I think this will get at that. And my only caveat, you've heard me say this before, is that if your data is bad, then you're not going to make the right decisions. And so really looking at our data and making sure we trust it as well. When HUD came up with its plans to end homelessness, it used bad data, and so we got bad outcomes.
I appreciate that. I'm glad that you did go first, because that's something that I've thought about since you enlightened us to that when you shared that information. And the thing that I want to bring up, and not in the interest of bringing up the whole issue, but last week when we heard about the data that we were about to get presented during our commission meeting, there was no data. It was all about, we heard a whole lot of this, we heard a whole lot of that. There was really no data in that report. So I'm hoping that what this does for us is that it really brings the concept of data to the forefront, that we really are getting data and not just someone's interpretation of the data, that we all have the opportunity to evaluate data, whether it's qualitative and quantitative, and make those determinations. So a data analytics system, having both quantitative and qualitative, because that is one of those areas. And in Commissioner Hughes's enlightenment, like really, you can factor in a lot of good quantitative data, but without qualitative assessments, and when we get to issues of social and behavioral indicators of health, there are a lot. You can definitely go straight to numbers and get a whole lot, but without qualitative evaluation of circumstance in many cases, and the opportunity to, for lack of a better word, ruminate on what those conceptually are, bad decisions can get made. So I'm grateful that this is even on the table, because it became really apparent later on. It was like, they started the whole thing with 2 slides about how important data was, and then told them what they thought, what people thought, and that's okay. But really, was it really based on what kind of data? Give me some evaluation. So thank you.
I think those are all important points, but I just want to say 2 quick things. First of all, you never get data on anything you don't measure. So obviously, implicit in this is that we think about what you need, and that's one of the places where expertise, your thought, the interpretation start, the thinking starts. And I forgot the second one, so I couldn't.
That was pretty powerful.
Okay, so measurement is right.
Don't get data on anything you don't measure. That's
okay. So I think we're all in agreement on this.
Yes.
So
is that more than 20 minutes?
Yeah. Okay. So
I'm making up time in the air.
Yeah. I'm making up time also. So let's go on to the last manager's item, which is the CMO request for direction on what to do with La Bajada Ranch.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner. This is really just again, it's all in the guise of allocating resources. And so what we're asking for the board is, is this an immediate priority? Is it, a midterm priority that we would be targeting in fiscal year 26 or 27, or is it a long-term priority? And so it really is just that request for direction as to where does this rank relative to these competing strategies. I think most are fairly familiar with the history of La Bajada, Ranch. I won't go through that. Suffice it to say, other than it's an asset that the county has owned since approximately 2009, there have been a variety of planning efforts over the years and different analyses and business assessments that have been done. And so again, really the request for the board is, is this something that you want us to allocate resources for immediately, or is it something that you want us to focus on in future fiscal years? That's really the question for staff. It's not a small lift, because there is a lot, I think, of things that we would have to dust off in terms of community planning efforts. Also, all of the commissioners who sit on the board now are new to this. It's been a minute, I think, since there's been active community engagement. So you're going to want to probably do that as well. And from a development perspective, again, this isn't our strong suit because we're not developers, and so to allocate those resources again, it just would be a not insignificant investment to move that forward. So I'll stand for any questions, but it really is just a request for prioritization.
So I just want to give a little history also, like over the years since Commissioner Hamilton and I have been on, there have been things that have come up, but in general, the consensus from the community has been leave it alone. I mean, there has never been the community saying, oh, they've never wanted housing there, and there's no water. They've, at least in my time on the commission, I have heard that. And, so it is a piece of agricultural land that we have tried to do different things on. And I will let, of course, Commissioner Bustamante speak to this because it's her district. But we have been using, at the moment, it's protected and it's saved. And that is how it is sat for the last number of years. And from what I've heard from the community in La Cienega and La Cienega, is that that's what they want.
They want, what's what they want?
They don't want any nothing, they don't
want it just for us to hold on to it and do nothing.
Well, I mean, I haven't heard.
If I may.
Yes, but Commissioner Bustamante has a much closer relationship to the community than
closer and frankly long is because at the time the county had development review boards, I was on the LCDRC, and there were over 600 homes proposed for that location. It was I don't think it's inappropriate to point out that it was considered by at least investigative reporters as a faux pas on behalf of the county
to buy
it, of course. But it did put, because it was, and it has been stated publicly, putting water resources in jeopardy, but only at the so many acre feet per year. And it was like, sorry, but they were going to draw down the water, and they were acknowledging the impact on what it was going to do. And so I personally don't agree that it was a major faux pas on the part of the county. I did sit on the evaluation board. I don't remember what it was called, but there was a committee because it needed to be an asset to the county. And frankly, not drawing down the water from other places in the county is still an asset to the county. In the order of 7 million, I'm not sure. And that is, I would say, one of those intrinsic values that frankly the monetary doesn't, and frankly it could have that kind of impact. So never mind on the question of that. The point is, this is something that I would consider to be a mid-year, not mid-year, I'm sorry, a midpoint. I'm going to change it from to address it then, but to an asset at midpoint, because there are efforts currently, but to do something with a land that is proximate to it, right immediately to the west, that is privately owned, that is absolutely an amazing, pristine location. But there's private ownership. The housing development that was proposed for that as well is gone. It is the convergence. It's the confluence of the Acequia de la Cienega, the Arroyo Hondo, and the Santa Fe River. There are efforts, as Commissioner Hanson mentioned earlier, to protect the Caja. And when we look at things that really define sustainable, I would say sustainability at large, sustainable agriculture at large, the water didn't travel with it. I do have a question about what the status is of the current lease on that particular site. I will say that the gentleman who has
lease
that
on which site? Our La Bajada site?
No, the one next to it.
No, there was a
lease that is about to expire with Alamo Creek LLC, I believe. principal, of which I understand to be Frank Mancuso.
Yes.
I,
Okay, that's familiar.
He is
I
current
forgot.
with the lease obligations. I don't believe that the anticipated uses came to fruition during the lease, but it is about to expire, and I haven't heard a strong expression of interest to continue.
No worries. The value of that and knowing what he and his aspirations are very much aligned with the previous conversation on, what does it really mean to develop a location and be in line with the agroecological systems that are there. And he had aspirations of working with the local farmer. There are other aspects. In my time at the community college, worked with Santa Fe County, so it's listed in here. But in the interest of everything that's being planned proximate to that site, I don't think it's a high priority on, we really need to figure out tomorrow what we've got to do. I think it's doing really its best job in assuring that it isn't high development that's drinking up a ton of water. And that matters, because good studies have been done to show that the development that had been proposed would. That being said, the strongest recommendation that I have would be to move that to a midpoint in the planning process for something that we would expend. But I leave questions, concerns, comments to anyone you want.
Chair?
Yes.
No, I mean, I just wanted to agree with everything that's been said. I think that it wasn't a faux pas on the county because it preserved land and prevented, degradation of that groundwater system. But I don't think there's any emergency. I think if the press calls, we say we're preserving the land for future use when something comes up. I would have to say that the idea of putting a winery out there seemed like the stupidest idea in the world, because there's plenty of wineries. I mean, maybe a vegetable farm if we decide we want to do agriculture, or maybe it's just a nature preserve. I don't know, whatever. But I'd say put it off for at least 2 years.
Yes.
Thank you. So I agree the priorities are in those outer years, but I do not want to miss the opportunity to have it as a tool of the comprehensive planning for the CAHA and this other private development that's out there. That if this private development has some land that is more culturally or environmentally sensitive, that there might be an opportunity to trade land, right? And to say, let's move the development away from those culturally sensitive or environmentally sensitive. So my first priority of this would be to get all of us and the community up to date as to where things are, what the leases are, what the uses are, give the newer folks on the commission some update about where things are. That could be within the next 6 months or so. Then move to a more medium term of understanding how it fits into, and that could be part of that first part, how it fits into this other private development, how it fits into the CAHA preservation. And then from there, we can start to see whether we need to start making some motions on things that happen in the first, year to 2 to 3, or whether it starts to be a planning exercise in 4, 5, and 8. But not to put it so far out to say that it's not. We need to be updated. We need to bring the community back in. We need to understand who these other partners are, and then we can make some better judgment about it.
I think the community is aware.
Good where it is, right?
Good where it is.
Well, but there are other things moving, right? And they may not know about it, right?
Yeah.
And so, right, so,
Well,
or they may, but.
I have been out to this other piece of land that also is a culturally rich piece of land. And there is
privately owned?
It is privately owned, but they're trying to negotiate with BLM for them to buy it. But, there's like a number of conversations. There's a piece that should be preserved. It's historic. It has cultural resources. It's incredibly, incredibly beautiful. And it is kind of the tip of the Caja Rio plateau as you move forward. But I agree with Commissioner Bustamante on what she said, that the moment the community is good exactly where it is, and is not really, I have not heard any interest in movement or change or anything like that.
And just for clarity, this is not something, is there internal pressure? Either, is there a big financial pressure of the county keeping this up that would drive us to, like, the motivation? I mean,
Madam Chair,
it was years ago.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Yeah.
No, it's the upkeep is negligible.
Right.
I mean, we make sure the fences are in place. We look for signs of trespass. You know, at this point, you know, the building that exists will likely have to be, you know, raised because the decision is the house was made years ago not to invest in ongoing maintenance. So no, it really is just to make sure that we're in alignment with the board because it is an asset that exists, and there was, you know, efforts, you know, made over the years to analyze various issues. So again, it was my effort to just make sure that we're allocating our resources where you want us to allocate them. There's nothing more than that.
Cool. Because then I can't help but think that by putting it off till something midterm has the benefit of thinking about whether it could play a natural role in terms of a sustainability plan.
And if I may, Madam Chair, and not in the interest, but if someone wants to hear, because I'm going to say, as dumb as the wine business incubator sounds, to give a history on that and why I would be
We
very,
can do that later.
I'm going to say I'm offering to give anyone at some time some insight as to why that is something that I would still very much support, given the history of grapes in that area, et cetera. And I'm very much interested in having that.
It's a dumb idea.
It has to do with our GDP in the state, our history. We were reached out to, but I can give that information at another time if someone's
Yeah, I'll
interested.
get together with you.
Yeah, it was very much, if I'm going to just share one little thing, because it's cool. Sorry, you heard about it yesterday. Bigger than me, which is starting to get to be like a big deal. Like this thing is this big. It's a trunk of an old grapevine from the late 1700s, early 1800s. And they grew, it was part of
that big.
Well, and the big issue was the Catholic Church was all about wine, but they wouldn't allow the wine to be used if it was grown locally, but the monks had their wine. And it is part of history. It is this gigantic trunk of a grapevine that I don't
I
think
want to see that.
it's unbelievable. And it's that kind of thing that is part of a national conversation that I'm willing to share because we literally were approached by a group called VESTA, the Viticulture and Enology Research Group out of NSF, to create wine training, and NMSU sent them to us in northern New Mexico.
That's cool.
For the reasons that we had been one of the longest, the first state, and we weren't a state to grow grapes. So, and a story, but it's a beautiful thing. And I don't even drink wine.
Okay, so I think that we all agree that, I mean, I would like allow the lease to be expired and that we just keep this piece of land as protected open space or, you know, and Commissioner Bustamante can give us all tours.
Okay.
All right.
Would you like to take a short break or are we good to keep moving?
So we got 1
minutes.
How many?
Look at your water bottle.
All right.
I'm going to the back then.
Lunch for Peter.
For you.
Okay, so quickly,
Gosh, I can only go. Excuse me.
Let it keep on.
we won't talk.
You can talk.
I just won't breathe.
You won't.
Include
it.
I must have left my water bottle in the car.
I have one.
There's nothing in here but two uncooked eggs. And that's how long those have been. Yes, and I responded and we're you know. And we did, which I thought might have been, so that's good.
We knew that was, yeah, so to speak. We overused that. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. But I think for Amber's,
It's right, exactly.
It's what we gather, right?
What they're doing is they're saying the term long term, but they're not doing any of it today.
Okay.
And then that will help us to the strategic plan. And then the action will be work.
That's for the deal. Oh, it's what she.
And
So I'm just trying to gather that.
definitely. And the soapy shit is an unknown. Sure. We filled out.
I'm gonna mute this for you guys.
And so.
Yes.
Yeah, I did.
Who used, who
My mom says not to use that term.
transported him with her hogwash clause?
He's back talking to Ambra. Want me to go?
Yeah.
Yeah, go around.
Operated, you operated.
Yeah, but that notion of giving it everything you've got. And it's like, and it hurts. If you want to do it, you do it.
Okay, so where do you want to go? Do you want to go to,
Let's go to yours.
okay, we'll go to mine and Commissioner Bustamante. Because both of us are interested in having a arts council and a 1% for the arts program.
1% of what?
Capital project. For the arts. It's like what every other county, the state does, everybody does throughout New Mexico. And we are one of the few, there might be other counties that don't do it, but Bernalillo County does it. And there, I have to say, it is so impressive to go into their county building and see art from local artists throughout the state in their building. I was never so impressed. They redid their entire building. They supported local artists. They invested in economic development. And both Commissioner Bustamante and I have been at NACO meetings where some of the most amazing initiatives have started from an arts council.
If I could, the way we understood it at the staff level is that there'd be two components to this. One would be, 1% for arts and, county, buildings, but also projects. So for example, it may not just be a physical, building. You could have art in the roundabouts that are being constructed as part of the Northeast Southeast connector. And that the art council could play a role in, selecting that art. And then the second part of it could be the art council could play the role in addition as an advisory council to the board relative to policy initiatives that the board may want to pursue relative to the arts and creative industries generally. So again, I think the way staff understood it is that there would be two components relative to the arts council.
And in that interest, thank you. I completely concur. When we were at NACO, and it was really the South by Southwest developers who bought and sold me. And they stood up and they said, South by Southwest was just a concert on a popular street. We had people come into Austin and it was fine. Everybody knew Austin music. I said, but when the county invested, what is the name of their county? Travis. When Travis County became a partner, it blew it through the roof. And what it brings to the overall state's GDP, for just music to Texas, like when Texas has it's a huge state, has its own economic base. I'm not saying that, we're going to have, I'm not saying that if it's a concert or whatever, but that the arts alone are such, and here we are, Santa Fe, New Mexico, that the O'Keeffe's and Cathers and, writers, painters, etc. And we're not doing something commensurate to that. It's like we've got a real opportunity here and what it really meant as an investment to Travis County. So I turned into we need the art zombie. Besides the gentleman who I think just can't let go of the fact there's someone who emails me pretty much every week on what are you doing about the Arts Commission. It was serendipitous to then, because he had approached, and he came from someone else and really wanted to see what could happen because he was working with a lot of artists all the way along. And I mentioned this in a commission meeting, the Madrid Edgewood Trail of Artists. And he said, we want to have our own District 3 if you think. And it's like, this is countywide. This is, they're all over the place. Like, this is art. So it was new, right? Someone's coming to us. But then serendipitously to go to Travis County, to be at NACO and to hear what kind of impact this had on their gross domestic, that was amazing. And that is who we are. Like,
can you give a perspective on 1% of what that is in terms of absolute magnitude and relative to other investments and what it takes from potentially, or how it multiplies itself, how it's leveraged to help recover, anything?
So already, any money we get from the state has a 1% component with it. That we put art, sometimes we put a photograph, that already exists. So any state money already has that component. What it would mean is any of our capital projects, when we would have built Catherine, if we would have had a 1% for the arts, and then we would have been able to put art in that building, which it desperately need. 64, how many millions did we spend on that? 8 million? I think it was 8 million.
I can do that percent. That's not what exactly what I'm asking.
So will that?
If we do $50 million worth of capital projects, just as a round number, it's not that number, but it's something around there. It's $500,000, right? So that's hard.
No, it's not the math that I'm asking for.
Okay.
I'm actually good at the numbers.
So what are you asking for?
What I'm asking for is how that compares to what it's taking from that, their support, whether that ends up paying for itself, the fiscal impact of taking 1% from projects. That's what I'm asking.
So what happens?
Not impact, the fiscal implications.
So what happens in the fiscal implications is that we invest in artists in our community who are economic drivers of Santa Fe. And so that in and of itself is a economic driver that we are not taking advantage of to help artists. As Tammy Feeblecorn, counselor from Albuquerque, said to me, she said the most important thing that we have done is we have invested in young artists to build their career, and then therefore they continue to invest in the community and build more sustainable resources. I see Leandro has his hand up. Go ahead,
I
Leandro.
wasn't actually asking that. I know all those answers.
So maybe Leandro.
Staff for actual data, like we all want data, but when we report something, it's like, I'm not asking for the data because I'm against it. I want the information.
Okay.
So Madam Chair, I'll just mention that we had a similar program in Taos. Taos County didn't have it per se. So the biggest, I guess, role of the council was accepting donations. But a lot of times, even if we were purchasing something, procuring a piece of art, a lot of times we were just raw materials and the artists set their way that. So we got amazing pieces of art and dollars worth of donated art as well. The council then started drumming up more and more support for free art. So a lot of, in house, we didn't have the money to invest, but we had a lot of art displays that were able to be put in different areas around the county. That's another component I would like to bring out there. You may only purchase one or two pieces before the donations come flooding in. And then you actually have to manage those donations. What is it you want to accept and what is it you may not want to accept? Sometimes the art, 6 figures worth of art, it does cost $50,000 to install. So you might get a free piece of art that does still cost a significant amount to put in wherever you're going to put it. The biggest purchase we made in the house was actually a piece out of the convention center, an artist that did a Ponyo 3 large triptych. The large, and $5,000 for that. We used that to start our business, a co-op type business. Before you knew it, there was other folks coming out of the convention center, working with him, making money. They were becoming part of the society with their own revenue. And so just a few side components, I didn't anticipate the value of it myself, I'll admit. As county manager, I thought it was more of a pain. But then we did start to see some of the benefits throughout the community and the people that would come to the complex just to see the donated art.
So I get what you're asking. You're asking like, okay, that 1%, what could it do for some other project? Or what
it's not a direct trade-off, but in an indirect way that starts to answer the question of how it grows, how it becomes somewhat self-sustaining, and what impact, what demands it puts back on the county. You know, it's a great, it's a great idea, right? But we're also going to go through some incredibly difficult times, and that's in the way I'm asking the question, just so that we're making informed decisions, right? We asked the same question about the sustainability stuff. You know, that's really motivational, and I think this is a great idea. But like, we're going to have all sorts of stresses, economic stresses in the next few years. And I just want to know how it feeds itself, how it feeds back into the community to support local people. Because if we're putting out money that then makes local artists more self-sustaining and that, that's a good thing to know. You know, that's a valuable thing.
So from my experience sitting on the NACO Arts and Culture Committee, there are a lot of resources available to us, especially through NACO, to develop the council, develop the program. There are tons of resources. Jay Dick, who is Americans for the Arts, has worked with us. We have DCA, the Secretary Garcia, Secretary Griego y Garcia, who her department has an art department who could also help us set up it's not like we're inventing the wheel. We don't have to invent the wheel. The wheel is already created. What we have to do is set up the council. And I don't know who had their hand up first, Hughes or Green.
I'll go first because I like it when Hughes agrees with what I said.
I
went up first. So let's see what happens. If it doesn't happen, then I know I will. Very in support of this. I grew up in a household with my mother was an artist, and I grew up, my first home in Santa Fe was next door to Federico Vigil, who graciously has an amazing mural on the wall under us or behind us on the dais. Right. So that brings me to the second aspect of
But
this.
that's what art's about.
That's right. But there is a risk in this. There is a risk in this. And so part of this is preparing the groundwork for figuring out how these recommendations are made. And then also recognizing that there will be a time when either us or a future commission will make a decision on a piece of art that will offend. And these things will have to be dealt with in a manner that doesn't, oh, you've committed to buying this thing, or you painted this on a wall, I find this offensive, and so on, and how to deal with that. And just like over at, DCA dealt with this over with the mural over at the bottom, what to do when something gets past its life expectancy. So it's a complex issue, all for it. 1% is a nice token amount to get the ball started, but we need to then think about all those things. Do you agree? No, just kidding.
I don't disagree with anything you said, so I guess I agree. But I was going to make a more concrete suggestion, I guess, which was just that I think we definitely should set up the commission. I think I agree with Commissioner Hamilton that there may be times when the budget should go up or down. So maybe we start out at 1%, but every year, obviously every year the commission looks at a budget and we say, well, if we're going to budget $200,000 for the arts, maybe that's good for the first couple of years. And then we say, oh, that wasn't quite enough. Or we say, maybe we'll get to a point where we're not spending that much money and we want to do 0.5% that year. So I would just say we should go ahead and set this up, but I don't feel like we should lock in stone the 1% number because
I think that's a fair idea. But I think once you set up something like that,
In general, most places it's 1.5.
Well, we might end up there at 1.5.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
Commissioner Bustamante.
For the state of New Mexico, and when we talk about 1% and what it really means to support the arts in Santa Fe County, in the state, $2.6 billion of our GDP. That matters. And when we look at Santa Fe compared to even Albuquerque, and when we think of the population in Albuquerque, so if you were to look at it, per 100,000 people, we have 7,000 plus people in Bernalillo who are arts related businesses. We have 3,100 people in Santa Fe. So when we look at the size of Bernalillo County as compared to Santa Fe, when we look at in other words, if we were just to basically extrapolate what $2.6 billion means, and it's actually 2.67 billion. And this report is from 2020, right? So this is out of that particular year. We have the lion's share of artists, and I would actually offer, I'd say Taos probably has a whole boatload too. We know they do, hello. But Santa Fe, here we are, the arts capital of probably the world. And then that sounds a little hyperbolic, but there are people who say, oh, Santa Fe, and
yeah, of course.
So part of it is, why aren't we doing this? Because we can already ride on coattails that exist off of people who've been artists for decades and centuries, frankly, at this point. Or we put an investment to make sure that we remain, when I think of that GDP, and if, you were mentioning, I was hoping you were going to throw the number at me about being quick with math, I would go, okay, 2.67 billion, 1% to encourage, and we already know that a portion of that, a percentage, is straight out of this community. What does it take to substantiate that and continue to grow that? And I say that as a dad who was had a dad who was an electrician and an artist. It's like, what does it mean to be able to make the living off of it and not have to, you know?
And it's one of the great things that has happened with Meow Wolf is, you know, Meow Wolf has been a real generator for artists and a lot of people who learned their skills at Warehouse 21. And so there are art organizations that we can partner with. And one of the main components of the DOT transportation plan is that every roundabout should have a vertical feature and have an art piece or a vertical feature in it. And we already have that in the community college district and a few roundabouts, but to actually get real art in some of the roundabouts, have some art outside our new county building on that area next to where the greens are. I mean, and we have somebody working at the county at the moment who has resources and knowledge and understanding about the 1% for the arts program, which we can.
That new guy.
He works in public works. Robert.
Cool.
Lantern. Yeah. So
I can totally support the art in every roundabout as long as you guarantee that at least 5% of it is obnoxious. That's not the word I was going to use.
I think it should be,
Expensive.
I think it
But at
should be
least
made
5% of it is
sturdy enough that you can't drive an SUV over it.
The statue of David is offensive.
Who would be? Well, to some it is, but I want
I
to
think
be more
we're gonna
offensive than that.
let's stay on topic. Okay.
On top,
So-
excuse me, who would be on the Arts Council? What's the structure of the Arts
I
Council?
think that has to be an evaluation plan.
I mean-
Some recommendations brought forth to us with recommendations about youth and multicultural and multimedia and, you know, whether.
Is it a committee of the counties?
It would become,
think
it would
so.
be a committee of the county.
Like our planning commission or the,
No, not a
or the water
planning.
policy advisory board or where we appoint.
Well, that's what
people.
I'm asking.
We would, it'd be one that we would appoint people to. There would be applications, people would apply.
So it'd be
But-
run through the county and there'd be a county staffer or something, yeah, okay.
Like this guy, Robert.
Sure.
Huh?
Well, and it's
Yeah.
important to do it soon because you're only one more year now.
Right, I'd like to just have it started.
Yeah,
Okay, so do we have a yes on that?
yeah.
It sounds like we have a yes, okay, and we can start that immediately. After 6 years and 7 years of requesting this.
Well, I think we know what the difference is now.
Yeah. So next we will go to, okay, we were on item 2, item 3. Commissioner Bustamante and I just did one, but we could do another one of hers, countywide customer service initiative.
But she should pick which one is most important.
Oh, well,
I
yeah.
think customer service is critical. I
Okay,
think the way we interface with the community, and it was my very first meeting in Cerritos when people showed up and said, well, we want to know what the county wants, because we understand the county doesn't want, and da-da-da. And when I say it that way right now in this context, it doesn't really have the gravity it had to me in that moment, given that this was what their decision was about a building that we were about to evacuate and that was no longer going to have any use. When I really, and I just beg for some consideration, but part of me feels like it's absurd to ask it that way. One thing that has become apparent, and I think, and I've heard it at various junctures, and I hope that I don't ever change my rhetoric to start to adopt a rhetoric of, well, let's see what the county wants and the community can understand what the county wants. There is an element where, it doesn't sound so naive here, but the county exists on behalf of the community it serves. I feel like that sounds like I'm coming out of some textbook to tell people how to respond to community. And I really haven't seen or experienced, no, I'm lying. I have absolutely seen and experienced that very much so in many areas. And it's the little areas that aren't so little. For example, to hear that someone out of a specific department would say, yes, you can apply for it, but don't even bother. Like to actually tell someone, we're not here on your behalf. That's why we are here. We are here to serve those people who give a portion of their paycheck for us to exist. And to hear someone saying, well, we want to know what the county's going to do. It's like, this is about to be evacuated by the county. What do you want to do? What is your interest? Because this thing sits flap in the middle of your village. What do you want to see here? Because the county has said, we don't need it anymore. And there were no plans from anyone in the county at that point saying, this is what we're going to do. Like, we need this for that reason. Like, in the interest, again, of community service, that this building would be needed for community service. So we don't go there. What we do is we start with these are the reasons why we can't. And we start from there. We do all too often and relatively recently and from all the way up. No disrespect, but the answer to me had been, if we demonstrate that from the managerial level, it'll get into the houses. And I'm like, actually, we all need to just put, and if I say, well, these are the reasons we can't, then I better be able to follow up with, these are the things we could do, or if you did it this way, we might, but not the don't even bothers. That has been such a problem. And I get that when I got brought into the commission, we were coming off of a COVID scenario where some people weren't in their offices. So I get that this was influenced greatly with regard to a lot of vacancies in offices, but we still have a little bit of the answers. No, we can't, or that would be an issue with this. And it's like, so then how do we make it work for people who live here? And when I say who live here, like, I'm not going to go with that's not the point. The point are those people who we serve in this county should know that we are here on their behalf. It is not okay for someone to say, yeah, and when I got in a conversation with a person at this particular office, next thing I knew, my request took 6 months and everybody's came out faster. It's like, that really happened? And I get that that's a story I was told by a community member. And I get that it's difficult to be front facing to community that is already anxious to come to the community, to the county, to ask for a permit, or I realize this might not be able to be done, and people come with that anxiety. So then they start shouting at us right away. I get all that, but we are here on behalf of this community, period. And that is the conversation we need to be welcoming, not pushed around, not already defensive, which is human nature. But frankly, how do we start to change our way? And I say that in having been at Los Alamos, and everybody stopped to ask me where they needed to, is there any way I can help? And I'm like, I've already got somebody helping me, thanks anyway. But we're not, here it's like, oh my gosh, here comes someone, turn away. It's hard work to be front facing to community. We've got to do better. We've got to do the hard work. And that's my point.
Okay. I will go to Commissioner Green.
So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward. I think this is part of our continuous improvement. So this is part of that initiative that we're working on already, and a major metric of that. It is part of our constituent outreach, right? So it's not only improvement of our existing systems and trying to get a permit and feeling frustrated and so on, but it is also then going out there and trying to find out, being proactive and soliciting this information on the front end so that we can come into a conversation informed, as opposed to showing up and saying, oh, we'll find out later. So so I like that, anyway, I'm for it. But,
Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, just a comment and then a question for Greg. So my comment is, I think this is very good, and I know most of us are old enough to remember when you called customer service on the telephone, it was terrible. And then we started getting these little recordings at the beginning that said your call may be monitored for quality assurance, and people got a lot cooler. And so I think there are, I don't know how we, do that for in-person stuff, but there are techniques we can borrow from industry on how to make sure we're hiring people who will be polite and
there's
stuff
also a
like
lot
that. And but my question for Greg is, how does this fit into your plans already for improving the staffing and county and all that? Because I think this is very much an internal project.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. It's an existing strategy. Some of the work is already ongoing and we fully support it from the mayor. So, parts of it, include learning from others. We'll be meeting, later this week with the Deputy County Manager from Los Alamos County to learn how they approach their customer service initiative. And they will also be reaching out to other, county governments. So again, we can learn from their experience. We are providing leadership training as well as customer service training, 2 different cohorts, throughout the county. We started with Public Works and are now working through with growth management. It does involve, I believe, sitting in our customer experiences and soliciting that feedback. So the long story short is we can completely agree. So again, it's an existing strategy and we think it's one that already has been receiving and merits continued immediate attention.
So yeah, so we should,
So, but
good, so we should go ahead, yeah.
I mean, we are already doing this and we have done numerous things to help that, but how are we testing to see that we're actually getting results? Like how are we gonna find like that person B when constituent A comes in and then the county commissioner gets a phone call saying, oh, a county employee B was rude to me. How do we,
What's the QAQC measure?
yeah.
What's the measure?
So I work in my industry with basically a hospitality software platform called Ovation. I don't think that that's necessarily the platform for us, but it might be. But it is a software platform that every time there's a phone call, right? Or every time you go online and you fill out this thing, it says, how did we do, right? And so there are things that you do at restaurants, there's things that you do in all these things. It says, please stick around and answer a few questions, or would you be willing to answer a survey in that? So there's a level of, you definitely want it to be automated. You don't want to have somebody have to get on the phone and make a phone call, but every once in a while you can have those QA.
Well, so I see that we have that on a number of our liaison and probably throughout the county manager's office, it says, how can I help at the bottom of every email. Don't you see that when you get your mail from?
Yeah, but that's
consistent with that idea. And so that was a initial effort at, that's what I'm looking for. It was a test case as to whether that's the right method, but I don't disagree. And that's part of the data analytics as well, is to set up those systems so that we're continuously requesting it. It's automated. We are tracking it. And then it gets, filtered in the whole way through the process in terms of performance evaluations, what have you. So again, we're all in agreement. And, this is a strategy, yes, but it's a work plan that we are continuing to build out.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll go on to number 4, which is Commissioner Hamilton.
I just want to be able to.
Was there an actual number 4?
No, she means District 4.
Yeah, she's district.
So,
Which one do you want to do first?
well, we might as well we can do them in order on the brain developments. But first of all, this is something that is consistent with overarching intentions that we have for adaptation, for, both directly for climate change and also with specific respect to water. It's just something that after doing more and more research on it and having our sustainability group focus on doing a demonstration project and I became very enthusiastic about for a couple of reasons, because it hits two things that are really critically important in terms of keeping water accessible to county water accessible to people in the county, which is not something that's going to be an easy thing to do. And frankly, it also becomes something that you can use as an incentive for development that's needed. You can get that directly serves to conserve water and to mitigate some very important negative impacts of development. So it just seems like, I hate the expression of win-win-win, but it's an important strategy to pursue within our larger intentions. And then Commissioner Hughes pointed out that it's consistent and probably could be combined with one of his, which I will let Commissioner Hughes speak to, which I have no problem with. But, I didn't want to present it, though, like something I thought was trivial. I think it's an important strategy. I think it's something that, like, our sustainability group was already thinking about, but it is one of those things that I think is worth thinking about with a little more emphasis and from a process point of view of the way we think about managing development, integrating some new thinking about what things can be. We thought about TDRs, right? Like, we're not going to develop, if you think about going to develop on average everywhere. So you take, and that's a baseline, and you take development, you don't do it here, but you do it here, and now you double that density for the same square, that kind of thing. That's great. But that's assuming that there's a fixed ability, to support a certain amount of resource, and we're just moving that capacity around, which isn't always the way things happen, right? So, this is something that is a specific application of mitigation strategies toward development. So there you go.
So the first time I worked on a rain garden was in 2012 with the city of Santa Fe when we did this at the Parks and Open Space. And so what I'm wondering is what you're suggesting, because I think, do you suggest this needs to be part of the SLDC? And
I think it should be integrated quantitatively and qualitatively.
Right, like, so a developer comes along and they have, they need to put a pond, but right next to the pond to be, before it goes into the pond or it becomes the pond, or, I don't know.
I don't happen to, so there are applications, specifics where, like, drainage ponds are the wrong thing to do. They don't achieve what you want to do. And in an arid climate, if those are flood control. And the concept generically is good. Oh, you catch the runoff, and so now everything, like sediments and pollutants and whatnot, settle out. But there's an awful lot of, all of a sudden, all of us love data, right? It's like
Not
that.
quite all of a sudden.
Well, maybe not for some of us, but I'm just being a little snarky for emphasis. That those things are not necessarily appropriate. Like, we have drainage ponds for flood control in all the developments that ultimately fed into the 2017 flood in La Cienega, right? Because
and maybe if we had rain gardens along the way, it would have slowed down the water.
Yeah, and infiltrated it. And that it's, nothing's a panacea. This needs to be integrated with other things. Like really, in 2017, I suggested that, what we needed to do, not just to repair the flood damage, but to fix it. And all you need to do is a project to look at what the flow lines were that contributed to that flood and redirect some of the water. But you can't just be taking the Corps of Engineers has worked on that. You get water off, you manage floods by getting water off quickly to someplace you can control it. And that's also a failed, in many circumstances, a failed policy. We don't want to send water quickly down a drainage. That sends it someplace else and it evaporates in arid. We want to keep water on our land. And infiltration is one of the few ways to do it. And there are all kinds of secondary benefits to it.
Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I think this is a great idea because it dovetails right into one of mine, which was to review the SLDC for sustainability. And I was thinking of two things, water and energy. But in terms of water, I think we do have an opportunity to look at that. You may remember that the home builders were asking us a couple of years ago to redo the water section to make more sense, because right now it's very prescriptive. You have to build a cistern at a certain level of roof area, and they were saying, but there's so many more creative ways we could minimize water use and keep it on the land.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's part of it, is to really, so I think this is a great idea. And I think, we should look at that in conjunction when we get to mine.
Madam Chair, and I would go with a win-win-win, because the one that I had is completely aligns with that.
Which one?
With the evaluate water conservation, reclamation, and monitoring for appropriate oversight.
Oh, yeah.
It builds it all. These to me are all three the same conversation. And when we have people, so I'll go to our big issue is the when you make sure that somebody compliance, like making sure. But if somebody is actually as their well monitored, and I'm going to District 3 thinking about that area, but it'll go everywhere. And you start to see that if they've implemented this and you see the water use being managed, and they have a beautiful green place, but their water use has gone down. That's kind of part of this. So I think to make that all measurable is a very huge opportunity. So I'm liking win-win-win, and then win again.
Go ahead, Commissioner Green.
So for the win-win-win. So I think agree. I think the rain gardens are an aspect of this, right? And so it's the reclamation, it's reducing water use, it's recharging the aquifer, it's creating a lush micro wetland and so on. And it goes wrapping into a bigger look, which I think is Commissioner Hughes's initiative to look and Commissioner Bustamante's initiative to look at this comprehensive water use. And it's not just cisterns and it's not just ponds, but it is also rain gardens, and it's also harvesting, and it's also all of these, and how it can then be incorporated into
beam me up.
Yeah, and how it can be incorporated into our lunch and our Star Trek. Sorry, that took me away somewhere. So, but how it can be, that's right. So how it can be incorporated into the SLDC and incentivized in the multiple ways, right? So you use the word incentive. I think that's an important part of this. Like if somebody incorporates into this, what are they getting in return for this? If somebody's harvesting the water on their project, do they get something for this? And so these are the tools that, again, go back to us, that when we make a land use decision, we say that water use, harvesting, and so on becomes one of those things that says this is an important factor for Santa Fe County, and we can add or subtract based on how somebody proposes to use water in their development.
So I agree, and I have absolutely no objections to integrating these three things together. I want to point out how that I put this in specifically as an example of a little bit of thinking on something. Water harvesting is a generic term, but there are applications of rain gardens. And, you know, it's like, oh yeah, we're going to put in a nice little rain garden. Think about the demonstration project that was done at the fairgrounds. 100% of the water that came off those buildings are retained on site. It was not just so it's one of those things where you can retain all of your water. If it can be done there, it can be done every place. It can be retrofitted to almost every, not that that's practical. The point is, from a technical feasibility point of view, you can retain all of the water that comes off a very high density, you know, suburban, since we're the county development area. It makes it a very feasible, specific kind of incentive for higher density development. And that's why there are some potential win-wins. This would direct some of the thinking to more generic language about we have to conserve water. Like, we've been conserving water for a long time. And this is something that can be a specific, that's practical, it's not very expensive, that can be integrated into the SLDC and hopefully actually be like a stepping stone thinking wise for other things that could be added to it. So, I don't mean it to be too limiting.
What I hear is that, and I think this applies in other areas, is that we need a more creative approach to the SLDC.
We need a fairly specific approach.
Or for water as one of example of this.
Yeah, we need specific and we need creative. Because at the moment, the SLDC is very specific and limiting.
But limiting?
And, I feel like there are issues that come up that, like, we're not allowed to touch because that's the way it is. And at the same time, there are issues like this, which is a rain garden, that is more nuanced in the fact that it is providing water on site. It takes a little bit more creativity to create. It's not like you just slap a pond and put a liner in it and you're done. You've got to find the right location where the runoff is going to be, and you have to set that aside. And
you make the right location.
Right.
I mean, but rain gardens can be cheaper to install than cisterns, even for private individuals.
Absolutely.
And the idea of providing incentives for developers, there is an immediate benefit to the people who do it, because their soils are better, their water is better, but you end up also recharging the aquifers, who now are incentivizing developers and individual people to do things we want to do anyway.
Yeah, which is a little more creative.
I'll give you an amazing example.
And the city has, under Melissa McDonald and under other people in the park, they have built a rain garden out of Constellation. They've built a rain garden at out West Alameda. They were some of the early ones that were inspired to get the next part done. And so these were done early on. They were done in probably 2012 and 2014 by the Parks and Open Space at the county, at the city, when I was served on that board. So I'm completely in support of doing rain gardens because I see their benefit and of what they've done. So I think in general, we're all in agreement that this is a good idea. So we can move on unless
specifically we're all in agreement.
So if I may be more comprehensive, that I think that this is a great idea. And I think harvesting, and then gray water, a comprehensive water use incentive and planning scope rewrite because water is so important to us, to the SLDC. So it includes rain gardens for sure, because they're beautiful and they serve a purpose, but there's gray water systems and there's water harvesting for irrigation off your rooftop. And just to say, give everybody the option of all and create associated incentives.
Okay, then next we're going to go on to Commissioner Hughes. Your choice on.
Well, since we're already talking about it, let's do the updating the SLDC, one of mine.
For affordable housing.
For affordable housing, although the affordable housing part may be already underway.
It is.
It is, so we don't probably need to talk about that because it's already coming to us in a couple of ways even this year. So I think in terms of looking at the SLDC for sustainability, we just talked a lot about water. I think we should also include energy because the two things I was thinking of, we're eventually going to not be using natural gas to heat our homes or heat our water or cook. And why do we permit developers to install new gas lines into new developments? I mean, to do, heat pumps powered by electricity are probably the most efficient, and also they can be powered by renewable energy. And also, I think other locations have done this. Why we should probably not allow new gas stations in the county. Gas stations, people have been emailing us like crazy about the dangers of lithium-ion batteries. But if you look at that compared to the danger of a gas station, a gas station is more than 10 times as likely to catch on fire. Gas stations don't sometimes release toxic chemicals. They always release toxic chemicals,
That's a good point.
both into the groundwater and to the air when you're gassing up your car. So I don't know. I think, and I'm not saying we have to adopt what we're going to do right now, but I think if we were to look at the SLDC, specifically for sustainability, particularly with energy and water conservation. And I wanted to bring this one up first anyway, because I think it's the one that's the most work for us as commissioners to really think through with staff and a lot of expertise, how do you write rain gardens into the SLDC so that they happen but aren't confusing to developers? The same with every other aspect of it. It takes a bit of thought.
I could, Madam Chair and Commissioners, and I think this relates to Cindy's macro level point, is there's a lot that has been identified as potential SLDC, and would, to your point, Commissioner Hughes, I think it's a matter of prioritizing what those areas, are from the board's perspective, whether you want to help identify those priorities by doing some stakeholder outreach, what have you. But each of these things, again, as you go through the list relative to the SLDC, it's not a small lift. And so we're on the topic of prioritization, and that's, I think, all we would suggest is that, we approach it with that mindset of what is most important to us. And we can focus our resources there.
So I think that what I'm hearing here is that water and the water section of the SLDC is important and something that Commissioner Hughes and I have brought up before when we wanted to talk about the HERS and the rating and water harvesting and water conservation, and the rain gardens fit right in with that. They're all part of that. What I'm wondering, is there such a thing as a point system at the SLDC when a developer comes in and wants to get a permit? Is there some kind of, maybe I'm thinking of an incentive, like if you do, so these things that, you don't put in a gas, I mean, I like that, but you don't put it in a gas line, but you put in a rain garden, you put in some other things. Do you get some kind of incentive, like
density bonus, or just like we have these other things. I don't think
like
there is
some
that,
kind of reward systems. I mean, I think maybe that's what might
What
be.
incentives are.
Yeah, with reward, and how.
You could approach it, Madam Chair, in a couple of different ways. So you could have an incentive system. You could also have a performance-based system that's not prescriptive. So in other words, and I think that's what's been adopted with the energy codes, right? Is that you need to meet this level. How you do that, we don't really care. but this is the standard against which you're going to be judged. And so you could, again, write it that way as well, which is, here's what you have to achieve relative to water, I don't want to use a word that gets me tripped up, but water capture, right, is that, this is the standard you have to meet, whether that's a combination of cisterns, rain gardens, or something else, then it's another layer of analysis. So I think
put it
you
in the
can do it
arroyo.
a couple of different ways in terms of, incentivizing folks, to come up with plans that are creative and that make sense, but they're not prescriptive, they're performance-based. This is what you need to achieve.
One thing to point out in that regard is that the county's participation is that right now, the county would provide theoretically, expertise on how you calculate or where you get information to do rain gardens. And rain gardens aren't just you let the rain fall and capture it. It is supposed to be harvesting water off rooftops and stuff. I happen to think it's a much wiser thing to do right now than cisterns. And so I think establishing incentives accordingly to try to incentivize where we would prefer people to go. And you have to basically capture 90 to 100% of water from an average 100-year rainstorm or whatever. I mean, there's some thought left to how you structure these, but it's well within the expertise of our sustainability department to do that.
Commissioner Green.
So to sort of not necessarily preclude all this other conversation about this, but to not limit us by our capacity limits at growth management and this revision, there are a lot of things here that are priorities of updating the SLDC. And so this is there almost needs to be a session of, here are the 15 areas that we have of this is affordable housing. How do we make it faster, easier, cheaper, whatever those things to make affordable housing happen? Okay, water. That's not even sustainability. That's just one aspect of sustainability. So, okay, water. Okay, here are the 5 different ways that we can do that. How can we incorporate which comes first? Energy use. Oh, gas lines, that's one of these things. Oh, solar. Okay, passive heating. 15 different ways that we can solve this thing. We need to, and this was something that the city did not do for a long time, but the city has now doubled and tripled down on it, that they are literally hiring people into this.
Into what?
Into rewriting their code. Into all these different things, affordable housing, energy use, water use, land use, you name it. We need to do the same.
And we did that with affordable housing. We did hire someone.
That's right. Right. But we did it at a planning upper level. Now we need to do it at the nuts and bolts level of the SLDC. And that is almost an internal thing. This is, you can go bring in best practices and ideas from outside of the organization, but it is how you bring it into the nuts and bolts of the SLDC that we say, there's 1, 2, 3 people that become these people that are going to have a timeline of rewrites for these sections and are going to have these every 6 months. We're going to have these updates brought to us for us to debate and then do this. And in 2 to 3 years, here we are. We've rewritten the SLDC comprehensively, not from top to bottom. You don't throw it out, but you say, these are the updates and our priorities.
I have 2 minds. I just want to throw this out on the table. I agree. There have been with the concepts about rewriting the SLDC. I'm not sure I want to support the idea that we need to do a complete rewrite of the SLDC.
No, for sure not. For sure not. No. You have a good bones, not the best, but good bones to start from. And when you throw those things out, you end up with unintended consequences of another. You want to perfect what you have as opposed to start from scratch.
Yeah, and I didn't think you were saying start from scratch, but even to say, okay, we want to completely rewrite the water section, because then it's like there's so much you have to consider. It becomes a 3-year thing, 5-year thing. to be honest, I also see a bottom up, like picking at it a piece at a time. It wouldn't hurt anybody to think about, we can integrate the idea of water harvesting and rain gardens because we know it mitigates flooding, because it would allow us to incentivize development, more dense development in a very specific way. And it would still take thought to think about what the incentives are for individuals and what other programs we can tie into. And it's kind of like we were able to revise the driveway thing, Commissioner Hanson, we were getting, because
the driveway
variances constantly,
too
and
narrow.
it was very specific, right, and it was a specific thing, and we could fix that piece of it, and so
we did,
but there are many other pieces we haven't fixed. So I think we need to think about both ways. We have to fix things as we go along and thinking comprehensively. And I guarantee if somebody were to take my rain garden idea and start putting it in and come and say, but the wording should be a little broader, include this and this, wonderful. But a top-down fix as opposed to let's add something that has value is a very different time.
Different thing. I have a question with regard to that. It's making me think when you have a chance, when it's time for me to talk.
Well,
she can go and then me, if that's fine.
What it's making me think about, if you're familiar with the Purdue Agile Systems Lab, that for businesses to be responsive, there has to be agility.
Yes. Oh my God.
And so, and the one thing government is absolutely known for is not being agile. But is this our day? Like, is this an opportunity? I mean, is this an opportunity to
The
look
customer service side of it, it's like this, it is a new organizational culture to say, be customer service oriented, be dynamic to address the issues that are coming.
But when we see a change that has to happen in structure, that we're in a position knowing that we meet twice a month, but that we're able to integrate something, like how do we get there from here? From an agile, we have to be able to pivot, to be responsive, to be able to address the issues as they're coming. Like, because when we talk about even climate change and a better idea comes along, government's always leap years behind. And, how do we get to the place where we're more agile in our ability to respond? And I think that's exactly what we're talking about. And it's like, but we got this behemoth of a plan through, and we have to do that as massive. And oh my gosh, okay, it's like it was pretty slow going. But I think, how do we make those adaptations to say, the laboratories to say this is a living document? How do we make something a living document of sorts that allows us to be able to address things in a more responsive way? That doesn't turn it into mush, and that's not, good product, but it still meets its objectives. So that's my statement.
So one of the things that we did also early on when Commissioner Hamilton and I got elected, we got a lot of complaints about people, our staff, not understanding the SLDC. So we did training session every Friday afternoon for the entire staff of land use. And we had these sessions where, don't you? Oh, okay. Okay, well, I remember.
I admit it, but I don't remember.
Because I felt it was a really important thing. And I feel like it's not a bad thing to revisit that. If we want to change and make some changes to the SLD, is to have staff in training sessions with the SLDC and saying, well, this is not working. This is something that's not working. This is why the permits thing takes so long. Like that's one of the major complaints we get right now is why does it take so long to get a permit? That's one of the complaints I get. I don't know if anybody else maybe.
Oh yeah,
so
that's the complaint.
So if that's the complaint, how do we help the staff at land use and growth management figure out how the permitting could move quicker for them, and that might be something that can be done in a training session, like they could say, well, if this part could happen, could they experience it? They work with it all the time. They know what the problems are. I hope they know. And we can hear them also. So I found, that was a really good strategy. It decreased the complaints that we were getting tremendously by doing those training sessions. We did them for, I think, 3 or 4 months. I can ask Penny how long it lasted, but
there's a confluence of, pardon me, if I can continue on this, there's a confluence of like 5 different things that we've already talked about. Customer service, data analytics, right? So if every time somebody gets stuck on a land use issue, a growth management issue, that there's a box that said, this was the issue, that's a data point, right? This was what held them up. So there's this customer service, there's continuously improving our organization, there's updating the SLDC because that seems to be a problem area of this area, and really looking at how we serve our constituents better, which is at the end of it. And thank you very much for letting me interrupt there. So
okay,
go for it.
Commissioner Hughes.
Our voices are about the same timbre. I'm very hoarse. I'm very hoarse today.
And you look so much alike too.
Yeah, definitely.
Just like Commissioner Hanson and I.
I was going to say, I think with this in the staff comments here, they were saying that $30,000 to $50,000 to hire, I assume, a consultant to start looking at this. And I would just
looking at your revision for
revising the
water.
for energy and water. And I think there's an advantage to doing at least those two together because they all relate to sustainability, and and it's a little bit of efficiency if we can get someone to look at those sustainability options, and we can do one set of hearings and get it all done in a year, whatever year that is. I don't think the energy part will be nearly as complicated as the water part because there's so many options for water. And also I want to just put in a plug that energy efficiency and converting to renewable energy is much more related to saving the planet than whether or not we let water run off Santa Fe County.
It's not.
They're both important.
No, and I kind of agree. I kind of agree with you, and then I don't agree with you because part of what we're talking about is retaining Santa Fe County as a livable space, and so everything's important, and actually because the way you framed your strategy there, it's a very logical thing, like to hire a consultant and gather information. I was just putting on the develop. I'm being not very articulate. So I think moving forward with your strategy makes sense. It's something you could hire. We could spend a very modest amount of money to hire a consultant and do a comprehensive but focused job and contribute to that piece of the SLDC. So what I'm going to say now doesn't argue against that. I'm stipulating to that. I'm just throwing on the table that while we're all the kind of people who think about things and tend to integrate concepts and whatnot, there is a danger in saying, well, all these things are related, so let's do them all at once. Because sometimes doing one small thing allows a benefit to be realized more quickly, as long as that thing doesn't stand in the way of other things in the future. Like it doesn't foreclose other improvements in the SLDC. And so that's all I'm saying is I don't want us to kill the good by trying to be perfect. And one of the problems, then one of the reasons governments always aren't agile is they feel they're driven to try to do things comprehensively because we're kind of like setting out regulations and whatnot. And I'm trying to avoid that. Like, to be perfectly honest, while we're having a consultant do the rewrite on the SLDC, Penny's group could look at, we could do incentives for these rain gardens that very simply, for water harvesting for developers and then for individuals, here are the kinds of incentives, and we could do this as a trial project. It wouldn't be, as long as it's not against the SLDC, it doesn't have to be written into it. When your consultant ends up with recommendations, it could be incorporated then, but they could develop the recommendations for the incentives and start a pilot project to include them.
So if I could just say, I agree with everything you said. I think what I would prefer is that if we hire a consultant, we do give them the whole sustainability thing to look at. And if they say this needs to be done in 2 parts, water this year, energy next year, then we take that advice. If they say, no, it's going to be easier to just do this all at once, we go that direction. I mean, I think that's fine either way, but I would like to move ahead. I think this is something that's very important to our constituents because everybody who lives here wants to be able to stay living here.
Well, yes.
Forest fires and floods and.
Yeah, and I would say that if some of the intent of this conversation got transmitted to staff, I really fully trust staff to say, hey, we could do this and here's a time, here's how we'd like to break it up. But so yeah, I agree with Richard.
Okay, so I think lunch is here. So I want to take a break. I want people to go get their lunch and come back.
Did we decide on this, or you want to discuss it more?
Penny, not Penny, Cindy.
Sorry.
I was just going to ask exactly what.
Because it seems like we're almost to a conclusion here. We could come to a nice natural stop.
On your
my thing, yeah.
I'm very supportive of it.
We're supportive of that. And
okay.
We all love each other's ideas, and eventually
I thought we
have 10,000.
We're gonna have to
early on.
early
on. It was good conversation.
Right, I think we were just having more.
Sure.
And so when we come back.
I'm happy to eat.
Put your hand up.
I just am curious.
I think that's immediate.
So a specific, if I may, a specific comprehensive look at the SLDC as a separate topic to start to prioritize what those things are and to lay out short, medium, long term.
Why? That's what we're doing here.
Well, sort of, but we're throwing so many things out there. Now we're going to triage.
Civil, you got so many things out there. We all kind of drew back on that.
I think we gotta get food into us.
Goes, what do you mean, we white men?
Yeah, so, okay. We're going to take a 5-10-minute break, get our lunch, and
But
then
bring
come
lunch
back.
in here.
I would suggest we take a 15, 30-minute break so people can.
Okay.
That would be my recommendation.
Okay, fine.
22 and a half minutes.
20 minutes.
Okay. 31.9.
12:45. When you said minutes, it's hard to know.
45.
That's a half an hour.
You know how much I love time. Yes.
12:45. Okay.
You're officially in recess. We're gonna watch a video?
We're
No.
gonna start the machine
Oh.
over there.
All right.
We're back on.
Matthew Daniels.
Here we are.
Okay, we're going back to District 1, Airport Road Facility Master Plan.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just sort of looking at, instead of doing a piecemeal solution to the airport road facility, looking at it comprehensively, creating a campus plan for it that also addresses most of our current needs, but also looks at improving the image of it right now, or in the future. Right now, it currently has barbed wire and concertina wire along the street frontage, which I don't think anybody should have concertina wire along a pedestrian frontage. It's okay if it's in the back, but the facility has its old history as being an adult and juvenile detention center. Nobody really likes the memories of that. So short of tearing the thing down, given that the fact that it has about 150 feet of depth of street frontage, that could have a variety of front-facing facilities and customer-facing facilities, public-facing facilities, and a lot of rear-facing, back-of-house sort of facilities in the back, that we could do a plan that addresses these needs, but also make sure that we do not make it look ugly and revise its image.
I have a question. Can we assume that that's already being done?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, no, in terms of using it for front-facing purposes. We currently have a 3-campus model in terms of how our outward-facing services are structured, being our administrative complex downtown, public works, and then public safety. And so we are not currently planning for any public-facing uses. And staff has identified this facility as really being more to support core county operations. So it's focusing on that part of the question. No, we have not, as a staff, looked at this as something that we want to develop for community or outward-facing uses. And, you know, would respectfully suggest we preserve the space for those future core county functions that we're not anticipating now. Having said that, you know, making the streetscape something different isn't necessarily incompatible with saying we want to preserve this relatively large building area for future unknown needs. So I hope that answers your question, Commissioner Bustamante.
It does, thank you. I have refrained from even bringing forward some of the community requests for that location, simply because I've understood that we have county needs that would probably be best suited for that, and have done some walkthroughs with our public works staff in that interest. I don't have, you know, any problems with making it look more pleasant on the road, for whatever the security measures were. One of those was going to be the, you know, the county clerk, but that doesn't appear to happen. But I don't really have any issues with it, except to understand that there are county uses and that there have been conversations with community as part of a planning project that was initiated by the city, and I participated in with the county. The residents do have interest, but again, wouldn't really bring those forward.
Like what? And the city was planning on what to use that building for?
No, they're doing a master plan of the airport road corridor.
Right. And
Got it.
yeah, and nothing that we would actually, nothing I really want to bring to light, better locations for it, but they have an interest in ultimately, and I think in the long run, having some type of plaza area. And I don't necessarily align with that being the location for it. So, and whatever other dreams that there were on paper. I mean, honestly, there were things that were put down that I didn't register, just as far as
that's cool.
not even making it a viable option for community access. And so the county determined what the needs were, for county use.
So along those lines, I was approached by somebody recently for the idea of a South Side farmers market location, right? I mean, there's a lot of community good and fit into our greater strategy of preserving food security, bringing
Working that in District 3, there are a number of potential locations for that. And I would continue to support the one that's at the Presbyterian Hospital, which seems to be doing well when it's there.
all for it. Just demographically, it's close, but it's not walkable to the neighborhoods and that are near there and to folks in the Agua Fria Village. But sure, I mean, it's all, my goal of the Agua Fria, of the Airport Road facility was just to say, let's take down the chain link and barbed wire fence in the front, move it back 100 feet and start the master planning to make sure it fits our needs in whatever form that takes.
So can I get some clarity? Are you recommending specific uses for this facility?
Well, I mean, at one point, the clerk was going to use part of it. She's found something else.
Right.
The senior services is using the kitchens over there. Great, perfect, that's wonderful. I think public safety is using it for finance right now, but the building is sort of remnant space and being used as that right now. So
Yeah, I mean, I know what it's being used for now. I was just asking whether you were proposing an alternate use, because of the county, we've kind of made plans for the use of it. And although those plans have clearly been altered tremendously over time, but the plan still makes, I mean, the way that planning's been going makes sense to me. Are you doing the let's beautify it piece or the completely different use?
more on the let's beautify, like, and try to put something forward, front facing, as opposed to behind the wall. But
Front facing meaning you want public access to the building.
like, I mean, there could be a satellite office there. There could be the clerk's office and things like that. And there's definitely some things that could, just if there was a use that's in that neighborhood. It's the center of the city. No, I got you.
I meant it like, do you feel like we need more than the 3-campus? Are you up to move away from the 3-campus idea? I mean, even with the 3-campus idea, we have field offices.
Right, that's right.
So I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out.
I think, you know, there's a lot of things that have been brought to the table, and like, at the moment, I don't feel that the Airport Road facility is really a priority that needs to like be moved up on the list.
Nope.
You know, like we have a lot of other priorities that I think are more important. And
I don't disagree one bit. I just want to make sure that we do not, A, leave it as an eyesore on the short term, and B, don't really ad hoc cut it up into pieces, and so we don't do a good job with it. So.
Madam Chair.
yes,
Sorry, I had to take off for a second, but is the clerk, has she decided whether or not she's using that space? Because that was going to be one of the major uses.
So we have some moving parts, and so there's potential different space that we will be pursuing, but nothing's final until it's final, and we've acquired the property. So I think the short answer is we're moving in a different direction, but all of that hasn't yet been consummated.
But you may not want to propose other existing options till one option's finalized.
Correct. I think that's a fair way.
I guess I would tend to agree. I, for better or for worse, I sort of see Airport Road facility as a non-problem that we don't need to fix. Because I think the planning that's being done for it, it's being viewed as a resource and juggling. It's one of the moving parts that's being juggled. And I have, you know, and the reality of what the building is the reality of what the building is. So there are some uses, like I don't see putting like a high security, heavy duty building to a farmer's market, right?
Well,
It's
so,
got-
of course, but there's the front yard of there.
Right.
That, right, so right now the chain link and concertina wire is all the way to the curb, right? If that moved
Yeah.
back 50 feet and there was at least some landscaping in front of that, that would start
Yeah.
to help the pedestrian.
Yeah, I'm
people.
copacetic with beautifying the neighborhood. It just seems, I mean, like, I don't know, now you raise the question of like, there's that whole area behind the public works that could really use some rain gardens and stuff. Well, you know, I'm just, I mean, not to.
Behind Public Works?
Yeah, well, there's the whole area around Public Works that could really use some
I
landscape.
mean, where all the
I'm not,
hard
I'm
rock
just-
mining is going, or the gravel?
That can be next year's project, beautifying public works.
Well, that's what they're doing at the moment.
I guess with all due respect, if I were to say, because I'm grateful that you're thinking about projects in that area, but when I think of what the people in that community are asking for, and what their priorities are, and having sat in those planning sessions, and though they had an interest in the use of the building, their priorities, if we were gonna spend county money on things off of Airport Road, that didn't rank high. Like, it wasn't a matter of, and at least please remove the wiring from the front. And I think we could, I think that, you know, I'm not adverse to making it prettier, but I think that when we start talking about priorities for the south side, that those of us who are sitting there with the people who have requests on what to get done, unless it's something that's directly for our use, if it's a community front-facing thing, then we would use those funds or efforts in that interest that they've disclosed. The number of projects, you know, again, there's a whole list of them that they'd love to see happen, and I think really what the real cool thing that's happening, and it's going to really make a lot of difference after tomorrow, is even the conversations that I've had with those who are running to support the city. But the good news is that we're in communication with city councilors and myself on the part that does interface with District 3 and the planning that's been done as part of their Main Street funding, which is what brought people to the room. And if I may do a massive shout out, that was so precious about it is it's both in Spanish and English legitimately. It is a huge bicultural, is maybe at least bilingual. And their visions for what they would like to see that community look like was precious. And there's work to be done, but I don't think we need to move forward fast with spending money on something that hasn't had even the light of our overall comprehensive evaluation, you know, for other parts of the county resources to be a part of. But when we know who their city councilor is going to be after tomorrow, we might have some things that'll come to light faster, sooner than later, if it's the ones who've been working in that interest.
Madam Chair, it just seems like maybe where we're going with this is that you really need to wait for the county staff to tell us what they want to use the building for. We're all expressing an idea that whatever that is, make it look prettier.
There you go. There you go.
That's exactly right.
I don't know how that fits in with where you put that in a strategic plan, but.
I mean, it's not a strategy, but as we move forward and we look at potential projects for next year, public works, beautification projects, meet the goal of streetscape, but also county uses. That's what I heard.
Okay, I'm going to go to the broadband plan, also Commissioner Green.
Well, wait, we should go to Commissioner Bustamante next.
Well,
Because if we go through all of Commissioner Green's, we'll never get to anybody else.
well,
Go, keep going, wherever you're going.
can you do this relatively quickly?
So I could try. So broadband planning came in two parts. One was the more comprehensive countywide solution here. We're kind of working on this already, but I wanted it to be put into a paper that said that these were the 5 or 6 areas. Commissioner Bustamante was keyed into the 5 or 6 areas that I had brought up when we had the first meeting or the second day of meetings a couple weeks ago. And the main thing there is that, there are internal needs, there are external needs, there are public safety needs, there are SLGC revision and development planning issues that need to be in there. And we need to be comprehensive with our broadband plan. There is money right now from the state to do this. And so the first thing we should be doing, in my opinion, is getting some of that planning money from the state. It is between $50,000 and $100,000, which would be a pretty good idea to have some money for this. And so that is just really a comprehensive broadband plan for Santa Fe County. Thanks.
It says here that to be completed by county staff. Are there state, federal initiatives relative to this project? Please explain. Yes, it will require coordination with state broadband office and private providers, including Ready.
So ReadyNet and also some ISPs and some of the companies that build this, that are the Kelly Cables of the world, and other folks like that. And it's the comprehensive bringing everybody to the table to say who wants to do what and who can do what. Some people provide capital, some people provide know-how and engineering, some people provide the construction. And it's
so one of my questions is, which is, in the past we had this under economic development. I don't know where broadband planning is at the county at the moment, because I don't think it's under economic.
It is. It kind of is. Juan has picked it up a little bit.
I just haven't.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, it's community development. There are other stakeholders that are involved in the working group that includes our own IT for those things that are more inward focusing. Public Works has a seat at the table to the extent that it's a public works related project. And so there are multiple stakeholders, but in terms of who is actually coordinating the effort and who would continue to coordinate the effort, in my view, in terms of putting the plan together, community development would be lead, but there would be more individuals and more county, not only external partners, but internal county stakeholders that play a role.
Do we have a dedicated FTE to this project? I mean, because there is a lot of money. I do agree with Commissioner Green on that for broadband development. But, you know.
If you mean dedicated FTE, meaning 100% of their time, the answer is no. But there are multiple individuals who are dedicating time to that effort.
There could be, with that, a sort of project manager lead and then a contractor that would do a comprehensive plan under that, or there could be an FTE. So a different model. So Los Alamos County, for instance, has somebody that is a specialist. That's all he does. He lives and breathes broadband. Now he's expensive and there aren't very many of them available these days. So one of the solutions that we came up with was to do it by committee, to have somebody to lead it internally, but to have all of these aspects at least be touched by somebody who knows that. So for instance, Earl deals with the GIS aspect of this, and this is something that is necessary in a good broadband plan. Juan and this Vista volunteer is the from Community Development and Economic Development.
I'm sorry, Juan and who?
There's Noah, who's a new Vista volunteer.
Oh, Vista, got it. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I get it. We have
the beginnings of it. It's like making sure that we have this documented as a priority and say, let's go get the grants, let's go do a comprehensive plan and really be focused on.
So you brought up something that Los Alamos has a lot of money.
Yes.
And they have been in the past requested to think about how to share. So if they have some specialist who is totally dedicated to that. Is it possible that we could say, we would like you to help us with your, with that resource as a investment in Santa Fe County?
Very, very, so you use the word possible, very possible. Jerry is very responsive. When I ask him questions, he calls me back and gives me his 2 cents and his knowledge about it. Gerald Baca, there's a lot of Jerrys in the ReadyNet world. Gerald Baca from ReadyNet also is a great technical resource. So a lot of these things we don't necessarily need as a key person here, but we can cobble together with internal resources and a few external partnerships.
So I think that this is something that we're already working on. And, you know, I think I'll go to Commissioner Hamilton, but I think we can move forward, right? I mean, because we're already, this is already a priority. We are.
Keep it a priority.
So the main point, if I may, just to finish it out, main point where there were the 5 or 6 points in this that we need to address. And so in whatever plan that we do, it's not so much about, oh, we need broadband to our facilities. It's also, we need to figure out how to go get BEAD funding and to build out to the areas in our community that have no broadband. And we need to update the SLDC to include broadband in all development plans. And we need to create a public safety plan that includes, a public safety plan that includes cell phones and aspects of the public safety radio network and so on. So there's these 5 or 6 areas that are bullets or chapters of a comprehensive plan. That's all.
If I may.
Yes.
Because I think you said something that was pretty brilliant with regard to what the opportunity is. And I think that's great that they're responsive on an individual basis. But there is a request in front of us to participate with Representative Sanchez's goal towards getting county monies from Los Alamos. They have a lot of money. And there is something that's going to the legislature. And I would like us, and I'm going to say this in public forum, is that if we were really smart to leverage, because there's an all or nothing, or there's a, what about the national laboratory is a source of risk in our neighborhood. It just is. It's a source of environmental security, name it, risk in our neighborhood. And when we talk about those conversations in them having a resource like a broadband person, that it's not what you said is like, get us out of the silo and say, you know, what are they willing to do to help Santa Fe? It's like, no, what are you willing to do to regionalize? What do you do to regionalize this capacity to strengthen it in its biggest picture? And that, when I start thinking of and I'll just say, I have had people approach me and say, boy, you guys better not be in support of Representative Sanchez's thing. And I'm saying this in public forum. I have been asked to please don't consider that. And the fact is, I get that Los Alamos presents something to our neighborhood, so I'm not going to necessarily not. But the reality of the day is, how do we leverage for some real support? So maybe it is an all or nothing. Either we get their financial cut in and we all participate at that legislative level. I don't know how that'll pan out. Or we have other discussions that are concrete to the point of what we could actually use to access support in that interest. Given that they do have a lot of assets, what does it mean to regionalize and how to make that available to all of us?
So to that point, one of the priorities of Los Alamos, they need broadband more than we do. They're cut off up there. They are part of ReadyNet. They've been a supporting member of ReadyNet for over a decade. Their system is disconnected from, they're an island up there. And so one of the ways that we can help them, and I've already started to help them on my own, is how to get them connected. So they have plan A, plan B, plan C. And so one of the plans is working with us potentially and getting connected to our system in Santa Fe County through the new power lines or the existing power lines that go over the Rio Grande on PNM poles.
Through the COB.
Through the COB, but they're existing poles. It's basically restringing the top wire to be, instead of 2 cables, it ends up being a package of 8 cables. But, and there are other ways to do it, all of which can work with us and all of which, you know, and so if we become a willing assistant in this and collaborator with them, we can help them and probably get something in return to that.
So we're keeping this as a strategy.
Okay, so we have this as a strategy, we're moving and we're working forward. I think that we can move on to, unless somebody else has, unless you don't want broadband.
No, but you know, it's, there are a lot of specifics. So I certainly had the questions about how what this proposal does fits in with what we're already doing. But the truth is, what we were already doing, I mean, there was one important point made, which was by you, which was, it's not just getting broadband to county facilities, it's getting broadband to all the communities. Back before years ago, we applied for $64 million worth of federal money, and only with a fabulous grant proposal. It wasn't for the whole county, but it was a big piece of it. That we lost because ISPs, who you want to partner with, said, "Hey, we already provide service. This is going to be conflicting with this." It was a tragic turn of events because it, you know. So I don't know. We need to do something to try to forward broadband. And if what our current, I honestly know the way it's currently written in the strategic plan, but I think that having something that shows the importance of trying to leverage current money, because we were already, I mean, I used to think we already had the people in county staff that were working on it. There's been turnover, so you know, and we're kind of understaffed. So that might be a temporary hindrance. But I really feel like if what's in there is, you know, we need to do broadband to county buildings, well, we should expand it.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, if I could, I think that component of it, and staff would support this, is working with those who are actually going to provide the service. So at the end of the day, if you think about, you know, the grant that was successful in Plateau, right, the only one in the state, it was $100 million of private investment against 50 from, you know, the federal government. And they actually provide the service. And so I think that's part of the plan. I don't want to prejudge anything, but it's unlikely that the county is going to be running or operating. And that's really the outward facing, you know, ReadyNet, you know, has its potential, but you need to be partnering with entities that actually can, number one, bring a lot of leverage dollars to the table, but number two, can actually provide the service. And I think that's the key component I'm trying to articulate is a different focus is how can we, you know, work with those individuals to help facilitate the actual provision of service, if that makes sense.
It totally makes sense.
The winning proposals recently have not been communities like counties outright. It's been counties that partner with ISPs and bring all those pieces together. And so whether we want to come up with our own money and leverage it with an ISP like a Plateau and the federal money, we can make those things happen. But we may not even have to put money into the pool, but we need to sort of divide the county up into project areas. So I would use this as a segue, if I may, into the other broadband aspect. Leave that there. I'll answer that question in a second. But in the Amet area, there are 4 pueblos and Santa Fe County, and a very large water line project, as you all know. So in using the dig once best practice, the idea is to, alongside of all these water lines at the same time, let's put in fiber or conduit so that we can stream fiber. Of course, it's complicated because there are 4 sovereign nations that own the infrastructure in their land. And then there are the gaps in between that are Santa Fe County areas. I've already started to get this conversation rolling with, and I thank the county manager and the utilities department for getting this in front of the BOR and CDM, the engineers. But the idea is that if we lose this opportunity right now, that whole area, which is considered a predominantly underserved or unserved area, will lose this opportunity. And so we need to be ahead of this so that we can, when we are digging these water lines, that we can put in conduit along them. That's a project example that we should be doing out in Glorieta, and we should be doing out in Agua Fria Village when we're doing the sewer lines in Agua Fria Village. And we should be doing like all these different areas, but we can't do it so comprehensively as much as a plan that then dissects the county into project areas.
So we're keeping this as a strategy, right?
I would love to keep both of them. Well, one is a strategy and one is a sort of a sub-strategy of it. Yes.
Well, I think we just talked about the first one. Yeah.
So the first one, find the Pewaukee Valley Internet Project is more complicated because it's dealing with the tribal nation. And when we did AMIT agreement for the road, I just didn't want to talk about it. It might change.
It has changed. They all have money now. Each one has, so 2 have already received $5 million grants, and 2 have received $500,000 planning grants and will probably receive $5 million grants on their own. So it's a question of whether they want to do it on poles or whether they want to do it buried along the water lines at the same time. It's just a question of they're a little ambivalent to paying for the engineering up front because from one side, they're just scared of ballooning the cost of the AMIT build, but this is a parallel simultaneous opportunity that should be taken advantage of.
I would suggest, it's your strategic plan. I don't know that this rises to the level of a strategy insofar it's something that's ongoing in terms of we're already having a dialogue.
Right.
The Pewaukee specifically, in terms of facilitating or pursuing those conversations with the Bureau of Reclamation as well as CDMs, and then also with our partners. But again, that's for the board to decide, but I think it's actually ongoing.
Okay.
Yeah, and I agree. And frankly, I don't think that I would put it in the plan above any other particular area.
No, but it's an example of a
Okay. Can we move on?
Yes, please.
Okay. So Commissioner Bustamante, your number.
Can we do the evaluate water conservation issue?
Yes.
Since we've discussed it. So the thing that, and we've already discussed parts of this, so it's the issue with the WPAC, and they put together a proposal for a full-time an FTE.
It's bleeding through from your previous
Go
one.
away. For the purpose, this proposal, and I look at it and it's kind of scant in what it's trying to address, as it's described on here, but water conservation, reclamation, and monitoring, and it definitely ties into what you had, but it very much is addressing this issue with the wastewater treatment facility, all of these impacts that everything flows south, and being District 3 and having all of that, it is, my first question was, well, what has this wastewater policy advisory committee actually ever advised? And I didn't put it that way. I said, what is the advice that's been provided? Like what type of, and there hadn't really ever been. So, well, I don't know that we've ever done anything.
Of course they have.
According to the person I asked, and I said,
I was on the committee. I can tell you several things.
And we've discussed this. I mean, you and I had discussed this as I wanted to know specifically around like the wastewater treatment facility, water work. I met with our county manager and said, well, they have a plan that they meet and they work towards the last 2 years, they haven't really been working on specifically even those things that that had been identified for them as priorities. And I don't know when your last day was with them, but when we got this, and I guess I would
day I became a commissioner.
because I was gonna say, because if you have insight to, we need a full-time employee, but we don't have any real, like, what are the objectives? What are they working towards? How do we have some type of active, given that water issues have been on the conversation since we, started this conversation, even when we just talked about sustainability, what does it really mean to have a good, this is saying we're requesting a full-time employee in the interest of water management. We have a water policy advisory committee that looks at water, but it hadn't been tied into. There was a whole different group who actually had members of the water policy advisory committee on this coalition, this consortium that works on the water, the pipeline. And it became really evident that this, pardon the use of this term, but to streamline it in a way that all of these efforts, both the wastewater, the water, the bigger picture of what it means to manage water resources, all the way from even what you were saying, and I saw it tying in directly, is it's a behemoth. We have a policy advisory committee. We have issues around the wastewater treatment plant and a conversation in Commissioner Green's stuff, how do we get a handle on that? A need to work more directly with the city. This is what this is trying to address. It's not just about we're getting this advice, and we all saw the letter from them to go hire a full-time employee without having any real understanding of what this policy advisory committee actually does, and to have them actually pull together of what is their overall objective and what type of work can we actually satisfy in getting this done. To me, this is when I say getting it done, the bigger picture of conservation of clean water, reclamation of gray water, anything that we can reuse, and monitoring for appropriate oversight, incentives for things like ring catchment systems, etc. That being said, what I understood is that they were recommending a full-time employee, and I'm saying, can we just all redirect and align this capacity for something that takes care of this big picture called water, and then have them work on something either? And I will say this is where I have seen strategic doing work in a very strong way. Say, all right, what needs to be done between now and then, whatever the date is, and exactly how are we going to do it? And getting these folks to really work together on a comprehensive strategy, not a plan, but a let's do this. Who is officially talking with the city to make sure that they are focusing on and addressing it. And I know that we've had that conversation to some extent, but there also has to be the personnel, the people base of how this is going to work together if we're going to see this happen in any near future. Because I will say, honestly, I have talked to folks who are working now with the city who've been on the coalition. Sorry, I forgot the word again. The pipeline.
Yeah,
coalition.
I think they call it the coalition.
But who are saying, oh yes, no, the city's working and we're going to get money for it. It's like, well, where is the county in on these conversations? Where is this happening? And this is where there are members on this who are working for that, and there the two shall meet. How do we get this to be a comprehensive thing and not just get a recommendation to hire an FTE? Maybe we do, but how do we make that work?
I thought that Michelle Hunter was working on, was the lead on working with setting up the pipeline coalition. No, or yes?
No, she wasn't. I mean, she worked on the coalition, but
what way was she the lead on the pipeline coalition?
Am I missing something?
Yeah. She participated with them, but she wasn't the lead. And Dupuy definitely worked with them. But she's not
he's gone.
And so is she. And the fact is,
Michelle is gone?
I don't know. Fact is, I know she's not doing it. What I do know is that they don't have a structured capability for moving forward on this.
So what is the I don't understand what the recommendation is, though. That's my problem.
I'm
Like
afraid
all-
that at this point, looking at this, I barely do either.
Yeah, I understand.
And so if I can distill a bunch of ideas,
Okay,
if you want to go
wait a
first, go for it.
second.
Wait, yeah, okay.
I'm gonna let Commissioner.
I have a question because I think, do we still have open positions in the utilities that might fill some of this role? Is that part of why we're not as active?
Two things. I think Brian, if he is on, may be able to speak to the lower Santa Fe River community planning process.
Yeah, okay.
Which is just about to, or I think just about to kick off. And that is a collaborative effort between the city and the county. But I think what we understood the request to be is to analyze if there are any gaps in our internal resources that would be the basis for an FT request. And then separately, which I don't think was captured in the scoping form, but this dialogue has underscored, is looking at what we ask of the Water Policy Advisory Committee in terms of their work plans, but also clear objectives in terms of when those will be brought forward. And so I think two separate ideas, but the one that we understood to be directly put on the paper was analyze between now and the budget cycle. Do we have staff resource gaps?
That is
we should
exactly.
be looking to fill to help stitch this together.
And I would agree that that's an important thing for us.
And
I
that's,
would
and
too.
that's
I totally
what this is saying.
support, well, I
And
totally
a
support
job
that.
task analysis that includes wastewater, that includes reclamation, and that who is the entity, if it's deemed to be a full-time employee that needs to do this work, that's what this is.
That's what we understood.
Yeah,
And that is
thank
what
you.
we will be analyzing.
Thank you. It's lovely to be right since then, but I
And-
appreciate it.
Sort of to this point is looking at this more very comprehensively, right? And so some of those are purely internal, right? There may be something that is all about our own facilities. Some of these things are going to be, and probably most of them are going to be in partnership, whether it's the city and the county, right? Or whether it's the county and Tesuque Pueblo and Poake Pueblo, right? There's all of these different projects that are going to need to happen with water and wastewater and all of these things, and making sure that we have the continuity and we have all of these in a sort of comprehensive plan, I would say. Like, these are the 5 projects. Here are the strategies. Here are the ways that it should be then applied not only to the utilities, but also to the SLDC, right? Because these all touch different areas here. And so just like broadband touches the SLDC, water, wastewater, rain gardens touch the SLDC, as well as, big capital projects as well. Good strategy, comprehensive.
I think we're, yes.
So we're good. We're working on that, right? Greg?
I think so.
Yeah, we will, yeah.
I mean, and for clarification, it's not solely internal, because the one thing about water is, and that was really good about the coalition, is that it isn't a political boundary. It doesn't often say, oh my gosh, now we're the city, turn into less or more.
It's just like the river.
So
The river doesn't
this
know.
person who oversees these resources needs to be able to work with all of the jurisdictions who are impacted by water in our region. In other words, everyone. So I just say that out loud. I know it doesn't need to be, but if it ends up coming down that we're not having this as a comprehensive conversation, then we missed a mark.
Okay, so let's go on to Commissioner Hamilton, your number 2 item, adding restorative management, etc.
Yeah, so it's come up any number of times. We already have strategies, pieces in our existing plan having to do with open spaces and whatnot. But a lot of the planning for those open spaces, in my mind, are done in what's done is fine, but they're in traditional way of how we're gonna lay out human uses and single-use trails or multi-use trails, and are we gonna have rangers or do guided things, and what kind of access, and what are the, purposes of that land, and, everything from parks to wild spaces and whatnot. Very, very traditional, which is fabulous. But when I think about thinking about doing things a little bit differently, because what I think the future is bringing, I think there is a need. When I think of what it's going to take to keep Santa Fe County habitable in increasingly arid conditions, it's going to require massive restorative land practices, right? Ranchers can do that. The county can do that on their open space. Some of them are fairly inexpensive and long-term investments, but we've already had at least one choice of purchasing additional open space or putting that, when there were two came up on the same meeting, and it's like, if somebody's giving us land, that's great. But I didn't want to spend more money on additional land before I spent money on doing more restoration of the land we have. And I just think it's more important now than it was in the past. So we have a fair quantity, and our commitment to buying land to preserve is really excellent. But at some point, we're going to have a whole bunch of Dust Bowl land. And there are very, very simple, you look them up in restorative ranching, restorative agriculture, that we can incorporate into these plans. And it will cost a certain amount of money, but they're not expensive. I mean, on the qualitative scale of restaurants, $1 sign, $2 signs, $3 signs, it's in the inexpensive thing. And we have a whole bunch of people who manage our open land who could look into this and make appropriate specific recommendations. I just wanted to put it forward as something we need to start thinking about, because it's a lot of open space, and doing restoration in that space will make the whole area more livable.
Mr.
Yes.
Grimsh. Yeah, no, I think when we were discussing this during our debate over purchasing that land out near Golden, my thought had been, well, yeah, let's for sure do that too. I mean, as you know, I wanted to buy the land, but I think we need to, once we buy the land, we need to do restorative stuff. And, I visited Thornton Ranch, as did Commissioner Bustamante, with a whole bunch of other people back in the early summer. And, the land had started to come back because it hasn't been grazed for a long time, but I'm sure there's things there you could be done to, we even saw some things where there was arroyos forming and they needed to be stopped.
Right.
And
There's
all those things we could do. So, yeah, and it doesn't seem like this is a huge lift. Yeah.
When Commissioner Hamilton and I first came to the county, we basically had a larger planning staff with and open space staff. And I think that what I'm hearing, what it makes me think of, is that we need more open space staff. I don't know if that's actually true, but when we first came here, we had, somebody working on aggregate, somebody working on a number of different programs that are, kind of gotten dropped by the wayside. And so, I agree with you on the need for maintaining resiliency in these, in our open space, but does it mean we need more FTEs, or does it mean we need more,
If I could,
I'm still struggling a little bit because I don't know.
honestly, I feel like that's for them to figure out. They already plan for what they need to do to preserve various areas, right? To be honest, I feel like in our concept of developing the county better, professional development, all that sort of, we're looking, and this doesn't come from me, this has come from staff, to break down barriers and to increase working across departments and whatnot. There is every need for our sustainability department to work with a whole bunch of other departments, right? That doesn't mean like our open space people, a bunch of the, and we may not have enough. I'm not addressing that. They already are probably pretty educated on some aspects of land management. That's not the focus of when we read the Thornton, the ranch management plan, right? It doesn't really address fixing certain problems. They probably know some stuff, and they have a resource in the sustainability department to be able to say, well, what additional things do we need to do, from various types of erosion control to various things about water retention and infiltration and planting of native grasses, or things that have to do with that allow longer term soil development. And usually those things are done, like restorative ranching, in tandem. There are a couple of things that are done together. When they develop that plan, that means instead of just putting in trails, there will be things that will cost some money, that they'll have to get money for, and they'll have to have planning for, to restore soils and that sort of thing. I'm just suggesting that that's something that it's like, this is a strategy because it's going to become very important to preserve our lands, to take this somewhat different point of view. And I will just add that you and many others of us have over the years somewhat suggested that many of these things are things that there grant money for, from all sorts of sources. In this case, not the Inflation Reduction Act, but there are sources that support and that you can write. So, is it still in our strategic plan that we should have a grant writer?
I hope
This
so.
is one of the things that would.
So Commissioner Hughes and I have a resolution in the hopper. And so it goes to address another level of open space management. And so my specific concern was, look, if we're going to go buy some land, we need an access plan, right? You've heard me talk about this. And of course, not all land is appropriate for access, but you better have an excuse for why it isn't accessible. Is it culturally sensitive? Is it environmentally or ecologically sensitive? Okay, makes sense. We've got an endangered species. Let's not let dogs walk all over. Makes sense. The restorative... Or cows, whatever, right? Yeah. So, but the restorative landscape sort of layer is another one that I'm going to guess that Commissioner Hughes and myself would love to have this as a part of the open space management planning, that if we go by, I mean, it speaks about a whole bunch of things, about selling land, about trying to make a mixed use level to it, access, but the restorative landscape is another layer that I would support as a part of when we go buy land. We should have that filter to look at the land to say, is there a small project or is there a big project that is needed here to adequately manage this property? Because just buying it and turning it into a dust bowl is not the right answer, right? Buying it and preserving it with no access plan or no environmental stability is not the right answer. So having that as another layer that we add to, look, when Colpack says do this, hey, what will it take to restore this property? It needs to be one more aspect that Colpack or our open space team looks at.
So the Colpack, our staff in open space over the years has written management plans for the property we have bought. They don't do it at the time. I mean, in 2000, when we bought all this property, that was when we bought a lot of property, a lot of this, and it's taken them numerous years to write a management plan. So I think linking it to buying the land, to writing the management plan at the same time is not feasible, but I
It doesn't
think.
have to be a final plan per se, but you should have an idea of whether.
But making sure that there is a management plan is really important. So how is
Having
it?
a budget to plan it.
Right,
figuring
and
out-
that's what I'm saying is missing. I don't think we have the staff in open space to do that at the moment. The way we used to have this kind of staff. And Greg, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, I'm not necessarily going to correct you so much as say, if this is adopted as a strategy, then the resources follow, right? And so if the analysis is, well, we need FTE, that would be built into the budget. If it is really, we need more specialized resources, and that could be contractual consultants. All of that will come after it's adopted as a strategy. This is a building block for the budget, not necessarily that we're prescribing what the specific thing is that we need in the budget is the only thing I would say.
Let me just say that I don't know, and this is, we need to know this. Whether this implies many additional FTEs. I was responding to Commissioner Hansen's thing about it's up to them to figure out what they need, largely because first of all, because I know we're just generically understaffed. And so, none of this stuff is going to get done in some, there's the liability of many of these things not being done until we staff up. And I was viewing that as a separate issue. I actually see this as not a specific action so much as a change in focus for the way we do management plans that the open space planners could look at and say, our goal is not just to keep the land unoccupied, prevent development on it, make places for our citizens to play in a semi-wilderness, but to actually restore condition. And most of the time, it doesn't cost a whole lot more to manage things that way than the way they used to be managed, which is why I felt fairly free to insert this. This is more like this. There's a certain conceptual aspect to this that's saying you guys need to plan a little differently. Whoever they're planning can plan differently, and they have the expertise and they have sustainability people to help them. And I could see if there's a point at which they need some additional expertise, because we don't have to hire a full-time land restoration specialist, but you can get somebody to say, oh, well, here are the things, here are the best practices. It's like, it isn't rocket science. A lot of people could give that for a fairly modest contract, right? And they could do that, and then they would have the resource they need. So I was putting this to offer direction and insight into what would be useful. So it's a little different than doing broadband, which is like, okay, that's a project.
And if I could, it could be, there are two components of it. One is incorporating that in planning as you go, but you may have some legacy things that you have to go backfill. And that's what I would say.
That's a really good point. Totally, yes. Yes, because we have a fair amount. That's a good point.
Madam Chair. Oh,
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Hughes.
yeah, no, I was just going to say, I think this is really important, and I want to actually go back to something Representative Lujan said, which is we have a very unique opportunity here in that we have 5 really smart people, or at least 4 plus me. And we only have 2, but we only have 2 of you for another year. And so I think the fact that maybe I think this is really important to do. I don't think it's an emergency. I think it's
No.
something we could plan over the long term, and
I think
even
it's a long term.
and even the parts that Commissioner Green and I are suggesting, are not emergency type stuff. It's just little revisions to our open space planning. And yet I do feel like it would be good to get started on it while we still have both of you here.
I appreciate that, and I agree completely. And frankly, it's the sort of thing where the planners could become aware of it and think about it and, start incorporating it immediately, but have more resources put to it in the longer term as planning develops.
So as.
Okay, go ahead.
So Cindy has something to say.
Okay, Cindy.
Madam Chair, I think we can take this and build it into the of the strategic resources. Being at the work plan level does not mean the resources won't flow to it if they need it, but those plans are in place. What I hear is that we're going to manage those plans in a different way. That would still fit with, there's a work plan for every. And what we can ask staff to do is, please look at your work plans. That doesn't really change the strategy. What we're asking you to do, a different philosophical outlook and set of tools, do those work plans different and maybe in cases more appropriate way. So I think we don't need to change the plan unless this is something I just like to elevate to be a strategy, but I think you could accomplish it pretty efficiently simply by advising the staff to do their work plans.
If I could, I think I heard two separate things. The immediate implementation could just be as you build out any work plan that is in the works. This needs to be a component of it. What I think I heard Commissioner Hughes say is that the legacy project, my words, no one else's, that could be a midterm strategy to go back and look at our existing, book of open space that already have established work plans on to evaluate what we might be doing from this approach. Does that make sense?
And part of this is to give visibility to something I think sounds so kind of semi-obvious, but not that important, that I think is really important. It's like kind of putting the importance of planning and adapting to climate change in the actual plan. Because it's very,
So okay. The thing that I hope we'd be able to do, and this goes back to why I found this troublesome that it hadn't been. This is the very first one that we discussed with that Commissioner Green brought forth with this DOE collaboration and sustainability. One thing when the sustainability started being discussed, how many decades ago now, Santa Fe was going to be the best model for it ever. We're going to be the first ones who ever did this ever, forever and ever, because we have sustainability. And that's what we do because we're sustainable and look at us go. And this opportunity, when we talk about this, water, all of these, that if we can go ahead and move forward with our best foot on this plan, that's this comprehensive thing to get a global impact. And then we're the ones who initiated that, but now we're going to try to do this like it's some other separate trajectory. That these are really, as staff works together on water issues, on the reclamation of land issues, that this is part of this consideration for this bigger picture global approach, that when we look at degradation of lands and integrating that into this bigger picture of opportunity, I hope we can have those as, I don't want to say simultaneous conversations. We tend to think very linearly, but on a systems level, it makes absolute, sense. And how could it not be a demonstration for other places that have seen degradation in knowing that universally these are big issues? So I see that as this, and then the water concerns, the water issues that we hope to address as part of that overall bigger picture plan, if we can start thinking in this comprehensive way, or we can stay linear, and that's fine too.
No, I think what you're saying makes sense, but I think both things are needed. And my example is the resilience centers that the manager's office recommended. It's that's a real specific but very necessary implementation of the bigger interrelated planning.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. And so this is kind of I think how would you what are our opportunities? Because to implement something, we're not going to fix every environmental problem.
Yeah.
I guarantee we are not going to adapt so that we don't lose population to heat issues, to water, lack of, you do what you can. So in a state like New Mexico, I mean, all over the country, but in a state like New Mexico and in a county like Santa Fe, what are the realistic opportunities for doing enough restoration to make a difference in how that land holds water, how that, land doesn't become a dust bowl in the next 20 years, blah, blah, blah. And we have an opportunity that doesn't foreclose others. You can go out and try to educate ranchers and get them to do it. And the examples, if you go read some of the examples of ranchers who have done this over the last 20 years, there are some great stories about ranches that didn't get flooded and didn't get destroyed in these crazy rainstorms in the Midwest because they had done restorative land management over the last 20 years, and their land absorbed the water, and everybody place else ran off. So the county has the specific opportunity to do it on the lands we own.
And to be a model.
That's all I'm
Because
at.
there are interests, absolutely, and there are interests. It's not about just removing cattle from the land. You don't tell people who have barely been able to access meat in their diets in the last 100 years, which doesn't sound like a lot. I mean, it sounds like a lot, but in the big picture, generationally, like meat's a luxury. And now it's like, and by the way, meat needs to get out of your diet. You don't tell people whose last name is Baca, you don't get to raise cows anymore. You just don't do that anymore. The fact is we have ways and opportunities. The Kivara Coalition is an entity that I totally believe in.
Right.
How do we do this? And frankly, internationally, there's a need.
By the way, most of the examples that I was reading that made me feel like this did not restore the land by getting rid of the cattle off the land. So I'm just saying.
No, exactly.
Not what I'm
There are a lot of
talking
people
about.
who immediately run to getting the cattle off the land, off to the wind. So,
Can we get the cattle out of the wilderness though?
Yes.
well, no, let's get the
I know.
Forest Service out of the wilderness, and then we can get the cattle where they.
Cattle off.
That's a whole other
There
conversation.
wasn't any road.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, so we're good with this. We're good with restoring.
We're good.
the land. Okay, Commissioner
And
Hughes.
if you have if we have this, if we would like to debate and put it on the agenda as a discussion topic on the 14th, so we could incorporate this into our resolution in the proper process. We're allowed to talk about it as two of us. We can talk about it as five of us at the 14th. That may be a time to take it not as a priority per se, but as a part of this updated resolution.
I think you talked to the manager about that.
Whatever way
Yeah,
you want to do it,
Right.
that's fine.
Okay, so Commissioner Hughes, you're up next.
Yeah, could we do supportive housing for behavioral health clients? I had two that were related. The other one was reducing child poverty, but this one I think had higher confidence level from the staff of being able
Good
to.
way to reduce child poverty.
To do-
Get every Democrat out to vote in next week.
Well, there is that, yes.
Like, stop
so-
the media.
I couldn't stop myself. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Supportive housing for behavioral health clients. I see this as part of our overall strategy around the jail, substance abuse, and trying to help the people who are suffering the most, but also causing the most problems in our community. It's not something that's new to me or to Rachel O'Connor. I've been talking to her about this since before I was a commissioner. I assumed at one point that with Kira Ochoa at the city, she was going to take the lead, but she has not on this. And really what I'm proposing is that we look at the housing needs of some of our severest clients at the crisis center as well as at the jail. You can't get well from behavioral health if you don't have a place to live. And some people, so we have lots of supportive housing that's in the county that's for people who aren't terribly
Supportive housing. Thank you.
So in other words, like St. Elizabeth Shelter now runs Santa Fe Suites, which we bought during the pandemic, and about half of those units go to people who were formerly homeless and have lots of problems. And they have case managers there who assist them. Some people need an even more intense environment. I've seen some good examples like in Denver, and it wouldn't have to be a big project, but if we don't ever plan for it, we'll never have it, because there needs to be something sort of in between independent apartment living and the state psych hospital in Las Vegas. And so, I think that it would be good to start planning for this. We would obviously do it in collaboration with the city, because we probably put it in the city. Because you need to have bus service for people who, if you're doing a lot of harm reduction and people are drinking actively, you don't want them to have to drive 10 miles to get services. So basically on the number 2 bus route is the best place. I mean, the lamplighter is going to be a very small part of this need, but in our data at the Coalition to End Homelessness, which is not ideal data, but there's probably about 100 people who need some kind of supportive housing, and there's maybe 20 to 30 who need the really intensive type. And so I think it would be great if we could just move this a little bit higher so that the county is more of the leader, since we can't apparently count on the city to be a leader. It also makes sense for us to lead this initiative since we have the crisis center and they're already treating a lot of these people on an outpatient basis. At one point, there was talk of just buying the land across the street from the crisis center and putting it there. I don't know if that's still
I was
an
just
option.
going to ask about that.
Yeah, for some reason that got put on hold, maybe because the owner of the land wasn't amenable or something. But, ideally it would be very near the crisis center so people could walk across the street for their case management and psychotherapy.
So
You know
how do
what's
you think
close
we're
to
gonna
that?
pay for this?
If I could, Madam Chair and Commissioner, the way this is broken down is step 1, which is what staff was indicating. There's a confidence level in our ability. It's a needs assessment. And so that's really would be what we're pursuing at this point, as I understood the scoping sheet and what staff wrote is so that this would be a needs assessment. That would be a building block for further conversation about, an action plan and also, who would, create the supportive housing, what would the model be? But again, this is really focused on step 1, which is what is taking stock of our current assets and also what those needs are so that we would have a, building block for further discussion and action.
First of all, I would support the needs assessment totally. And second of all, in my district in the city, there's that old, used to be used by public utilities, controversial area on Galisteo, right? Right? It's actually very close to the crisis center. Which one?
The old public works
Public Works building.
The very old Public Works building. So with the part of Galisteo that goes like behind, like
Between Rodeo and Zia.
Oh, yeah.
And we started talking about that when I first became a commissioner, like that would be a great place for us to develop low-income housing. And I worked on that for 5.5 years until it was just like, okay, I don't know what the problem was. You could never get the idea off the ground. And it's like, well, we own the buildings, but it's the city would have to work with us and they won't give us the permits for doing, I don't know if anybody ever asked the question, but that's not really relevant. We've gone through all kinds of iterations of what those buildings in that area could be used for. And since the clerk's going to be moved out of there, that I think that's opened again. And that might be a fabulous area to build more intensive care housing.
Well, it could be there, or we could build just affordable housing there and this somewhere else. I mean, that would be part of the needs assessment, I think.
Yeah. There you go.
And in terms of Commissioner Hansen's question about how do you pay for it, there is lots of capital money. I think we would go to the State Affordable Housing Trust Fund and the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund and our Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
20 units isn't very much.
No, but everything's expensive nowadays. I think probably the part that would be harder is making sure we could staff it adequately and make sure that it was not a nuisance, but a benefit.
Wow, I just, I don't want to digress into the dream of it, but right there next to the rail, next to community, the hospitals, everything, that location. Just
But anyway, yeah, if we could put the needs assessment
Needs
on,
assessment.
on the immediate or right now part, and then maybe by the time I'm done, we'll get something built.
Sounds well.
Assuming I get reelected.
Okay.
Is that cool with everybody?
Cool with me.
Cool with me.
Okay, Commissioner Green. Which one do you want to go to?
So since I just got it hot off the press, a letter of support, a second version, but a letter of support on the Santa Fe Regional Amphitheater project. So that was initiated over the last few years. JB Landfesti and Tim Frankie over at who are now over at the Lenzik. We've talked about there's been an architects group trying to restore Paolo Soleri, and we pretty much abandoned the concept of restoring Paolo Soleri because it's sovereign native land, and they seem to want to shut it down. So rather than pursue that, the conversation tacted and moved towards, can we build a new regional amphitheater for the Santa Fe market? Again, in being the planner and not committing to any one specific site, the idea is that we would start a planning effort with the Lenzik potentially as a key partner on a public-private partnership, and other performing arts organizations that might be interested in this. The Lenzik, if you would like a copy of this letter, has already, we've met, and Joel, Tim, and Jamie have all signed on to onto the concept.
Does this require condemning land? Who has the land from the county or the land?
No land sites have been decided on.
Because if no land sites have been decided, so does this, does it mean that there could possibly be condemnation of land for this purpose?
But I mean, I don't want to rule it out explicitly, but I'm not thinking that would be necessary. I actually don't think it would be necessary. I think this is an anchor tenant for somebody who wants to.
I'm just trying to think of where.
So, I mean, there's been talk about potentially at the Downs and partnering with Pojoaque Pueblo. There's talk of, there's some city land out by the airport. There's land.
Just wondered why I knew this was coming so close to our quiet neighborhoods of La Cienega and La Cienega. Keep talking to me. So where would this actually?
So it could be on the north side. There's land near Los Alamos as well, but the idea is that we would do a needs assessment and feasibility study and site selection sort of study, as it may be.
Again, not being a new type of proposal, in the interest of previous conversations and even the conversations, well, if we had to, we'd just condemn it near La Cienega. There have been conversations about having a large project even before the Pueblo bought the Downs, and the Grateful Dead played out at the Downs, and people actually had to be like,
That had to have been a while ago.
it was a while. Jerry Garcia was still alive, but so was my dad, who had to tell people to leave our property because they were camping on our private land. And I didn't have a whole lot of land. I mean, still enough for people to think they could just camp on it. And it's that kind of thing where that southern part of the state, if you say that, the city or the county, if you say the south side, it's because the people there are going to be the least likely to have the assets to fight this type of endeavor for having a loud amphitheater project in their backyard. And I have honestly don't believe that for a minute people have changed their minds about what it meant to have concerts there. That being said,
that community doesn't want to have a big concert venue.
It was not really,
No,
the traffic, the loudness, it's like people live in that part of the county in the interest of being in a quiet part of the county. That being said, when we look at the other parts of the county, people tend to have more means. A lot of people migrated south because that's where land was more affordable. So as interesting of a project it is, it would be very difficult. Unless, of course, You know, somebody outright said, and they wanted it, but historically, people weren't completely in love with the idea of having an amphitheater. And both the examples you've given thus far were Walk at Pueblo and, or possibly, you know, that other south side. I will tell you that I doubt that the larger or the largest landowners near the, between Airport Road and the Caja would be amenable. So
I'm agnostic
I'm-
to this. I'm
it
appreciative.
goes back to, I'm glad the Lensic is supportive. So if they have the land, they can knock themselves out. But otherwise, to put it in someone else's neighborhood is an easy prospect.
So some of the-
I don't know if this is, you know, what they said here, Santa Fe County has no expertise in this area. This is something I kind of agree with. I mean, it's like building the amphitheater is a for-profit enterprise.
No, it isn't. It is not a.
I mean,
So Summit County in Colorado built the Dillon Amphitheater. These are things that counties and jurisdictions do all the time. And they do it with a public-private partnership of a nonprofit that will probably come in and operate it, but that the county or the jurisdiction says, this is how we're going to capitalize on it. This is how we're either going to do bonds or we're going to go for state money. And it is a public-private partnership. Do we actually build the thing? No, we might actually, but we are the lead organization to champion it and to say that this is an initiative that becomes a priority.
Find out if the county really wants this and tell me who does.
That's
and
part
let
of
them,
it, right?
Let them propose who and where they're going to put it.
So I have a question. When I was first coming into office, Catherine Miller said that there was a plan, or someone had a plan to use some county land near the rodeo grounds to build a new.
Could be at the rodeo.
But does anybody know, who was involved in that?
It was, you know, when that was before, there was a piece of land behind, it is now the tennis center.
Oh, that's where so now it's in a tennis center.
That is owned by the Horsemen's Association?
Okay.
And so that's the land that she's talking.
She was talking about putting it there. Okay.
So there are other sites, and to be honest, the reason I brought up the South Side sites was because when this conversation was being had by a few of us, said, wouldn't it be nice if we were trying to build and invest on the South Side, right? So there are definitely North Side sites as well. There are definitely sites that are further afield or closer to transportation, but that's part of the feasibility study, is finding the demand for this, the right size of it, how it would be financed, who would operate it, and where it would go.
Can I ask you a question? Like with the other places where concerts and outdoor performances are done, like I'm just assuming some of the big casinos and whatnot, they have performance centers and they bring there are lots of shows in and whatnot. I don't know. So it just leads me to think that like the market analysis for the need for this and the value, assuming like if it were a business that developed it, that's how it would be done. Has that been done? Is there that kind of, you're going to tell me that's part of the feasibility
That's
study?
part of the feasibility study.
So why
A
don't the
version.
county do the feasibility study instead of like arts group? I mean, I've got the answer for why the county would do the arts.
The arts group is on board with us to be a supportive organization of
Would it
this.
be revenue for the county?
Gross receipts, tourism, all sorts of things, stuff for youth, stuff for all demographics and diversities.
Right.
You know, currently we have the Lensic operates, pulls 3 or 4 concerts at the opera at the end of the year.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of stuff that happens in Albuquerque. But if we all remember back to the days of Paolo Soleri, there were 14, 15 shows a summer, and Santa Fe was on the route. And once that closed down, that was all. It wasn't for lack of business. It was just because that was pulled out from under us. And so we didn't have access to that facility. So I think all things being equal, I don't think things have changed so much, but it's worth studying before you jump wholehearted into it. So studying it, finding out what the viability of is it, would it need to be subsidized, and to what level, and so on.
It's an interesting idea. I'm just trying to get a handle on the discussion on Like why now, short-term, long-term? And priority in terms of, there's surviving and there's, there's living. And if you want to live, you support arts and science and all, culture, whatever. So that's not the level I'm asking this. But I'm asking how much we will do right now to develop all these different arts things compared to affordable housing and.
Right, like where does this fall in the hierarchy?
Yeah, I'm just trying, I haven't thought about it. I'm just trying to get a handle.
Like what's, but Leandro would like to.
Just going to mention experience in town of Charleston business, nice park, just north of the plaza. The idea of more GRT, more visitors, all these things. I really think looking back, they would have loved to have done a feasibility study first to realize all of the problems that they ended up having. It basically the entire city every time we had a concert.
Absolutely.
That's a logistics issue. That's still a.
Also, that was really a major way down. Being a very expensive. So
I don't.
Pointing that out too.
I don't know that they've backed out. They're continuing to do that. That is a key investment, it appears, in the last few years. And I know that the Lenzik guys were just up there the other day figuring out next summer's concerts.
They still don't have infrastructure there. Hotel rooms, so most people that go up to a concert up there end up driving back to Espanola or all the way back to Santa Fe for a place to stay.
I couldn't find a place to stay when Jim Bowie performed. I drove home. Am I not wrong?
No.
Jim Bowie?
Jim Bowie?
Not Jim Bowie, but yeah, like I can't remember. Sting.
Okay.
Sting. Well, Sting.
Oh,
Sure,
Sting.
yeah.
Okay, Sting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't find a place to stay there. And I called my friends also, but I couldn't even find a place with them.
I mean, Taos is a town of 10,000 people. Santa Fe is a city of 80,000. There are 5,000 hotel rooms here to begin with. So,
Yeah, it's a little different. I do think that this needs to be involved with the city. I think
It needs, I'm sorry, to
it needs-
involve the city?
involve the city. I think that I think it's not very high on my priority.
I just take, in the interest of using the word umbrage. But of course, the south side is like people just, that one has been a problem, but as far as it being something that could be manageable, like what does it mean? I guess I'm going to Leandro's point of a feasibility plan, of looking at what would traffic, looking at transportation. Like if it were someplace, and I'm throwing this out just as a make-believe thing, not as a suggestion, but if it were something like Lamy where people could actually even take the train and come back and have, something that just didn't have this huge impact. Like why not a feasibility study to see? But I think as well, it's not highest on the priority list for me either. But if it were something that was done in concert with, pardon the play that word, fun, but it was with the city of Santa Fe, because there's nothing wrong with a good venue, as long as it's not.
that's all I'm asking is the first of these are all long-term.
It always
potential.
takes me back whenever we want to do development and keep going to the south side where people, it's like, let the people on the south side decide what they want. To have people from the north side tell people on the south side what they want, I always take umbrage to.
So Madam Chair, perhaps we can make this a longer term, medium term.
Right.
Well, it's a long-term thing. We're not saying we're going to put $25 million towards it now. The idea is to put.
No, but even the planning could be next year if we don't have
I
time.
was just going to ask how many feasibility studies we've committed ourselves to over the last 5 hours. And I'm not being snarky. I'm really being serious because it's not like there aren't appeals to the idea. Lots of communities do it, but I don't want to be a naysayer, but I do want to
study things to death.
Well, no, I don't want to study. I actually want to do. I only recommended things that were actually things that were like immediately doable, like implementable. But some things do have to be studied, and we have
But if we put this on
Lots
the
of-
agenda for 2025 or 2026, we could perhaps have completed our other feasibility studies by then.
Yeah. And I would tend to think it's like it's a new idea and I'm not sure.
If it were a high priority, it would be something that we would say, and this again, I go to the strategic doing mentality of, all
I
right,
love that
then
expression.
where is the location? It's a process. It's
Yes,
an actual-
yes.
But it would
You
be,
educated me
if
on
this
it.
was if this was something that was a priority, we'd say, all right, we're gonna get together a group, who's gonna identify where it's going to be done, and how much time does it take towards, how much is it gonna cost? And then you have this plan for exactly doing every step along the way. But this isn't determined to be enough importance that we're gonna see, well, let's see if it could be done. Like, but if it were something that was a high priority, we would plop on a strategic doing process and marry each step along the way till it's built. But I don't hear that here.
Well,
And
here's, I mean, from a practical point of view, we have the sustainability or the global, whatever, institute idea, feasibility. We have, now I forgot there were two other, the
Broadband planning.
broadband planning. We have the, housing
Behavioral
plan.
health.
There's a lot of planning, there's a lot of thinking that we're saying is needed in the immediate, and not to mention the Arts Council.
It might be
So I'm
something-
wondering if we should, this should just come up again next year.
And it's also something that once we create an arts council, that could go underneath the arts council.
Yeah, it's related.
Because it's related to
Yeah.
arts and it's theater, and there was a lot of money in the ARPA money for theater. And so, I think that we should think about putting it under that kind of planning.
That's great. That's smart. Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm always about planning. I'm playing long ball in this room, so
Okay.
You only
So-
have 7 more years though.
I consider myself 3 years and 2 months at this point, so I gotta use what I got.
Okay, Commissioner Hughes, next.
Well, let's do reduce child poverty, and I put this on the list because several of us have been to a couple of events at the Food Depot where they asked us to seriously look at, reducing child hunger, but that really means reducing child poverty. This was rather, I liked staff's evaluation, very high impact, very low confidence. And I bring it up because it's sort of the corollary to creating supportive housing for people who are really, really sick. If you can catch people early in life and make their life experiences less traumatic when they're young, they're much less likely to have mental health and substance use issues later in life. And I think it's one of the reasons we have such persistent poverty and drug use and all these other problems in New Mexico, is because children grow up with, very many adverse childhood experiences, such as homelessness, drug addicted parents, not enough food.
New Mexico ranks 49, consistently 49 to 50.
Yeah, so I mean, I made some suggestions here, and the Food Depot made lots of suggestions. I think my thought was, do we want to take on some small part of this so that because it seemed like whenever they presented, we were all interested in doing something. I do agree with the staff's analysis that this is a much bigger problem than Santa Fe County. And that we are already, of course, doing lots with our Connect program. Some of our housing programs could be directed toward, if we decide to do our own housing vouchers, that was suggested at one point in the Affordable Housing Plan, we could direct those toward families with children. And then there's the question of, do we want to try and raise the minimum wage? County staff, do we want to try and work with the city to raise the minimum wage regionally? So there's a lot of questions here.
Yeah, but given that you've worked in the area a fair amount, you just said something a moment ago saying you wondered if we just focus on a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
What would your how would you prioritize that? And even if it's just a matter of discussion that you know, what would be one of the
Well,
pieces
there's
that the
two-
county could address? Especially maybe because we could link into either housing or do our Connect program or something.
Well, I mean, I think the Connect program is probably the logical place to start.
But what would we do with that? I mean, what would be one thing when you said just do part of their suggestion?
Well, see if we can add a little money to the Connect program to focus on the needs of hungry children, for example. Suggested to us at the latest thing we went to that the farmers market put on.
Food policy.
That we support people who get vouchers to go buy stuff at the farmers market. So I don't know enough about our Connect program to know whether we already help. I assume we help people with food, if that's what they
We
need.
definitely do. And, you know, I feel like we have worked really diligently to build up the Connect program, and that it is a successful program. And putting more things on their plate is going to dilute their ability to do the work that they're already doing. So I would strongly suggest you understand what the Connect program is already doing, because just to say for us, like, oh, let's just give Connect more work is not fair to Connect, because I feel like Rachel and her staff are working so hard in that department and doing such a good job that for us to say, oh, well, we want you to do even more, and then we're taking away from the good work that they're already doing.
Pardon me for stepping out, but what is the part that's causing more work? What is it that we're asking them to do that would be additional?
I think we're asking them to do more of what they already do and giving them the support to do that.
So what is it though, specifically?
But at the same time, he said he doesn't really know what they do.
Well, I don't know everything they do.
It's an opportunity for brainstorming, and I certainly have an idea.
I was going to suggest that this may be an area where our focus should be on legislature. In other words, I think we have pretty good understanding from the pandemic of what, very successful in terms of poverty and child hunger, and that's direct cash assistance.
Right.
And that's what we can't do, and because we don't have the resources to make it sustainable, or very, to have a large impact. But the state is awash with cash, and has already assistance programs through the general fund, and this may be an area where we want to focus efforts on the legislature, because they may actually be able to achieve what with our resources I don't think is really achievable, and that might be a better use of resources, is to make that push and make that case at the legislature. It's a suggestion in terms of how we go about it.
I think that's a great idea, but I would add one other thing. We can't afford to give money, and really it's bullshit to think that there's anything but that there are things that throwing money at is really what helps solve the problem. I guess the argument comes to where you get the money from. You should take it from the top and put it at the bottom. But what we do have are county facilities all over, like the El Dorado Senior Center and all the senior centers and and maybe even other county facilities like fire departments all over the place, where you could put, aquaponics food grow trailers that would feed children. So if you could do some kind of get federal funding and say the state can support this kind of a food grow program, like not community gardens, actually, concentrated grow programs at every, you can't do it at every school. They can do it at every school, but that's a state issue, not a county issue. But we could share some land and support the program through Connect. If the state would fund it, or we could get federal funding for it. Just a thought.
So,
Okay, Commissioner Green.
Thank you. So one of the things my wife serves on the board of the Food Depot, and one of the things that has become apparent from hearing from folks over there is that food is half of the issue. The biggest issue, and some of you have already heard me say this, is time. Right? So you can give somebody a box of food and ask them to cook it, and they don't have time to cook it. The food will sit in the refrigerator or on the counter, and they'll still go to a drive-through because they don't have the time to prepare the food. And it's so the aspect here could be, we do senior food, we do food for seniors. If we did prepared meals for families with children, we would save and bring time and buy time back for people at a much more cost-effective method than giving them $300 a month or whatever, all of these different things. We would be literally giving them the direct assistance that needed to solve child, not poverty, but child hunger. So this is one of these aspects where I think that we can repackage and use the systems and the assets that we have. We have a commercial kitchen over at the Airport Road facility that is already making meals for seniors. Why couldn't we create a pilot project to focus on meals for families in need, right? It is healthier than fast food. It buys people their time back, and it uses things that we already do as opposed to starting a whole new system here. And it's a way to then also then say, oh, let's go source this from our local farmers, and let's make this as much of a closed loop as possible. But again, back to Greg's point of targeting what we do with things that we do, and maybe get money from the legislature to make that happen and say, look, what is it? Let's quantify what this is. Is that a $500,000 ask from the legislature between now and 6 weeks from now? And we could do this, could we do this at the Airport Road facility?
Oh,
well,
you prepare meals at all the senior centers. Do something in conjunction with what we already have.
Perhaps, or this may be an area of partnership. It's for the hungry kids in the public schools. And that's really where you want, I would think, your distribution network to be, because they're already engaged with the children on a day-to-day basis. And so that may be a way to move the conversation in an instance where we're leveraging, again, pathways that already exist and touch points that already exist.
Already exists, and one of the partners already over here. So I have the benefit of working now we're expanding Connect into northern New Mexico. Thank you, Santa Fe County and City of Santa Fe, for the model. But when we look at, and I see that Innovate and Educate is on here, and we look at those partners, YouthWorks, in having that, both of those are on the Connect, on the Unite Us platform. When we look at what Connect is, it's really just a referral platform. But when we look at the opportunity to have people, when we look at job training, so Innovate Educate is working with us as a partner on the WIN, on the Workforce Integration Network, but they're specifically working with folks who have come out of incarceration and becoming chefs and getting them trained. And you have this aspect of getting people trained so that they're able to prepare food through that Innovate Educate part of it. And then they're able to provide that food out of a kitchen that we have. Like, this is something that, why don't we leverage those models instead of saying everybody's going to go to a AAA restaurant or 5-star restaurant, that they're actually providing food to people in the schools, for example, and things like that. So absolutely everything that you said.
And YouthWorks is about to build a big commercial kitchen on Cerrillos Road. And, that's part of their model of, training and providing food. So there are ways that we could engage in the community to, provide prepared meals. Because I do agree with you.
With the schools, and it's absolutely true that the summer, the schools are out. One thing that we experienced during COVID and the community college was a point for food distribution through the World, what's his name, who's been working at
World Central Kitchen.
World Central Kitchen. But what I thought at first, good luck, you're not going to, and the families lined up to take prepared meals was tear-jerking. It was.
That's when people had time.
That's
right. Literally, people were stuck at home and they still didn't have time.
And they still didn't have time. They didn't have resources, they didn't have what they needed. But in the summers, it's like, it's great to go through the schools, but I remember my mom saying, all right, now you're gonna go to the park for the summer, like go play tennis so that they'll give you a lunch. I mean, this is the kind of thing that families have to struggle with. How do we make sure that this is in their hands? If we work with those partners that already exist on the Connect system, because the beauty of Connect is it actually builds resources when you ask people to do more. When people have to connect more, more actually gets done. So that's the beauty of Connect. I think Connect is still a good model. I think Rachel and Jennifer would actually agree. It means getting the other model, the other partners using Connect to provide more food where because they need outlets for food that they make. And not that they don't have outlets, but like meaningful outlets, like hungry people. Yeah, let's do this.
Okay, so I want to kind of, I want
Well, I was just gonna add, so I think then you have the main, component of the Food Depot report, which I think I heard general consensus in terms of if it's poverty, that's probably a bridge too far. But if we focus on hunger, I think the recommendation from CSD is to, begin by, studying those things that are in the Food Depot report that also build on existing things that we do and request funding as part of the fiscal year 25 budget cycle to conduct that analysis and come back with a plan of here's how we can augment and leverage things.
There's more that has to go into that plan, with all due respect. And I apologize for cutting in because to Commissioner Green's point and people not having time and having had this conversation now for 2 weeks, pretty much this exact one. We are not and underemployed. We are overemployed. In other words, people have 3 jobs to make ends meet. That is to that point of not having time. So when we get into that, we can say, and poverty that's too far, that's actually right where we need to go. And it's and I think you're getting there. Like we have to be, we're not an issue of and underemployed. We're working on those issues. It is about being overemployed. And that is going to help childhood hunger. Like these are all gaps in that system. If a parent had a job and somebody was making the meals at home and we had time, but they're not, they're working multiple jobs.
So if we're going to lobby the legislature for direct cash assistance, which I think is a great idea, I think we should also lobby for them to increase the minimum wage statewide. Because that was the main recommendation of the Food Depot. They said the thing that's really going to help is to raise the minimum wage, but I think statewide is going to be much better than.
Statewide is going to affect a lot.
Yeah.
I think lobbying for that is.
I think there's 3-pronged part to this. 1, lobbying for a statewide minimum wage. 2, working on a pilot project to do prepared meals through the Connect program in the schools and whatever the logistics system is to make that happen. 3 is
the food preparation training programs. Go with that.
And that's right. Yeah.
But the first step is letting CSD do their analysis of the Food Depot report and everything we've talked about.
Which would be what, like a short term?
That's the short-term goal, is just to have them tell us, what are some good steps for the county to take? We don't have to wait for that report to lobby for the 2 things we said we'd lobby for. Cindy had her hand up. Did you get?
Okay, so I'm going to go back to Commissioner Green. Where Santa Fe Regional Wastewater Planning and Partnership.
I don't have that open, but I will find it. So there are 2 wastewater projects on my list. The first one is making a concerted effort to reach out to the city and start discussing how to assist on a regional wastewater city county project that would help on so many levels. We don't know whether the city will take our assistance, but if you don't try, you don't get cut out.
So what I would really like to see is the city work with us on our RECC, the regional
Call center.
call center, because that is one thing that they could show willingness on to work on that, because we need a new JPA. We've talked about that for 6, 7 years.
So
And that is something that really needs to be worked on. I mean, I understand what you're saying here. The wastewater plant, we need a regional water authority. I think that we all live in the same basin. We all get our water from the same place. And a lot of our water goes to the wastewater plant from the county.
So to that point, and to part of the point of that, I think one of our goals or the upper level things is that our strategic plan should have a chapter about specifically all of our external partnerships. So those include partnerships with the city or partnerships with nonprofits or our JPAs with ReadyNet or the city and Buckman Direct and things like that. That we should have how do we strengthen and improve our partnerships across these areas. And I'll go sit on the mayor's doorstep, on Wednesday after the election and, bang and say, come on, let's start working together. Well, because, put your money where your mouth is.
Just call him.
Well, I could do that too.
No, that's not.
He wouldn't answer, but.
Yeah.
That was good, but that's not what I meant.
No, but so.
To what end?
Well, here are the 5 areas that we know that we need to work together on. RECC, wastewater, regional planning. We already work on these things a little bit, but we need to work better on them. And choose one, choose your person or your people at the county that you want to work with, and let's move on from there. And I know there's a little bit of this that happens already between the city and the county manager, and and through our departments. But I've watched enough speeches recently by the mayor saying we need to collaborate, and you go, yeah, well, how does that really hit the road? So
He says that?
yeah, sure.
Yeah, well, yeah, sure.
Yeah, no, I got you. So
I guess he says a lot of things.
right, and so put your money where your mouth is, and if you want me to go sit on his doorstep or call, I'll do either or both.
So, okay, but I'm asking why in the bigger picture, because first of all, I'm not sure how I would want to see it worded in our strategic plan, what our partnerships are with other groups. Those are, I think, embedded in the wording of things where it's relevant. So we have, strategies and higher. I mean, I'm misusing the term, but I'm thinking of it more broadly.
Objectives.
Well,
Goals.
objectives and goals, and, the whole thing was just pick a word, but, having to do with the public safety. And when we talk about communications, we have in there what we do across with the city and other jurisdictions, and why we have strategies to go to the state radio things and to work interactively. And it's the same in the Connect project. It's all in there specifically. So I just, first of all, the partnerships change somewhat. And this may not seem very relevant, but it's just a place to get people irritated. Like, here's what what are we trying to back the city into doing? So that's why I'm asking the question. It's just like there are unintended consequences of, we've done some stuff on water, for example, that's completely under the table because the moment we tried to force their hand, in 2018, like within the first year of serving as commissioner, we forced an entire city-county meeting in regional planning, including on water, and how important it was, and all the policy and strategy and strategic reasons and technical reasons that was a good idea. And like the next week, city council went and passed got a resolution passed that said we will never regionalize with the county. It's just like, well, that was really useful. Gee. And so
yeah, I was wondering.
Where do we want to go with it? is all I'm asking, is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we forced their hand, at that point, it was Mayor
Do you believe it?
Gonzalez that was willing to meet with us, and more than willing to meet with us, because he had been a county commissioner, and I didn't have to force anybody's hand to have that meeting. It was challenging because we
didn't
hoped,
go anywhere.
but it didn't
That's-
provide anything.
But what I summarized is what happened.
Right.
We went through, and it was Joseph Masters who drafted and got almost unanimous support for it. So even counselors that were they were perfectly willing to talk to us, but what the consequence was
They have a resolution on their books.
that they will not work with the county.
Ever again?
No, of course not. I mean, it's.
So, Cindy has a comment.
Madam Chair, a more subtle capture those partners. We could build like every strategy. So just in the coding of the software, very easy to. And so we could tag our partners and then run a report that would be here are all of our partners, or here are our city partners, or so without being another element of the plan would enhance the information in our strategies and capture exactly that. And Commissioner Green, you actually had mentioned before, and I've already played around with building that tag. It's so doable. So that's something you'd like.
And I may have missed the reason for doing it. So if you don't.
So again, our strategic plan is very internally focused, right? So whether it was the DOE Collaboration Center, scratch the DOE, the Collaboration Center, that was we're not going to do this alone. We're just going to take the first step in the leadership position to organize all of the partners. The amphitheater project, that is not something that we are going to do all by ourselves. We're not going to run it. We could, but we'd probably not. We're not going to build it. We could, but we're probably not. We're going to organize the partners and start that initiative. But that's a partnership, internal, external partnership, MOU, JPA, whatever aspect. And we already do a lot of external partnerships with the city and the Pueblos and the state and the feds. And that to me was not necessarily very apparent in our strategic plan. Just like when we talked about broadband initially, broadband was, what do we need for broadband? It wasn't like, how do we address our constituents' needs and how do we deal with cell phone companies and how do we do the SLDC? It was, we've got a broadband need for our streaming in the offices here. So always having a recognition that most of what we do is for our constituents on the outside of our organization and for our partners, that was one aspect of the strategic plan that I hoped would be at least a new layer, and Cindy seems to be addressing that there.
If I could, and so it's, I think, being built out as a new objective, and as Cindy said, as you go through the individual strategies, a way to operationalize that is to tag all of the different partners. So to come back to what Commissioner, I think Bustamante was saying earlier in terms of taking a holistic view of water resources to include wastewater and to include the entire region. So that is a place in which that could fit without, as you said, potentially flagging that, well, this is what we want to talk about. This is the only thing we want to talk about, which I think is what I heard you saying, is that could have unintended consequences in terms of, backing someone into backing them into a corner. I'm just trying to summarize and hopefully synergize what I'm hearing different people say.
And did we get onto this because of the regional wastewater planning thing? Yeah.
So there are two regional wastewater planning things. There's one that's city county for the big city and our growth areas. And then there's another one, which is in the Northern District where Tesuque, for an example. So prior to my term, There was the work to help the resort, Bishop's Lodge, get their own thing and some tax incentives and so on to do their thing. But so their need hasn't gone away. And we went to the legislature this past year and helped the opera get $5 million for their water and wastewater facilities. And it turns out that the Pueblo of Chisuki has $5 million to upgrade their wastewater treatment facility. And so while there are 3 major anchor users in this valley that need some upgraded system, it was John Dupuy and Michelle Hunter that said, by the way, the smart thing to do here would be to start talking about it regionally. So that conversation has started with the Pueblo. That conversation has started with the opera. That conversation has started with the resort. The resort is doing their own thing, but they recognize that it's only going to work for them for up to about 5 years. And that in 5 years, probably when we actually get this thing fully planned out, would be the perfect time for them to tap into this system. And I've had a conversation with some of the folks at the Pueblo of Hawaii who said, well, our system at Buffalo Thunder is already big enough for this. They designed it big enough for this. And so they've now asked me to start to broach the subject of doing this regional project with them as the operator, or at least as where the facility is located. And so there's the potential to either do it as a Chisuki only valley area or Chisuki to Powaki Valley area, but that we start putting that as a regional water, wastewater system for the area.
Well, certainly one thing, if you want to think about water conservation and water reuse, like you're thinking about every bit of water as a potential resource. One of the few untapped water sources is reusable water, and the only way to make it available is through regional wastewater treatment, access to that as a resource for further treatment. So just to finish the thought, in this year's budget, we did put $250,000 into utilities to do a preliminary engineering report to figure out the feasibility of this. And so now it's expanded in scope to do a Chisuki. No, what? But who's doing it?
We are, Santa Fe County.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
I knew that.
You heard it, but it was just.
Sorry.
Yep.
Okay, other comments on this? Commissioner Hughes?
No, I just wondered well, it sounds like this is a very long-term strategy, so.
I mean, but as with everything that I'm putting out there, this is not something that you put out years from now, but you start the work now. So we have the $250,000 to do a preliminary study. We need to go out to these major users and the pueblos that would be impacted by this and potential partners with this, and to start to get those agreements in place to say, are you interested? How do you want to participate? And so on. And then we take on the lion's share of doing the planning and engineering and operational management scoping. So it's not something that you put into outer years per se, but you put into, now let's take those baby steps towards that now.
Go ahead.
I was going to say 2 separate things. So on the Chisuki, again, same question as we had with regard to, the potential Hawaii broadband project. Is that Chisuki is already in the works. So, we are having conversations with the opera, with Chisuki Pueblo, with Bishop's Lodge, and we've already allocated money to do a preliminary engineering report, which is the first step as to whether this would all work. So again, question for the board, whether to put that in the strategic plan, given that it's already moving forward. I think that's slightly different than partnering with the city of Santa Fe, because we're not as far along in terms of those discussions. But again, I'm just trying to facilitate and synthesize what I'm hearing people say. And that's all I'm offering. It's that there are 2 separate items there. One's already moving forward. The other, we haven't really gotten a resounding, yeah, we want to do this.
Look,
go ahead.
we were already doing some solar projects on county buildings when Commissioner Hanson and I first started and wanted to add climate change and doing that sort of thing to the strategic plan because it carries some weight of direction from you know, and where we, from the board on where we think it's important to go. So I, you know, sometimes even if something's underway, you know, it might be useful because frankly, I do think it's useful to think of how to handle that aspect of the water utility. You know, you need water, drinking water, and you need to do something with wastewater, and it becomes a resource which nobody ever cared about 40 years ago, and we should care about it now. On the other hand, it's not that doesn't necessarily carry weight everywhere. And the thing with the city and John Dupuis' idea of us, that's a sticky wicket, not because the concept is a bad one, but you know, I think we just have to think more carefully about that. So doing the thing up north, you know, that's underway, and I think it's useful, and I think this, you know, being in the strategic plan, it's like, yeah, that's going to give us more information on what people we need in utilities to support that. Like, this is where our planning knowledge needs to be supported by you know, by people, like county staff.
I just want to say that city owns the wastewater plant.
They own their wastewater plant.
Paseo de Ra. And so
we own Quill, and that's what
we own Quill
wants to put together.
Yeah, and there has to be some willingness from the city.
They don't have money, and they are in a pickle, and they are making a mess of La Cienega. And people, if that is going to continue the way it's been, so I am like 550% off board with what it means to be comprehensive, because they are not unilateral in their efforts. Sure, they own it. But you know what? If I hear another mayor say, I'm not the mayor of La Cienega, I've heard him say that. And I've said
get your shit out of our stream, right?
But it's in my district.
Yeah, okay.
Paseo Real.
My district too, and it's in Lower La Bajada, and it's all the way to Cotuí.
Right, because it all runs downhill.
And
that's in shit runs down
until they pipe it to the Rio Grande over the hill.
Now, so it's sort of it's got to be comprehensive, or frankly, let's get back to the conversation on what they're going to do to clean it up. But it is an old facility, and it's got to be changed. And yes, Dupuis is talking about this other facility, but the reality of the day is, if it's not going to be done comprehensively, it's a problem. And the other part where it sort of sticks out for me, and I feel like I just need to say it, because we have to do these things together for those areas where, if we don't think of water comprehensively, which is what I was trying to say in that other, and we're still just missing a boat. We can have these conversations for the next 60 years. But what about the Galisteo Basin, which is still also in our county? You know, so yes, all of these things happen within this basin, and that's great, and it's important. This is the population at mass. But then, you know, when we talk about these comprehensive water issues, then we also have other parts of the county that we should be thinking about comprehensively, and not just those areas in which we feel like we're immediately affected. So I dropped that off sort of like a...
So to take that exact sort of thing is like I mentioned two projects because those are the ones that came to my mind first, right? So there's the Tesuque Valley project that goes to as far as Pojoaque. Great, okay, that's in my district. I know about that. And there's the city-county potential project. By far, those are not limited. And so I would almost argue that part of whether it's a strategic plan is that, or whether it's a water use plan or whatever, however we want to couch it is that we should have a comprehensive plan to deal with how we deal with water, wastewater, freshwater, and that we then divide it into wastewater, freshwater, okay, different projects and service areas. And they're not just one, it's a big county. We need to go and say, Galisteo Basin, is that a logical basin to be working on for wastewater? Great. Here's the scope of that project. Is that a 1 to 3 year? Is that a 3 to 5 year? Is that a 7 to 10 year? Or is that something that we're gonna get to, but that we should start to look at these things in a big picture?
We need to take the lead on that. We just do. We talked, and we've already, like, this has come up in the way I see it in 3 different proposals here. And they all kind of are getting at the same thing.
Yes.
Is to address water comprehensively.
And we do need to do it.
And we need to take the lead on it.
And one of them was the thing about looking at what people we need, which is what you had in there. So yes, we need to look at water comprehensively.
I don't care that it's the individual projects. I actually care that it is the comprehensive upper level happens now. Then whether we go and say, what's the first project that's the easiest one at hand? If that's Tasuki, because we've got the planning and the need and so on. If it's the city, because the city suddenly comes to us and says, you know what, we really need to work on this together. You guys have the money and the know-how, whatever, or we're desperate, whatever the issue is. Great, right? And then if Galisteo floats to the front?
Floats to the top. And here's the problem.
Depending on which way gravity's
And I'll just say, and just throw it out again. Like, this is so not new. We're talking.
Wastewater flows to the top, but the freshwater flows
to the bottom. But that E. coli issue in the last month, October, was in the thousands again. We stopped the conversation because we're going to work with the city in a way that doesn't get the feds to go in and pick on it, because only the people from the city. This conversation is months old for me. And I'm going to tell you, I hear, and if I hear another week that, well, isn't Michelle Hunter working with Dupuy? That's not doing anything. It's like, we are months away from, we have a lot of E. coli and it's not in the parks. It's now going down the river, and it's been in the thousands through the month of October. But we're going to decide whether this is a priority long-term or short-term. And I'm saying it was yesterday term. It was earlier this summer term.
That's why I would like to have it as on our priority list. And again, we could do it as a comprehensive thing, but the priority also says that somebody, one of us in the room probably, whether it's Greg, myself, or Commissioner Hansen over here, goes and sits on the mayor's doorstep and says, look, we're here to help.
I'll do that in January.
Okay.
She'll do of 2025.
Yeah. No, but my point is that my point is that we say that we're here to help.
The additional, like, you guys realize that the county is giving a little bit of money to and theoretically working with the city doing our 2040 planning because of some recognition of that this long-term water planning, it needs to be cross-jurisdictional and whatnot. But with the lack of people with bandwidth and expertise, it languished for a long time in the city's proceeding. But I don't know how closely we're tracking that. I mean, like, Michelle Hunter has some expertise, but she's only one person. You know, we didn't have a hydrologist for a long time.
Doug Crosby has some expertise.
There are new people who have some expertise, but the point is, if that part of the discussion cycle is back to the evaluation of personnel needs. But there is that component we're already doing. But I think the idea of putting a need for comprehensive management of water and wastewater, water resources, and planning for it should be in the strategic plan.
Yeah, so I kind of want to leave it there because I'm trying to get us through the strategic plan. And I think this is a topic that we could talk on about for days.
And we have few opportunities. This has been valuable. I mean, moving on is great, but this has been really valuable.
Yeah, okay. So Commissioner Hughes.
Modern road system for Santa Fe County, and I think the rest of mine will be fairly quick. So thanks to the county, my district mostly has county water because El Dorado's hooked up to the county system all the way over to Canyon Cedar Water. So now I'm talking, that's why I call it. So roads are the next issue, right? And I mean, you've all heard me talk about Spur Ranch Road, which is, I think, shortly going to be considered up for our consideration as a connector road because it gets so much traffic now. But there were some really good suggestions by staff. So my suggestion was that we have a plan to systematically look at some of the private roads in the county and see if they need to be adopted so that they can be taken care of. And with Spur Ranch Road, that's probably the only option. because it is such a high use road and it serves several developments back off there.
But it is a private road at this point.
It's a private road, so we would have to adopt it. I've talked to Leandro and the Transportation Advisory Committee. If we adopted it, it would immediately not meet our standards, so we would probably want to pave it almost at the same time so that it was up to standards. That community is not particularly poor, although it's not necessarily wealthy either. There's a little combination of each on that road. But they do at least have a road association, and they are trying to fix it up themselves. They're going to base course it this summer, which will be a lot better than it was last summer during the monsoons, when we actually had monsoons. So that would be the summer before the most recent one. It got really, really hard to travel on, such that, you know, a fire truck wouldn't have made it down that road. I mean, I barely made it. One of my friends called me up and said, "Will you drive down the road?" And I said, "Sure, I'll try it," because I figured, well, if worse comes to worse, I'll call the county to come haul me out, and then they'll see how bad the road is. And I did manage to make it down the road. Yeah, but it was awful. I could only go 1 mile an hour. But there are other roads, and this is where the inequity sort of comes in. And Gary Harone brought this up when he said, "I'd like to know how come all the roads in El Dorado got adopted by the county," which is really weird because El Dorado is not a low-income community. So I live in El Dorado on a county maintained road, and it's wonderful. I mean, it's a dirt road, but you know, when it needs grading, the county comes out and grades it, no problem. On the other side of my district, on along Route 14, most of the roads are private. And the issue there is that some of them don't even have road maintenance agreements. And so there's no, but what's happened is, like Big Gabe and I went out and looked at Seaview Road, which is particularly bad because we drove part way and then the resident came out and met us in their 4-wheel drive to get us the rest of the way because the county car wouldn't have made it up that road. So what's happened is, I think, you know, the road was probably fine when 10 people lived along it and all the lots were 10 acres. But over the years, there's been lots of lot splits. And so very slowly, it's turned into a much larger community. But yet there's no road maintenance agreement. So what I'm wondering, the staff was suggesting we ask the state to pass a law like Pennsylvania has, where you have to contribute to a road maintenance agreement if you live on a private road. But could we do that at the county level? I mean, getting the state to do something takes forever, but could we do a county ordinance that says if you live on a private road, you have to contribute your proportionate share? Because that would take care of some of these roads and we wouldn't have to adopt them if they just had road maintenance agreements where everyone kicked in a few $100s a year so they could grade the road. Because that's what some of these roads need.
I mean, it would certainly have solved some of the roads in San Marcos.
It'll also mean almost everybody will apply to have the roads adopted as county roads.
If we don't do the other thing. Oh, you mean if we force them to take care of their roads?
Yeah, but they have
The
to
roads
be
are up to standard.
before they can be adopted.
Currently, I mean, unless somebody can think of a better way, like.
Well, my original proposal was just to adopt them and not even wait for them to ask, but I'm saying, I think if they had, on the smaller roads, if they had road maintenance agreements and it wasn't very expensive and their roads were drivable, I think a lot of people would be happy.
Well, I think that makes sense. I have no idea what the answer is, but
We
it
can look
makes
into
sense.
that and research whether that's within the scope of county authority part of that. So we can.
Yeah, I think that would be the first step, because if that might be the simplest.
It just makes me think of.
I think it has to be added to the SLDC.
Can we do assessments? Like if you're on this.
Oh,
on this road,
we looked into that for Spur Ranch Road, and the trouble is, and Greg could tell you because he did do the analysis, it was going to be so expensive to put the assessment on them to fix up their road that they couldn't afford it.
Oh, I remember, and
To bring it up to county standards.
because
it requires paving. Spur Ranch Road has to be paved.
some of our road situation in the county is like a legacy problem, right?
Yeah.
The way things are developed in a very poor and rural community over the last half a century, right? And some of it is, maybe there's nothing wrong with the system the way it is now, but it also means that there are there are some wealthy communities that have private roads and they can, and there are some incredibly poor communities that have private roads, you know, not very many people. And if there's a lot of infrastructure money, is there any mechanism for jumping us ahead and maybe not adopting every road, but that, you know, adopting some roads? If we could get, you know, like a big slug of federal money to upgrade them instead of putting it all on individuals? I mean, I've never suggested this outside of this room because, you know, the public discussion on that would be crazy. And I don't.
We are. It's not live.
But it's not about. I'm recording. You know, I don't know about availability of money for that, and I fully recognize that that means it's like, oh my God, what kind of capacity would we have? Presumably, we have to do, you know, get contractors to do some.
We already have a large amount of roads to take care of as it is.
Yeah, but what? So what's the problem with that? There's not a county on the East Coast that I know that has the issue of private roads at the level other than when you get from the county road to the driveways that go to farms, you know, literal driveways.
So, and I think this is part of the problem of as we grow, you know, we say, oh, great, we're getting more tax revenue because we have more people, but we do have to fix up the infrastructure so they can get to their houses and the fire truck can get to their house and the ambulance can get to their house.
I'm just wondering about, is there a way to sort of change the equation a little bit? And for fairness, because like, once again, you know, wealthy communities can get their roads adopted and poor communities never do.
That is absolutely the case. And then the thing about, and I'll just say, and I'm not saying that District 3 is only a poor community. It definitely has its poor spots. But some of these, and I've said it before, and part of the stuff that doesn't happen when we're getting these approvals for new development, and then what's being proposed here is just make sure they're of quality. But we're not, I'm hoping that we could think about it much more comprehensively in that some of these roads are very old roads and development happened along these old cattle routes, literally like these one stretch. We can pave roads, but then we also need to be thinking about all the health and safety. And part of me is sitting here thinking, I recall seeing it in the ICIP for a comprehensive evaluation, engineer based for safety. But when we go in, and I'm hoping it's still there, when we go in and we pave a street, and then we have to go back and see why people are getting killed. I mean, that happens constantly. It's like, it's like that thing that we talked about at 599 and the experience that I had when, as the improvements started going south Santa Fe, all of a sudden we started seeing people drag racing, but people just trying to get home and getting wiped out and getting killed. And that just happens, and it sounds like hyperbole, and it's not. It's like now we're talking about Bonanza Creek. Now, because as things get built up, there's more traffic, and what we tend to do, and it's been my experience at least 30 years now, since like 1988, to continue watching areas improve by paved roads and yet become structurally more dangerous to more people, less traffic control, and ability to make sure that people, and I feel like it's digressing, but it's not a holistic conversation if we don't. We can go ahead and improve a road, but then you're going to have more traffic driving much faster, and then we have the hazards. And all of that should be thought of all at the same time when somebody's saying, we're about to plan 20-some houses to 600 houses, whatever the case may be, to ensure that all those traffic areas are structurally sound for health and safety. I mean, it's the bottom line, and we just aren't. We're talking about paving a new road, and then all of a sudden people are hauling around. It goes back to the old adage of bad roads make good neighbors. And that is not something I just made up. It's like bad roads keep people slower, and you're not out peeling out around town. So it sounds like a digression, but I'm saying it's not a digression. Let's think comprehensively. Let's think about the bigger picture if we can.
Okay.
If we're not, and it's one policy at a time, then that's fine.
So I'm going to suggest maybe we take a short break.
If you have chocolate.
I don't have, I might have some chocolate in my office.
Do you want to finish this one and then take the break, or are we finished?
No.
I'm so confused because
I'm in support.
This is one of those conundrums. This is, I think, the literal definition of a conundrum. I have never.
That's why
participated in
Maybe we should take our break and then come back. Sounds like we're not quite done.
But just to ask it sounded like we had some direction, but let's see if there is standing for us to create a process.
Right.
So that is definitely the first step in this. I don't know if these all need to be per se strategies as much as a directive to focus on it and find out what some viable end solutions are.
Right, and then
So I think we should take a break.
take a little break.
Yeah, take a little break, think about this. We'll come back because we have just a few strategies left and I would like to get us to get through this today. It doesn't mean we can't have another session, but if we can get through it today, it gives,
That would be great.
staff. Okay, so we're going to take a short little break, 10 minutes. Get up, walk around.
3:25.
He makes it long.
Then we have a specific time to be back.
Yes.
3:25, okay, so nobody's ever on time.
Other meeting.
Yeah.
Parents.
And they just cut costs, trying to,
It's a smile better than a yawn, right? You want that continued.
is that one of mine?
I feel like I yawned
Okay.
my last statement. I apologize for going off into some tangent. Hey, look, bro.
No, I gotta stay away from you.
I know, because we're gonna pick up the wrong one.
Yeah, exactly.
Question. The issue with Las Golondrinas, is it an issue? Their ICIP?
So they gave me a proposal.
Yeah.
We, but, or that same ordinance says that they should have given it to us to be on the ICIP by August 1st. So August 1st would have been the ICIP deadline, but doesn't mean we can't support it. So I'm looking at the calendar from 6 weeks from the beginning of the sessions, December 5th. So I gotta look at this, work with Greg on.
Yeah, great.
get us out of here today. We do have one ability to have some more time on 11/13 in the afternoon. That's it. Okay. I mean, but that's, I would rather not, or depending on what happens. Let's wrap this up on the road issue.
So I think we're saying staff will look into whether we can have an ordinance that requires people to contribute to private road maintenance if they live on a private road. And then it sounds like these people wanted to at least look at the idea of how we adopt roads, especially if there's money to pave a few of them.
I think that's a fleet policy or a road policy. Oh, it's a road policy.
We have a current road adoption policy that folks can follow to apply for county adoption. One of the things that the policy allows is that folks can request a waiver of any requirement in the policy, but including bringing it up to county standards, which, as Commissioner Hughes mentioned, in many instances is going to be cost prohibitive, and as Commissioner Bustamante mentioned, in some instances it might have unintended consequences in terms of safety-related issues. So there is an existing policy. I think relative to adopting dirt roads, that I think we're not likely going to be in a position to do until our staffing levels in the roads department increases and is sustainable. And so if that's the suggestion, I don't think that that's feasible in the short term, at least.
So how about for the short term, then we say, look at the policy, like I said, for the whether we can do the requirement for people to pay into road maintenance agreements and make a priority this year to get our county road crews up to the level we need.
And one of the things that I brought to Public Works at my quarterly was there is, I don't know if any of you have ever worked with Bob Sherwin, realtor here in town, ex-former realtor, but he has a product that is gone through testing at Los Alamos National Laboratories that is a additive to basically to base course that turns it into concrete. Not literally concrete, but it's not, but this is like one that's been tested now at the lab, and it's just been adopted by the state of Texas. New Mexico is a little behind that, but
They've been improving on them.
it's pretty amazing. Yeah, from what I've seen, I would love to be proven right, because this is something that will cut down on dust and maintenance and a bunch of things. It has a variety of applications, and so I put him in touch with Brian and PJ and said, do your magic, guys, like see what you can do. And so the faster we could get that into our cycle, at least at one test road, maybe this road in Commissioner Hughes's district is the road, or maybe there's a smaller place to do this. So be it. So anyway.
Okay. So are we good with that?
Yes.
Okay, let's move on. I'm going to go to the having a goal for limiting solitary confinement.
Okay. Yeah. I just brought this up because every quarter we get a report from the jail on how many people are in solitary confinement, and the list is very long. I don't think the list is giving us all the data we need, because as I talked to Greg about this, it seems like, well, some people asked to be there for their own protection, but that's like, if you look at the list, not only is everybody white because they don't differentiate between Hispanic and Anglo on the list, everybody is there because they're a danger to the general population. And so maybe one of the things we need to do is get better data.
But it's just the way that they fill it out.
Yeah.
Because it's a incontrovertible reason, they're a danger to the general population.
Well, the other reason they put was quarantine for COVID, right? But that's not happening much anymore. And I'm just sort of wondering what we it seems to me that we as county commissioners are supposed to look at this list every quarter. Should we have some sort of a goal for, and the response from the staff, which I assume the warden wrote, was actually very good. They do have a lot of ideas for making life better for people in the special management units. But I just brought it up because I think that it's something we're supposed to.
So I read the report, and I looked at the length of stay, and that kind of like was my, and many of the lengths of stay are maybe 24 hours or even, I didn't.
2 days was.
2 days seemed to be that, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, like, I didn't see anybody in there for a long period of time, you know, and so trusting the warden.
Well, there was a couple that were longer, like one was 31 days.
If I could, Madam Chair and Commissioners, I think if you read staff response, we've provided some concrete steps, including some things that are already underway. And, you know, the top of that list is, and in fact, once we get the procurement mechanism in place, we may be well coming to you in light of the interest in this area to do a budget adjustment to be able to fully fund the construction of additional recreation yards. And so these are, if you will, private spaces for inmates who are in restrictive housing to have outdoor access. And the goal would be by building those additional rec yards, the hope would be that everybody who is in special management would be at least offered the opportunity to be in an outdoor setting for in excess of 2 hours a day. And again, that's key because that's what state law defines as being restrictive housing. There are a few other things that are already in the works in terms of things that we want to implement. Number one is an RFID system so that we have better data as to how much human interaction individuals in special management are actually getting. So that would be, if detention officer Hamilton goes by and cards, I'm speaking to inmate Green, at the beginning, it would just be data to say that's when that interaction started. You would then swipe when it's ended, so that we have better data about the amount of time that individuals are actually interacting with the folks who are in special management. In addition, the long-term goal also includes, providing increasing inmate communication opportunities through the introduction of tablets throughout the facility, so that folks have the opportunity to engage in different ways with loved ones. So I think there are a variety of things that are already in the works to further bring those numbers down and to provide better data. So I share that for what it's worth, but first and foremost is to fully fund and prioritize the construction of the additional recreation units, because that's what will allow people to actually exit their cell, get outdoor recreation for extended periods of time in a way that is safe for them and safe for other inmates.
And so if I could ask, are those, when we visited the jail this last spring, we saw an outdoor recreation cage. Is this going to be bigger than that? Because it seemed not much better than the cell.
I don't have all the specifications, but we can bring that back to the board at a future time. The key thing is it's an area to exercise in, and it is outdoor with fresh air, but I can get you the actual specifications.
Right, but the one we saw, there wasn't enough room to bounce a basketball in or anything, so it seemed a little, I mean, I prefer, and I imagine that what we're proposing is something a little bit bigger and better. I'm hoping so.
I'll get the specific specifications.
The only other thing I would request is that maybe we get, if possible, better data on why people are in the, because, just having everybody listed as a danger to the general population, is not very specific.
I did wonder why they were all white, but white and Hispanic don't get different.
Right, I had asked about that earlier.
The Native American.
Well, Native American counts differently, but.
They do?
But yeah. But Hispanic and Anglo are both white, and so you don't get that distinction. I guess if the software doesn't cover that, maybe that's not a big deal. Whether they're white or Hispanic, we don't want them in solitary confinement longer than they have to, and we don't want them to suffer
May I just ask for, do we want them to respond to it, so you all have the information?
I think it's just something we could respond to.
Does that sound right?
I
Right.
think we were going for a year. Sorry, I understood that you were asking for a year to look at this.
Well, I think the response we got from staff was pretty good, that we're already doing a bunch of this stuff. And so if we just add a few other requests on, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to go back to OEM, increase and educate on emergency preparedness. That's you.
Yeah, so the issue with that one, we were talking about at the time and looking at the Office of Emergency Preparedness and seeing that there are going to be proposed changes we have had. And one thing that I've said in other things is making sure that we continue to assure the support to Office of Emergency Management as it's been. I had worked with Chief Hill when I was when he worked with the state directly as the Bureau of Health Emergency Management, making sure that I think I've said it before. He and the gentleman that he works with, Ignacio, are everywhere all the time, and what it means to set up these offices. And we did talk about it earlier, but making sure that their efforts are visible in these locations. So that would be something that I would add to this conversation. And then I want to see if we're done with that. But to make sure that the work that Chief Hill and Ignacio and the efforts and the support that they have and whatever additional recommendations to make sure that their work is supported is visible in these offices.
You mean in the resilience centers,
resilience hubs. Right, that effort is part of that and the work that's been done for entities that have been both giving shots and putting out fires all at the same time. So I don't know if there's any other, additional discussion around that. Questions, concerns, comments, but that's why I would ask that we would make sure that we're seeing that the same way and how it would move forward as part of our strategic plan.
So I obviously, if anybody doesn't know, I think substantially enhancing our OEM is a very high priority for me. That's why the county committed to doing the task force evaluation. I think it's natural, like the resilience hubs are one component of that. And because they've been regionally distributed, it's a great place for outreach, but I think part of the function of the office of like the education for the population, like people have to know what to do, what our preparedness is and what kinds of, there's a need to educate our residents on what they would need to do and what the county is doing. And I think that is going to be in, what comes out of the task force development. There are some aspects that are kind of already known or already done, but clearly what we had was the legacy of, a 1 or 2 man effort, which was amazing. To grow beyond that, things will be formalized a little more. So I think so I was only trying to understand like what you were recommending. Like I think that there is a clear need to do community outreach, or else they don't know what to do. But I'm pretty confident the report that came out includes that and where that is. I mean, it talks about the difference between management and response, and that we need to do both. And it's really the management aspect that needs to be enhanced, which includes the outreach and education and all that. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I wasn't sure exactly what you were asking for here, but I if
So when we look at these resilience hubs, and we all looked at each other and agreed that we would have, that would be an ideal location for the type of request that we have here. And when we talk about specific, right now it's been a piecemeal. La Cienega asked for Vigil and Ignacio to go do a presentation, and then it resulted in, and this was back when I was the LCDA president with her. So the opportunities and looking at this, like from very specific deliverables, is that we would have a schedule at these resilience hubs for community involvement and preparedness. So everybody knows in Edgewood that on, in November of that month at their community hub thing, there's a training on X, whatever the issue may be. Or for example, when we couldn't get, there were a lot of concerns because there had been this fire. It was really cold outside and it sustained in the middle of the winter in the Bosque. People were like, well, why couldn't we get the chief here and da-da-da? Well, because he was over at Glorieta giving shots. And that's a whole other opportunity for having those folks, not just at Glorieta, but to have, and you're right, it's been a 2-person show, but to supporting those initiatives so that each community has its training, support, access on some type of schedule for that kind of resilience. So a plan with a schedule for community involved preparedness, a community emergency response team development, that each team, that each community have had the benefit of being able to be on the CERT with the Santa Fe Community College as a result of the Chief Vigil coming out and training us all. And frankly, that was the support where the guy who had a heart attack on the way to Chimayo, had it not been for the CERT tent, the guy would have not made it. And it was, we were able to take him in, get him what he needed. And that was literally the community college CERT, the community emergency response team. So if we develop that for each community at our resilience hub, that strengthens our community's ability to respond to these issues. And I say that in full support of those entities that have been working that, because real or perceived, there has been concern that that aspect would go away. The aspect of emergency response as it stands, and that there wouldn't be support for whatever it would take to evolve that, which I can't say I disagree or agree with, whatever the case may be. What I know is what I want to see is some stronger community presence is the right word. So stronger community presence, that it's not a matter of inviting someone to your community meeting on a particular date, except that now the community has taken a lead, given something as strong as a resilience hub. We know that that entity exists where it is. And I don't want to get too deep into the details. I see that this ties directly with the resilience hub in the interest of supporting those initiatives that have already been done, but on a as invited when needed basis. And frankly, what we've all agreed in earlier conversations is it will be needed if it hasn't been deemed to have been observed so yet, that there is a reason for people to know how to clean the brush away from their homes. And that is a regular conversation because it all grows back, and that new people move in and they don't know, and that we have some type of schedule for community preparedness, supporting OEM in these resilience hubs. That's the point here. And that we really put this on our strategic plan to create and assure that that structure is met.
I just don't feel like, the very first thing is the Santa Fe OEM Task Force recommends the county move forward findings and recommendations.
Where's that?
It's on the second page.
Okay.
I feel very strongly that the kinds of things you're talking about are the sorts of things that we put the task force together to recommend. But I don't think.
So I don't know.
Agreed with the concept, potentially agreed with the concept that the resilience hubs might be a place where community outreach could occur. But I don't think it ought to be coordinated separately in every hub. I think the OEM needs to coordinate that. The county's not so big.
Oh, I'm not saying that at all.
So I'm just clarifying.
I'm saying about a coordinated effort. If we were to work, which I hope that we would not have to, with the resources that we currently only have, because I say this needs to be.
No, the whole idea of the task force was to make the recommendation so that we could put more resources to emergency management, but in an objectively defined way.
and comprehensively with a schedule at all the hubs. I think it has to be a common. I couldn't agree with you more. Oh, nothing in me was saying that these would be independent and unique at each one. That wouldn't make sense. Though I will say some communities have more potential to burn than others, right? So they might have.
Well, yeah, but that should be.
But that's, I think,
Well, those are, I think we're getting in the details.
Can I-
that's weeds. Yeah, I don't.
So,
Right,
quick-
so-
so three things, if I may. I'm not so sure that the emergency management plan is going to get into the granularity that Commissioner Bustamante is getting into. It'd be great if it does. But so I think that there is an opportunity here, one, to, do the communications and the community outreach in a way that gets people engaged, but also starts to become content on our YouTube channel. Right? I mean, a lot of this stuff doesn't need to be a once in a lifetime or once a year thing. It could be, here's a bunch of list of best practices that the Emergency Management Office has and videos, and whether they work for Angel Fire or Santa Fe County, doesn't matter. It could be tagged by Santa Fe County because we're the leaders in this communication effort, and it works for all of New Mexico. Or
I like that idea. I like
so creating these sort of content that people can do at their own time. Oh, I don't know when I missed it. Oh, right.
Yeah.
So that's
Instead of I have to be at the community center.
I agree. I
30.
There are a lot of things you can train that way, from firewise around your house
And-
to how
Yeah,
hard it is
absolutely.
in emergency roads.
Absolutely.
But
Best practice is an annual exercise. If we were really going to be.
Yeah, and
That's best practice.
Yeah, but
So
I
couldn't
don't
disagree.
think we're gonna do
Karen, I
an
feel like we're-
annual exercise, because that's best practice in our strategic plan, when that's the whole point of having an emergency management office, is for them to implement best practices and staff it well enough to make.
Not arguing that.
so the
There's something that feels like
Okay.
that before.
So
possible.
the next concept that I'd like to explore just with this thing is that while we are an office of two for emergency management, those guys, that team cannot be everywhere at any given time. And so when the emergency happens, just like we have our district fire response, which you're a member of, right? We should have the emergency response at a district level.
We do.
Well, okay, that's great, but
That's the whole point.
But-
And some of what they're evaluating, because there are firefighters and EMTs and tech rescue.
but I'm talking at a different level. I'm talking like, if you're going to respond to a fire, that's a trained, certain scope of work. And when there's, God forbid, a fire up in the mountains, you mobilize those people to go up in the mountains. But the people that are evacuating, that are the next level down, that don't have to be necessarily trained to be actual firefighters or EMTs or all those things, could be these on the ground people, evacuation people, right? So when you get to
Good news is the ICS all defines that structure. And I'm not arguing anything. I don't even see us cross on this. I feel like.
No, we're not.
I
I'm
got
just asking what we
into
want to put in the strategic
In
plan
the strategic
to support
plan
what's happening.
is exactly what we said earlier. I've spoken to too much detail, but that this would exist at these hubs in the interest of defining what would need to happen and in even making sure that those certs, I would say, I love the idea of a community cert. That like La Cienega has its little cert, but maybe not. I'm with you. Let this group define this.
I like the idea. I just don't understand everything. I'm trying to get the discussion. Are you talking about certifying each community in
With the community emergency response team, a community emergency response team at the lowest level of ICS, that they've all had 100 and 200.
You have district certificate, district organization to support it.
Exactly, because what happens, what you said is what happens. If they have to come from Alamogordo, they will. And I'm using that as like if it gets bad enough, they're gonna come from everywhere. The ICS structure allows for all this, I don't want to call it seamless, but that kind of working together. So we got into way too much minutia. It's because I don't know, chocolate didn't do it for me, but it's okay.
So
Bottom line is
that's fun. It's ice cream.
Yeah, so
the
the time is up. We are working on an emergency management plan. It's going to be presented to us. Let's see where we're going and what it suggests, and
getting the neighbors involved.
And yeah, okay.
Okay, but I do want to ask, because I was the one who started not arguing, but discussing to figure out. But one thing that surprised me, but I didn't go back to look, is how much is in our strategic plan. I want to make sure, this is a good time to make sure our strategic plan supports the task force and what it'll develop. So if we need to add something, let's definitely do it.
To include, or the report should include communication and community level.
If I could, couple of different layers of thought is that, the recommendations are coming forward to the board next Tuesday. We highlighted in staff response a few of the high level ones to include an overall structure, which would be to focus resources on, emergency plans and planning, training and exercises, and communications, which I think address all three of the things that I heard Commissioner Bustamante mention in terms of being out in the community, coming up with certs, and then having regular training exercises, and then also having communications. But then in addition, one of the specific recommendations that are made is to have a newly formed Office of Emergency Management was created to have a specific emergency management strategic plan, which, gets down to this more granular level of detail as to here's what we're going to focus on and here's what.
And so just like with the community, like Rachel's group, what's in our level of plan, the county-wide plan, is more overarching and hers becomes more specific, and it would be the same thing in emergency management?
I think that's a fair way to say that.
Maybe not. So some of this detail might belong there, but something has to be in our plan that points to that.
Cindy?
Madam Chair, what's in our plan now, I would assume, is strategy 1.1. Implement recommendations concerning the structure, staffing, and responsibilities of the Santa Fe County Emergency Management Office of Emergency Management. And then we'll build out that detail.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Commissioner Hughes.
We didn't make any decisions on this.
It's already there, right?
Already there.
That's a kind of a very specific, once we start implementing it, does that go away?
So I think we have an opportunity next week. Like we're going to hear these recommendations and we're going to add 2 or 3 more to them.
The Office of OEM,
No.
No, we're expanding.
Oh, we're expanding it.
as it stands, are the people who are there going to still be there?
They want to be.
Unless they quit. What, I don't understand.
Make sure I know what I'm talking, because I hear concerns and I just want to make sure that, it's easy to step
I
out.
want to get, ahead of that discussion, but as reflected in the staff report, highest level recommendation is to separate emergency response from emergency management, and to keep response in the fire department and to take emergency management out of the fire department and put it in the county manager's office at the highest level.
Yeah.
That doesn't address the individual human resources. That's just a functional level evaluation of where those different things might reside. But again, those are the recommendations from the independent consultant and the task force. Hope that answers your question.
And I think we should all read that and be prepared to discuss it next time on the dais. And I'm going to move on to preserve agriculture, which I think there is nobody in this room who doesn't want to do that.
Onward. Oh, I could.
Yes.
More.
So, yeah, the reason I brought this forward is because I think we talked about this in several contexts, but I don't know if it's in our strategic plan very specifically. I mean, we do have programs like Aggregate. We're going to do the TDR program, which will help preserve, or at least has the potential to preserve agricultural land. I really like what you said to Mr. Bustamante about you don't build houses where you can grow food, because we have plenty of land where it's not appropriate to grow food, and we should be building our houses there. So I'm not sure. I mean, I think this requires a great deal of thought to see, and that's what's suggested by the staff too. I mean, we have some programs. Do those need to be expanded, or do we need to do other things, such as, do we need to help land bank agricultural land and lease it out? That would be the most extreme, right? As if we were to buy open space that's suitable for agriculture and lease it to farmers. Do we need to support Reunity Resources more with some grants to help them do what they wanted to do, their regional processing center, so farmers had a place to come bring their produce and prepare it for sale at local grocery stores. So there's a whole lot there.
Anybody who's done an analysis of how much land are we losing in Santa Fe County to development and agriculture and?
Good point.
So good, Madam Chair and Commissioner, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I do want to make sure we're capitalizing on the momentum. That was staff's recommendation. So we have an entire element of the Sustainable Growth Management Plan dedicated to agriculture and ranching. And so the suggestion was, why don't we start there, evaluate what we've done and what the success of those programs have been. And that could include looking at how much irrigated land we have, and then also comparing it to the snapshots that are in the existing growth management. So that's staff's recommendation, is that we spend some time looking at what we've already done and assessing whether it's been successful or not, and then making recommendations as to how we might build out on it.
Adding it to a GIS layer of agricultural land or something like that, that we can actually start to assess and say, these are the places that are appropriate to preserve or to grow cannabis or whatever
Well, and also I think looking at new models of agriculture, because like if you look at something like Reunity Resources, it's a nonprofit corporation, and so people can work there for a couple of years, and then when they get tired of being farmers, they can go do something else. I think that we're getting away from the idea where there's not that many people who want to spend their entire life as a farmer owning a farm, and so we may need to come up with, someone retires, an older farmer retires and they want to sell their land, they may not be able to find another farmer to buy it, and so then they sell it for housing. How do we?
And there are a lot of other things to integrated to that, like hydroponics and aquaponics.
Yeah. So there's all sorts of things. So I agreeing with what the manager suggested, is to look at that and to think outside the box for how we preserve it.
If I may, and we jumped to hydroponics and aquaponics and use an awful lot of plastic. And we haven't supported farmers who want to stay farming, who lost their lands because the value of the land to live under a cottonwood was so pristine and beautiful, and we took agricultural land out of production. Rio Arriba County actually has an ordinance that says you have to keep a certain amount of arable land able to grow food. And I have been when we mentioned that, like, why doesn't Santa Fe County do otherwise? Same way. The Tres Rios land for this purpose, the guy who's trying to get it back because it was sold, because it had a high value and the family finds themselves in need, that whole notion of being land rich, cash poor, had everything to do with that. And yes, I think it's fine that we have Reunity, but one of the things that came up as an issue of contention during the whole food policy review thing a few weeks ago was, to support Reunity Resources, but we're not supporting those farmers who want to and still have family who will come back and learn. Mm-hmm. And I know a few people who frankly drove up the hill to go to work and came back at night to farm. And there are a lot of those folks just to keep their land in production. So there is interest, and there is, for some, there are enough, but it's the one person who says there's not multi-generational interest in our family, and then all of a sudden it all goes out to market. But what does it mean to really keep that land in production? In the next conversation that someone has had with me, that I sat and really just tried to understand him, and I mean that because this whole TDR is complicated, was this notion of right now the TDR, the way it is written and for our review and conversation, because I contacted growth management, said, explain this to me and why someone is saying that this TDR is now more in support of the developer than it is of keeping land undeveloped, if you will, but agricultural or whatever the reason was. And it was, right now it is something where on a one-to-one, I can get a good TDR for something that could otherwise produce food, or even more so, the one that drew me way back, and I don't have the notes in front of me, I'm going to be honest, it was complicated to me, but the whole notion of a water right being a TDR, and it's one water right, when you look at the value of what a water right would be, and the opportunity to have one more land development, I'm going to call it a coupon, if you will. Again, I'm trying to understand why that would be a one-to-one. You get a water right, now you have a whole ability to build a house, or you have to do several water rights, and when water rights are the value that they have. And the big issue to me on the one-to-one with this gentleman was, when this was first conceived, and I remembered when it was first conceived, Paul Olofson was in planning, and it was called the planning department. And he sat down and they started to look at this model that was both East Coast and West Coast, different applications of this model in the interest of keeping land for its open use, not to put something on it, and how to do that transfer in the interest of the land preservation, not so much in the interest of the density. We have, right now, the way it's written, put more of the value into the density. I get that for housing, but I don't get that for, wait a minute, now I'm not able to do the TDR that I've waited now let's call it decades, but quite a while for the county to finally stand this up. And I'm not gonna be able to do what I was hoping to do to keep my land in production. So the answer to all this is, yes, we need to support this. Yes, we need to support people. Unity Resources is great, but there are people who want to keep their land in production and who want to get their TDRs, but aren't going to be able to afford it because they've sold the land to raise the rest of their family. And they want to be able to get the value of the land plus the water rights and keep their farm in production.
And the TDRs you're saying are now going to not be as valuable because they're going to be in the open market more towards building more houses as opposed to preserving land.
Yep. And then the answer was, well, no, you get to establish how much you can sell it for. Well, people are going to go, look, it's like, I can do it. And we're starting with $20,000. It's like, really? $20,000 for me to sell my right for something I could get at $100,000 for? Right. Like, why would I sell for $21,000? So no, we have to help. And
I think what you're saying is we need to study this more.
The bottom line is what I'm saying is it's part of the TDR conversation, and the answer is yes, we need to support your objective. That's my thing.
Yeah, so I think we all support this objective. And so,
and just keep TDRs on the top of our mind because we hear it the next time we get together.
Mm-hmm. So, and move forward. Okay, so the last thing that we have is strategic housing, right?
Yes, ma'am, or at least last one for me. So, thank you, Madam Chair. So strategic housing is a concept where we would be building rental housing, relatively short-term rental housing, 3-year maximum stay for young career police, fire, medical, and education workers, first responders, critical civic workforce that we need to get them established in Santa Fe. Some of you have heard of the concept of a teacherage, where the school districts will build housing for this, or you've heard of workforce housing for that companies in mill towns do. This would be very similar in the sense that Santa Fe County would capitalize and invest in small clusters, 4 or 8 plexes in the back of a fire station, in the back of a park, in the back of some remnant piece of property of Santa Fe County owned property, and would be able to capitalize, get money from the legislature or from bonds or other things, be able to put it on our balance sheet, and then provide a affordable housing opportunity for these folks to get established in our community before they decide, wait a second, I can just buy a house in Rio Rancho. The school district, Santa Fe Public School District, has about $1.5 million to do this. And they are raising more money from the legislature to do this on a very large scale, which I think is a little too big, but that's their choice. And the Pojoaque School District has gotten some money from the legislature to do this. I would love the opportunity for us to partner with these two groups so that we could start doing this around Pojoaque and Espanola and Santa Fe to provide housing for our early career fire and deputies and civic staff and workforce.
Short term.
So not short term, but it's medium term, like it's not permanent housing.
No, I mean, early, like fast to move on, work with partners we have, because right now with this Workforce Integration Network grant that we have in our region, that we work with entities who will build those houses because North Central Economic Development has money to build, to put these areas, put these houses. You all are at that side of it to hear about the housing that can be paid for, that the contractors to do it will actually get a big cash benefit to create affordable housing for county, city teachers, firemen, employees. Nurses, all what we would call, I think there's got to be a better term.
It's a critical first responders, first
Service,
critical civic workers.
And I think it's brilliant because right now, and why I say short term, like get it done now, is those resources are there in the state. We've received ARPA.
So do they have land?
So currently North Central RTD is doing this up there. Santa Fe Public Schools has lots of land. Pewaukee Schools, like land is usually the least of the problem.
People are doing it.
Not quite yet.
So do we need to be at the table or do we need to?
Yeah, because otherwise our workers won't get housed.
They're doing a 40-unit complex down off Airport Road for teachers. Now, it's great. We could also help them capitalize and do 10 of them for deputies or 5 of them. I actually think 40 is a large thing. I think it should be more distributed and an 8-plex at the most, 2 teachers, 2 firemen, 2 deputies, and 2 medical workers, but whatever the right scale of that is. I'd like to be able to say, let's do this as a pilot project in this next year, and let's go get some money from the legislature so that we could collaborate with either Pewaukee or the Santa Fe School District.
Did they not have money to do it?
No, they have a little bit. They don't have everything that they need.
There's a lot more that's needed because the workforce is where we fall short for most of this. Everybody has the ambition. RTD showed up all ready to rock and roll.
They did it, or they're doing it.
They don't have the people to build them. It's like, so part of it is, well, how do we work together? Because we really want to do this. We need more
Well,
drivers.
we don't have the people to build.
Well,
Exactly. So then if we become part of this and put the resources, believe it or not, and I hate to get into deeper conversation, but getting the folks who really need these jobs through Connect, believe it or not, and getting people connected into these jobs, we'll get there. We have research. Building the building.
Also, we could be doing the, Be Public prefab or something, just as a pilot project, right? Like if we did a 4-plex, that we could say, deputy, teacher, fireman, medical worker, we would prove the concept out and see if it works and then go from there.
If I may, I'm sorry, if I could just get some clarification. Are we saying then that this is specifically the housing for civic personnel, making that, like if I were to cut it to the skinniest bones,
Yeah.
and then everything around?
So yes,
Like, we're
the idea
making
is
that-
and that after 3 years, that we would hopefully have gotten them to a position where they would be able to purchase a home within our community. About 4 or 5 years ago, we proposed this, and actually Santa Fe County was working on this. Joseph and Chris were working on this with the Santa Fe School District. And we had the Santa Fe Community Foundation who penciled out what it would cost to refund every police officer to say, oh wow, this is $18,000 in rent that would have been collected over 3 years. We'd be happy to give that back, they said, as a down payment assistance to keep them in the community. So
So I have a question.
There are other partners.
Madam Chair. And I don't know if this is for Justin or for the staff, but is there a way we could integrate this into our overall affordable housing plan? And for example, like when we build Nueva Sequia, maybe it'd be great to say, okay, out of the 100 units, there's 10 that are for this purpose. I mean, they would all be for affordable housing, but maybe there's 10 that are reserved for first choice for essential workers.
I personally would love it. I hope that we would be able to do a pilot project on a small scale faster than Nueva Sequia can get built, or faster than the school district is going to do their 40-unit complex. And even with Nueva Sequia, we should be going and reaching out to the school district and saying, look, we can put in 6 units for teachers if you would like.
Well, right, because I think when we're building Nueva Sequia, that's, I mean, we probably have some disabled people in mind, but the other people are going to be working people. And so,
How are we going to build something faster than? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, the manager. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Miller.
You've been demoted.
I think what the staff recommended to this point is perhaps we start with baby step, which is to assess what the actual, so that we can start to get a sense of what the appropriate scale is. And in particular, relative to the idea of a pilot, just some practical challenges are, we do, and we can only house 4, right? How do you allocate that, limited opportunity amongst county employees in a fair way? And then it comes back to our obligation to bargain, because you're getting this as a benefit of being a county. Something that we're going to have to discuss with our bargaining units, because the folks that we're talking about targeting are all going to be members again of bargaining units. And the issue to work through is, are they going to support this, or are they going to say, no, we want something that benefits the whole bargaining unit, not just folks that are living. So I think there's a baby step there, which is to do some, outreach.
Feasibility study.
To define. Well, it's even less than that.
Right.
What's the market for this, right? What's the demand amongst our own workforce? Starting, because I think that's going to, feed into, as I understood it in talking to Jordan and Joseph, the school district got to 40 in part because they were doing that sort of, ground building of what's the demand, what's the scale we have to actually get to in order to potentially meet demand.
And you meet only 10% of the demand. You haven't even started discussions with the bargaining units about how there's no way to spread it out.
Let me give you a perspective that Las Vegas, New Mexico, on the same exact conversations. And they don't see it. So it's interesting that you say, let's look at what our workforce demand is for this. But right now, what they're starting with is that we have a workforce demand. We don't have workforce. And what they're doing is they're looking at connecting it with their jail in getting people into their technologies programs at Luna for construction. And frankly, training, hands-on training. They don't even have to go to Luna, which we'd support them to do, but they don't have to. If they go in and learn how to build stuff, and they start doing it as they come out of jail, and they start working with them with all this wraparound stuff, then they will be working for the city of Las Vegas, or town, or whatever they call themselves, no disrespect. Town of Las Vegas, and they will be employed and have houses. That is part of their pilot. Like they engaged with the Workforce Integration Network system to, how do we support people coming out of jail? We want to be, and what we're working, when we say their pre-trial judge is working with the WIG to get people like, you can go to jail or you can get trained to do this. And by the way, you'd get this support and you'd have a job in the city. What? Like that, if that works, if it works for 10 people, that's 10 people they kicked out of jail. So part of it is not, let's see how our existing workforce is, let's see how we're going to build our
potential workforce, the people that turn us down.
That's the way they proposed it. I have to go do a presentation to them on Wednesday night, on the 2 days from now, the 8th at night. So that's like a conversation that they want to have about getting people coming out of jail, working on houses so that they'll have more employees if people keep clean. It'll be interesting. We'll see how it rolls. But,
I appreciate the workforce that you have probably is already settled into this. And so the question isn't necessarily, you're asking somebody that is pleasantly not so thrilled about driving from Rio Rancho, but is at least established. But it's the people that actually say no to us that we should be saying, well, why? And you say, well, if they'd given you a house, would you have said yes? Or why did you go to Los Alamos, right? Even though, they pay more and I can live in Espanola or whatever, So I think there's a risk of asking the people that are already established because you're getting a biased group. There's a value to it, no doubt, but and I'm happy to work on those aspects with staff to understand how to make this happen. So whatever.
Just one quick thing is that since the Regional Transit District is about 2 years ahead of us on this idea, and they have unions as well, I think it would be good to check with them and see how they're thinking about including this as a benefit. And they're building it in Espanola because, interestingly, they have enough bus drivers in the Santa Fe area, but they do not have enough in Espanola, partly because of the housing issues. So,
but go figure.
They do have, but they are unionized.
I'm sure one thing we noticed in all of these other developments is that they all have gone and worked with the development district. So we did reach out to them as well. They provided the plans for schools. They work for Cimarron schools. They're now doing one for Taos County, and we're next in line. They're going to help us get started on it.
Great.
I think the experience will be for us to broader circle.
Okay, so we're moving forward on the strategic housing.
With the baby steps, right?
Are you saying we're not gonna meet them?
Yeah.
So if we're not going to meet next week, do we have anything left on the list?
No, we went through everything.
Okay, so then, pardon my discretion, but, so,
Wait, why don't you just let the chair speak for,
go.
since, for me.
Please.
I'm getting very tired.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, so I think it's amazing that we made it through everything. Thank you, everybody, for being patient with me and with yourself. And I think there's a lot still to think about. I think we can further have this discussion on the dais when this comes back up in front of us. There's, the county is already doing a lot, and I think we need to be respectful of staff time, and how much we are asking and demanding. So I will go around briefly. You can have like a sentence if you have anything. Hamilton, Commissioner Hamilton. No, Commissioner Hughes.
my only question is, do we need to, and maybe staff can tell us if we need to prioritize this further, or whether we've overloaded staff with all our yeses.
I think we have what we need to take it to the next level.
Okay, well, wonderful. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Bustamante.
I just want to thank staff and like every office that will or could be impacted by those ideas and objectives that have been deemed important enough to move forward. And if we're short-handed in that staff world, that because it is on the strategic plan, that we would find the resources to make it happen without overburdening someone. But with absolute gratitude for those who make things work the way they do, because we have quality staff at this county. And I'm so impressed, and I mean that sincerely, with the quality of work that people do.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to staff. Thank you, Cindy, for keeping this going and keeping this. Greg, doing great. Leandro, thank you over there. I just asked because it's the only issue that got rolled over is in the collaboration center. What were the next steps and guidance? And if we're not going to have another meeting, is there some sort of directive that we can work from that we can then bring that back? One, I understood, let's take DOE off of the title. That's fine. The second would be how to collaborate and set a scope with UNM. And so is that the direction that we should start with UNM?
I heard a lot more things.
Well, yes, but
But those
I would,
didn't count, so.
okay,
Well, I
Nothing.
think we're a little tired.
okay.
And I would like to see how staff describes what we discussed and what they're going to present, and then we'll go from there.
Well, yeah, but it's a little confusing too. It's the only thing that we rolled forward, and I'm not sure why we did that.
Because it hasn't made sense to date. That's where I'm taking it.
Do we want to discuss it at the actual,
That's my thinking.
do we want to discuss it at the actual BCC meeting where we're considering the whole plan and we say there's option one, leave this out, option two, leave it in?
I think it
I
would
don't
be
know.
good for you to spend some time rewriting. But I'm going to direct.
Asking for some specifics. What are we really trying to address? Why is the Department of Energy heavy? How are you integrating other academic institutions? Specifically, what targets and measures when we talk about, like, I gave the example of the one that was written for agriculture. Like, there's nothing in it. Like, we're going to get 600 to 800 employees and they're all going to deal with sustainability. And I'd like to see some more meat on those bones. And try to keep saying it nicely, and it's just not coming out that way.
I got you.
And it might even get rougher if I have to say it again.
Okay, that's enough on that. Yeah, motion to.
I think we.
So it is.
I think we've accomplished a lot today. I want to thank everybody for your time And, let's,
She said she didn't.
okay,
She has to
so,
be-
a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're adjourned.
Yay.
Thank you.
By chance, you didn't ask for anybody who was